Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I just want to destroy the sect. Why did I defy heaven and become a god? Chapter 61. In Lingcheng, vast heaven sect patron Ming Chao and many vast heaven sect elders gathered together at this time. Everyone's face is not very good looking. It has been many days since Chu Shing was captured. The vast heaven sect issued the vast heaven order, and all the powerful men from all major sects in the world came out. I don't know how many demons have been killed in a short period of time. In the past few days, Jiao Mingchao has killed several demons and venerable level characters with his own hands. But there is no news about Chu Shing at all. Chu Shing seemed to have disappeared from the world. Although no one wants to say it, in this case, they have to prepare for the worst. Continue to expand the scope and be sure to find Galaxy's whereabouts. Jiao Mingchao continued to give orders. But all the elders bowed their heads and remained silent. Some even thought that maybe after such a long time, the Kid Galaxy might have been poisoned. After all, everyone knows that Kid Galaxy, once caught by the demon sect, will definitely not do anything to betray the sect due to his nature. Under such circumstances, the demon sect's methods will definitely torture the child crazily. Even if he is immortal, after so many days, he is probably already useless. The Great Elder looked at everything with dull eyes. The Great Elder has become a lot haggard these days, and everyone even found that the Great Elder often stood there alone in a daze. The Great Elder had no heirs in his life. It can be said that the child Galaxy is his own child to the Great Elder. The Great Elder has always treated Chu Shing as his own son. What happened to Chu Shing this time was an unimaginable blow to the Great Elder. Many elders have tried to persuade the Great Elder in the past few days, but to no avail. Just when everyone was frowning, the door was suddenly pushed open. Ma Liang rushed in from the door. Jiao Mingchao frowned at the sudden intrusion of Ma Liang, but was shocked by what Ma Liang said before he could speak. Sect Master, there is news. What? The Great Elder arrived at Ma Liang's side almost in a flash, and grabbed Ma Liang from the ground with both hands. Great Elder, this is the news from Senior Brother Galaxy. Not long ago, someone saw a flash of purple lightning in the sky in Tianrun City. It should be Senior Brother Galaxy's thunder shadow. Tianrun City. Yes, in a courtyard on the edge of Tianrun City. As soon as Ma Liang finished speaking, the Great Elder had disappeared from the spot. Great Elder. Seeing the Great Elder being so excited, Jiao Mingchao didn't care about anything else. In fact, not only the Great Elder, but Jiao Mingchao was also excited. Tianrun City. Jiao Mingchao gave an order, and all the powerful men of Vast Heaven Sect were dispatched, targeting Tianrun City. Everyone rushed to the courtyard on the edge of Tianrun City as soon as possible, which was where the Shadow Demon Sect was stationed and where Chu Shing was imprisoned. At this time, this place had already been controlled by Vast Heaven Sect, and all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples inside were also captured by Vast Heaven Sect. But when many Vast Heaven Sect disciples entered here, they were shocked by everything here. What kind of yard is this? This is a sheer slaughterhouse. There were broken limbs and broken arms everywhere, and blood filled every building here. The ground was dyed blood red, and even the pond in the garden was red. What a horrific fight happened here. Countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples who thought they would survive the disaster were all controlled at this time. Many Shadow Demon Sect disciples were stunned when they saw the Vast Heaven Sect people rushing from all over. In the past, when they saw a 7th grade martial artist, it would be extremely difficult for them to see other saint-level beings. But after receiving the news from Vast Heaven Sect, in this short period of time, the disciples of Shadow Demon Sect saw how powerful the number one sect in the world is. The peerless strong men who fell from the sky one after another exuded a terrifying aura that could crush a person to death. Martial Lord, another Martial Lord. OMG. Martial Emperor, another Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor doesn't want money anymore. Is this the legendary strength of the number one sect in the world? Soon, when Jiao Mingchao, the master of the Vast Heaven Sect and known as the best person in the world, descended into the courtyard through the shattering void sky, all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples were stunned. Is this the legendary number one person in the world? Is this Jiao Mingchao? But before they could figure it out, one of the Shadow Demon Sect disciples had already been caught by Jiao Mingchao. Tell me, has Chu Shing been here before? Woo. The captured Shadow Demon Sect disciple was so frightened that his legs became weak and he peed on the spot. Those who don't tell will die. Before the Shadow Demon Sect disciple could recover from his fear, an extremely angry voice appeared. The next second, the Great Elder raised his hand and slapped the Shadow Demon Sect disciple. Boom! All the Shadow Demon Sect disciples watched as the Great Elder's spiritual power swept past like a storm, and the Shadow Demon Sect disciples caught in Jiao Mingchao's hands were turned into ashes. That's right, a person who was alive and kicking a second ago was turned into ashes and dust was blown away by the wind under a palm. Let alone people, powder is hard to find now. If Chu Shing were standing here and saw this scene, he would definitely say, Great Elder. If you go to the crematorium, you will save the cremator. Beating people into dust with one palm. This power made several Shadow Demon Sect disciples with poor psychological quality faint from fear on the spot. And before they fell into coma, they only had one thought. Is this really the right way to live in a famous family? Much more ruthless than our Shadow Demon Sect. The Great Elder had already grabbed another Shadow Demon Sect disciple again. While gathering spiritual power in his palms, he said, Tell me. Has Chu Shing been here before? At this moment, everyone in the Shadow Demon Sect looked at the spiritual power in the hands of the Great Elder and knew that anyone who dared to hesitate for a second would definitely be beaten into powder. Yes, yes, the Shadow Demon Sect disciple caught by the Great Elder cried in fright, and answered loudly while crying. At this moment, the people of Shadow Demon Sect have only one idea. Are we breaking a law? We are just a group of relatively ordinary disciples of Shadow Demon Sect. So many martial emperors all fell here at once, and they were beaten into powder with one palm. As for that. But after hearing the answer from this Shadow Demon Sect disciple, everyone in the vast heaven sect was immediately ecstatic. Finally there is news. Tell me, where is Chu Shing now and what's going on? The Great Elder continued to gather spiritual power with one hand and asked. And because of a hesitation, the Shadow Demon Sect disciple in his hand was beaten into powder again by the Great Elder. Then the Great Elder continued to grab a new one. Finally, the person who was arrested this time had a smart mouth and told all the things that happened in the past few days without stopping. And as the Shadow Demon Sect disciple narrated, all the vast heaven sect people gathered here laughed. This kid is so smart. Jiao Mingchao's face turned into a smile when he heard that Chu Shing came here and did not choose to resist tenaciously but first handed over various spiritual stones and the magic of stone. To be honest, what is everyone worried about the most these days? After Chu Shing was captured, he would rather die than surrender. If this is true, then the probability of Chu Shing being abolished is very high. But Chu Shing did not rather die than surrender as everyone imagined. Instead, he directly chose to hand over various resources and deliberately pretended to surrender to delay time. This approach made everyone nod secretly. Look, this kid Galaxy is really smart. There is no point in stubbornly resisting. Saving your life first is the right thing to do. As for the spiritual stones and the Midas touch that Chu Shing handed over, to be honest, does vast heaven sect care? Compared with Chu Shing safety, these are nothing. Then the people from Shadow Demon Sect continued to tell that Chu Shing pretended to surrender in order to gain the Demon Lord's trust, and then showed his vast heaven fighting spirit. When they heard this, many people's expressions changed drastically. You must know that vast heaven's fighting spirit is not an ordinary skill. How could this kid Galaxy be handed over? But just when they were wondering, the Shadow Demon Sect disciples were crying and shouting. The vast heaven fighting spirit handed over by Chu Shing was fake. The Demon Lord practiced this vast heaven fighting spirit and exploded to death on the spot. Really? Hearing this, everyone laughed. Just say how could this kid Galaxy betray the sect, right? It turns out that he wanted to trap and kill the Demon Lord. And he really succeeded, successfully tricking and killing a Demon King with his false vast heaven fighting spirit. This is really unexpected, but while everyone was happy, they also began to feel worried. This kid Galaxy killed all the Demon Lords, and then, looking at the Shira slaughterhouse-like scene here at this moment, everyone probably guessed something. But when it was actually said from the mouths of Shadow Demon Sect disciples, everyone was still shocked. After Chu Shing killed the Demon Lord in a trap, the Shadow Demon Sect swarmed up. Chu Shing fought against everyone in the Shadow Demon Sect alone. This Shira slaughterhouse was created by Chu Shing. In this battle, almost all the 5th grade troops of Shadow Demon Sect were wiped out, and countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples were killed by Chu Shing on the spot. After hearing this, everyone present in the vast heaven sect was shocked. This kid Galaxy is so strong. Sect Master, what's the point of listening to him? Let me use the soul-stealing technique to recreate the specific situation. When the Great Elder said these words, everyone nodded slightly, and the people from Shadow Demon Sect really cried. Are you really from a famous family? Soul-stealing art, that is a way to torture the soul. We in Shadow Demon Sect are extremely psychologically burdened to use it, don't you have any humanity at all? But who cares about Shadow Demon Sect's complaints at this moment? The gray light flashed in the hands of the Great Elder. In an instant, the souls of several Shadow Demon Sect disciples present were directly imprisoned. After their souls were imprisoned, the soul-stealing technique was also used. Start to get started. For a moment, all the souls gathered into light and shadow, and began to replay what happened in their memories in front of everyone in Vast Heaven Sect. First, the Demon King exploded and died, and the battle began at this moment. Chu Shing came out of the Vast Heaven sword sheath and fought the Shadow Demon Sect alone. The image of the intertwined souls cannot be compared with words. Seeing this bloody battle with his own eyes at this time, even the people of the Vast Heaven Sect were prepared. Everything in front of me was shocking. We also have acquaintances in Martial Emperor City. The Demon King was exploded and killed by Chu Shing's false Vast Heaven fighting spirit. The people of Shadow Demon Sect wanted to kill Chu Shing, so everyone rushed forward. In this courtyard, Chu Shing fights Shadow Demon Sect alone. The picture formed by the intertwining of souls at this moment is clearly playing the battle as if it were a picture replay. Locusts turned into a storm of blades, and purple lightning flashed to harvest 5th grade. The Xuanjian that appeared in front of everyone for the first time looked like the hand of death. Chu Shing was surrounded and killed 7 in and 7 out. Even the martial spirit of 5th grade could not resist the terrifying power in front of Chu Shing. Chu Shing was covered in blood. There was his own blood, but more of it was the enemy's blood. All the disciples of Vast Heaven Sect were stunned by the murderous Junior Brother Galaxy. Junior Brother Galaxy actually broke through to 4th grade. The 4th grade's cultivation kills the 5th grade like butchering a dog. This is too terrifying. 12. I counted, there are 12 5th graders. All killed by Junior Brother Galaxy. Junior Brother Galaxy's wings should be Vast Heaven Sword Sheath's 3rd magic weapon, Xuanjian. 58. I just counted, Junior Brother Galaxy has a total of 58 scars on his body. 12 5th graders were killed, and there were countless casualties below the 5th graders. He had 58 wounds on his body, but he still fought his way through the courtyard like a god of death. With one person's power, he turned the entire Shadow Demon Sect station into a Shira slaughterhouse. The moment the soul picture disappeared, everyone in the entire courtyard fell silent. This is Chu Shing. This is the terrifying lethality of the first person of the younger generation. But apart from being shocked, countless people in Vast Heaven Sect also began to worry. With 58 wounds of varying depths on his body, Chu Shing escaped, but could he really survive? All Vast Heaven Sect disciples. Even if you dig up 3 feet of Tianran City for me, you must find the location of Galaxy. Jiao Mingqiao ordered. Yes, all Vast Heaven Sect disciples mobilized. Everyone began to search frantically towards Chu Shing's escape route, and they were bound to find Chu Shing's whereabouts. The Great Elder looked at Chu Shing who had escaped with 58 wounds on his body. At this moment, the joy of finding Chu Shing completely disappeared in his heart. Many of those 58 wounds looked fatal. With so many scars, can the Kid Galaxy really hold on? All the elixirs and spiritual stones on his body could not be taken away, and even if he wanted to heal his injuries, there was no way. Can the Kid Galaxy handle this? Great Elder, you have to believe in this Kid Galaxy. People have their own destiny. Jiao Mingqiao knew what the Great Elder was worried about. But even though he comforted the Great Elder, why wasn't he worried in his heart? 58. That's almost all wounds all over the body. In this case, Galaxy, kid, you must hold on. Countless Vast Heaven Sect disciples rushed to Tianran City from all directions. At this time, Everyone received orders from the sect to dig 3 feet into Tianrun City to find Chu Shing. Not only the vast heaven sect, but also the martial emperor city received the order immediately. Martial Emperor Cheng Xiaoshan rushed to Tianrun City immediately and mobilized all the Martial Emperor City disciples in Tianrun City to find Chu Shing no matter what. Zheng Yu rushed to Tianrun City like crazy. Senior Brother Galaxy finally has news. Senior Brother Galaxy, you must hold on. And just when the whole world was frantically looking for Chu Shing, Feng Yuan heard the news from the housekeeper Uncle Feng in Tianrun City, in the Feng family compound. Miss, that guy's vitality is quite tenacious. He has 58 scars on his body, some of which are even fatal, but he survived. Are you alive? Feng Yuan nodded slightly and said, are you awake? You're awake. Miss, can I take you to have a look? Following the housekeeper Uncle Feng, Feng Yuan also arrived at the temporary rest room arranged for Chu Shing. Looking at Chu Shing who woke up from a coma, Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Uncle Feng said that this guy had 58 scars on his body. What on earth did he go through? Who is he? Being chased by enemies. Is this enemy ruthless enough? Or is he actually a disciple of the demon sect, and was he hunted down like this by the righteous? You're awake. Feng Yuan looked at Chu Shing and spoke. Thank you for saving your life. I will repay you when I recover from my injuries. Chu Shing also knew how dangerous his situation was yesterday. If he had not been rescued, he would have died even if he had been taking drugs for many years, and his body was far beyond ordinary people, and he was protected by the vast heaven sword sheath. So this can be considered a life-saving grace. There's no need to repay anything. Who are you? Feng Yuan looked at Chu Shing with a slight frown. A person who had been chopped 58 times must not be a simple person. Even Feng Yuan felt that the Chu Shing in front of him was a member of the demon sect. Oh, my name is Wang Tianyu. Chu Shing did not say his real name. After all, you still haven't figured out where this place is yet. Who knows if these people have anything to do with the demon sect? Wang Tianyu. Okay, since you don't want to talk about what happened to you, I won't ask. You can rest here for a while and leave after your injury stabilizes. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, she turned and left. Wang Tianyu, right. This is the Fong family in Tianrun City. You were also rescued by our young lady Feng Yuan. Our young lady is bodhisattva-hearted. She is not like this on weekdays. I have been really depressed because of some things at home these past 2 days. Don't do it either. Take care and have a good rest. The butler explained. But Chu Shing didn't mind. He was saved by others, and they almost asked what happened. People say that there is no need to repay, but Chu Shing doesn't think so. Chu Shing still understands the matter of repaying a favor. This uncle, Chu Shing called to the housekeeper who was about to go out. Call me Uncle Feng. Hello, Uncle Feng, I just heard you say that the Feng family is having trouble. I don't know what the trouble is. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help. You should heal your injuries first. You can't help with this matter, but it's not really a secret. As expected, Uncle Feng is a person who likes to talk very much. He may be nagging as he gets older. Our Feng family is also a big family in Tianrun City. The young master is very talented. The lady wants to send him to Yushu Palace, one of the 10 major sects, to practice, but how can Yushu Palace be so easy to enter? Miss is worried about this matter. Yushu Palace. Yushu Palace. Chu Shing certainly knows that the vast heaven sect disciples call him the gatekeeper of the 10 major sects. This so-called gatekeeper is because Yushu Palace has always been ranked last among the 10 major sects, and its strength is also the worst among the 10 major sects. However, this is only compared with the 10 major sects. In the outside world, Yushu Palace is an extremely powerful existence. It is indeed extremely difficult to join Yushu Palace and become an inner disciple. Your young master's talent does not meet the requirements of Yushu Palace. No. The young master's talent is still very good. Although he is not as good as those geniuses, there is still a chance to enter Yushu Palace normally, but, alas, his family is unfortunate. Uncle Feng really liked to chat, and now he shook his head and told the reason. Tianrun City is the territory of Yushu Palace, and the person in charge of managing things in Tianrun City is a guy named Lu Chong. This guy is an elite disciple of Yushu Palace. He did not become an elite disciple because of his extraordinary talent, but it's because there's someone behind it. This guy's father is an elder from Yushu Palace, and he also got the fat job of managing Tianrun City. Originally, Feng Yuyan's younger brother would definitely be able to enter Yushu Palace through normal means, but unexpectedly Lu Chong fell in love with the beautiful Miss Feng. This guy who failed to propose marriage many times was despicable enough. He directly said that unless Feng Yuyan married him, the young master of the Feng family would never enter the Yushu Palace in his life. Do you have to enter Yushu Palace? Other sects won't consider it. Although Chu Shing looked down on Lu Chong, there were many disciples under the 10 major sects who committed evil and forced good girls into prostitution, so he didn't bother to take care of him. Yushu Palace is one of the top 10 sects. Do you know what it means to be in the top 10 sects? Forget it, you don't understand at all. Except for Yushu Palace, other sects will never be considered. Okay. How can I follow you? Having said so much, you can rest. Uncle Feng shook his head and walked out. Don't you think about Vast Heaven Sect, and I also have acquaintances in Martial Emperor City. Saying hello and becoming an elite disciple is just for fun. Chu Shing's words were ignored by Uncle Feng. Vast Heaven Sect. What kind of joke is this kid kidding me here? Are there any acquaintances in Martial Emperor City? Is it just a joke to say hello and become an elite disciple? This kid is crazy. What kind of existence is that in Martial Emperor City? You just say hello and become an elite disciple. Are you kidding me? Uncle Feng shook his head and was speechless. It seemed that Wang Tianyu was not only stabbed 58 times, but also probably injured his brain. Uncle Feng didn't really take Chu Shing's words to heart. Afterwards, Chu Shing stayed in the room to rest, and Uncle Feng also specially sent some pills for Feng Yuyan. Although it was the lowest elixir, Chu Shing was still very grateful. Although the injuries on his body are still serious, taking drugs in Ling Palace for such a long time is not a joke. Chu Shing's physique is by no means comparable to ordinary people. So in a short period of time, Chu Shing was able to get out of bed and walk. Walking out of the room, Chu Shing endured the stinging pain on his body and prepared to leave the Feng family. The most important thing now was to contact the sect quickly. But before leaving, I always have to say hello to Feng Yuyan. At the same time, Chu Shing plans to help her deal with all her troubles. What a bullshit Yushu Palace, what's the future of going to that shabby place? Isn't Vast Heaven Sect delicious? Martial Emperor City has nothing to do with us, so what? But as soon as Chu Shing arrived at the front yard of the Feng family, before he could talk to Feng Yuyan, servants of the Feng family hurried in from outside. Miss, Lu Chong is here. Hearing the servant's words, Feng Yuyan frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on her face. She glanced at Chu Shing who was about to leave, and had no choice but to go out. Chu Shing didn't say much, and directly followed the footsteps of injured Feng Yuyan to greet him outside. I also want to see what this Lu Chong is. A guy who was at most 1.6 meters tall and looked like a toad walked into Fang's house surrounded by a group of people. This guy is Lu Chong. When he first saw him, Chu Shing seriously doubted whether he was the product of inbreeding, right? How are Miss Fang's thoughts? Lu Chong looked at Feng Yuyan with a squinted face. Mr. Lu, our Feng family is willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones as an offering to Yushu Palace, just so that Feng Yuzhang can enter Yushu Palace. Feng Yuyan gritted her teeth and said, "This is the largest sum of money that the Feng family can afford." But after listening to Feng Yuyan's words, although Lu Chong's eyes lit up, he soon showed his dissatisfaction. Miss Feng, my Yushu Palace is one of the 10 major sects. Yushu Palace, don't take these spiritual stones seriously, and Miss Feng knows that this is not what I am talking about. Mr. Lu, my parents died early, and the family has declined. Only my brother and I are left. My brother is going to Yushu Palace, and I also need to be in charge of the family, so I have already decided not to marry in this life. Please don't embarrass Yu Yan, Mr. Lu. Good guy. In order to reject this Lu Chong, he even said that he would never marry for the rest of his life. Feng Yuyan, don't be so shameless. Behind senior brother Lu is elder Lu. Let me tell you, without Mr. Lu's nod, Feng Yuzhang will never even think about entering my Yushu Palace in this life. The loser next to Lu Chong jumped out. Feng Yuyan's face darkened after being scolded, but the people in front of her were the people from Yushu Palace, and their small Feng family was not qualified to scold Yushu Palace. But just when Feng Yuyan was helpless, a voice came from behind Feng Yuyan. Can your Yushu Palace order some green lotus? And your name is Lu Chong, right? You don't even think you look like a toad. If you find a female toad, they will probably dislike you. What are you doing? You licked your face and said that. What kind of person? Presumptuous. Lu Chong was almost vomited blood by the sudden words. The faces of the Feng family also changed drastically. Everyone turned to look at Chu Shing, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling behind him. What are you looking at? That's what I said, saying that you are not satisfied yet. Tell me for yourself whether what I said is wrong. You are thick but not tall, and only have a waist except for your neck. Your family has no tell you to stop scaring people. You are looking for death. Lu Chong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. A dignified elite disciple of Yushu Palace and the son of an elder. How had he ever been so humiliated? At this moment, Lu Chong couldn't care about anything else. He ducked in front of Chu Shing, moved his palms forward, and slapped Chu Shing on the head. Go away, hiss. The terrifying vast heaven fighting spirit surged out of Chu Shing. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, his spiritual power had almost recovered. However, the sudden use of vast heaven's fighting spirit still caused wounds on his body. With Chu Shing rolling, Lu Chong came and went as quickly as he came. He flew out with a whoosh. With his peak third-grade cultivation level, let alone hurting Chu Shing continued to fly out. He doesn't even need to take action, just relying on vast heaven's fighting spirit can shock him half to death. PFF'd. Lu Chong fell to the ground and spurted blood from his mouth. And this scene also caused chaos in the Feng family. Feng Yuyan looked at Chu Shing with wide eyes. Lu Chong's strength was still very good, but he was directly knocked away by this Wang Tianyu. And looking at the tornado-like spiritual power fluctuations on Chu Shing's body, the shimmering spiritual power made Feng Yuyan even more speechless. What kind of technique is this? So terrifying. You dare to hurt our senior brother Lu. You are seeking death. A Yushu Palace disciple next to Lu Chong crushed a disciple order in his hand without saying a word. Is this because I can't beat you and I have to call someone? Seeing this scene, Feng Yuyan was also dumbfounded. She never expected that Chu Shing would actually fight against Lu Chong, and even beat Lu Chong like this. Now something big was really going on. The opposite side represents Yushu Palace. If you hit the people of Yushu Palace, you will hit the face of the 10 major sects. Yushu Palace will never let it go. Where did the little fool come from? How dare you hurt my disciple of Yushu Palace? A voice came from far away, and the next moment a Taoist shadow came from the wind. 7th grade martial saint. Everyone was frightened when they saw the sudden 7th grade martial saint. The other party was wearing the elder uniform of Yushu Palace. Dad, this boy insulted our Yushu Palace. Lu Chong burst into tears when he saw the visitor. Dad is here. In the past few days, because of Chu Shing, people from the 10 major sects have all gathered in Tianrun City. This has almost dug up the ground of Tianrun City. Dad also got the news and came here. However, Lu Chong knew that his father was not looking for Chu Shing, but that he was clearly troubled by the courtesans he arranged. Honoring me is Lu Chong's specialty. What about Chu Shing? The father and son didn't even glance at Chu Shing's portrait. The Fong family is so brave, they dare to insult Yushu Palace. Lu Jingkuo fell from the sky, but as he finished speaking, he saw the terrifying tornado-like spiritual power fluctuations on Chu Shing's body. Lu Jingkuo is not Lu Chong's idiot. It can be seen at a glance that Chu Shing's skills are extraordinary. Such a wild boy actually has such a skill. Could it be an inheritance accidentally obtained from some ruins? Lu Jingkuo was excited when he thought of this. If he could master this technique, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Lu Jingkuo's eyes flashed fiercely. Boy, if you insult my Yushu Palace, you will inevitably die today. However, I think that you are young and ignorant, so I will give you a way to survive. I will give you your skills and leave an arm. I will spare you. WTF? Do you like your own skills? Chu Shing laughed. This old guy is quite knowledgeable. It was immediately apparent that vast heaven had an extraordinary fighting spirit. Elder Lu has good eyesight, but this skill. I would like to give it to you, but I'm afraid you don't dare to ask for it, Elder Lu. Is this the fighting spirit of vast heaven? Is this Lu Jingkuo tired of living? The vast heaven war intention that covets the vast heaven sect? Are you afraid that you don't know that when we, the great elder, beat people, we just slap them into ashes? You, how dare you talk so fast with me? I can't spare you today. Without saying a word, Lu Jingkuo was about to take down the kid in front of him and take him back to interrogate him about his martial arts. Lu Jingkuo was already in front of Chu Shing in a flash. 7th grade martial saint level and other spiritual energy were pressing towards Chu Shing like a vast ocean. At the same time, his spiritual energy turned into a chain and wrapped directly around Chu Shing. This scene scared everyone in the Fong family, including Feng Yuan, who looked in disbelief. Why did it become like this today? If Wang Tianyu makes such a fuss, my brother may never have the chance to enter Yushu Palace in this life. But facing the elder of Yushu Palace, a 7th grade martial saint, the entire Feng family together had no right to speak. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to plead for mercy, she didn't have the ability. Lu Jingkuo's spiritual chain wrapped around Chu Shing in an instant, but just when Lu Jingkuo wanted to tighten the chain and cause Chu Shing some pain. The spiritual chain that originally entangled Chu Shing broke instantly. The broken spiritual power chains were scattered in all directions. Lu Jingkuo was stunned when he felt an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly appeared above his head. Wu Zun, or even the martial emperor. Lu Jingkuo is also a well-informed person. Almost instantly he realized that this was the aura of martial lord or even martial emperor. But before Lu Jingkuo could figure out what was going on, a palm shadow had already fallen from the sky. Boom! The huge palm shadow directly pressed Lu Jingkuo to his knees on the ground. Crack! The sound of broken bones came, and Lu Jingkuo's legs almost broke. Then the shadow of his palm continued to fall. His whole body was directly pressed by this force and he fell to the ground like a toad. He was embedded in the bluestone of the Feng family, among the paved floors. This sudden scene silenced the entire audience. At the same time, a Taoist shadow came from outside the sky. This figure was not walking on the wind, it was walking on the void. With every step he took, the space in front of him seemed to be torn apart. Step into the shattering void. The martial emperor is here. Feng Yuan pulled countless people from the Feng family and all of them knelt on the ground. Martial emperor. This is a legendary existence. The Feng family has never seen such a existence in their life. Lu Chong was also stunned. His father, who seemed to be invincible in the world, was slapped into the ground like a toad. And the one who did it was a martial emperor who was flying in the shattering void. Why would martial emperor take action against his father? But before Lu Chong could figure it out, a shadow appeared in the sky again. Still coming through the shattering void. Still the martial emperor. Lu Chong's legs were weak. Martial emperor again. Is there a big wholesale of martial emperor today? Soon the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. The figures all come from outside the sky, and each one is a martial emperor stepping into the shattering void sky. Lu Chong thought this was a dream. This was definitely a dream. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fantastic at all. Galaxy. The first person to appear fell from the sky. The person who turned Lu Jingkuo into a toad was none other than the Great Elder. Let's put it this way, if it weren't for the fact that the other party was wearing the Elder uniform of Yushu Palace, Lu Jingkuo would have turned into ashes with that palm just now. Disciple Chu Shing, see the Great Elder. Chu Shing bowed to salute, but was hugged by the Elder. And at this moment, the entire Feng family was dumbfounded. Whether it was people from the Feng family or Yushu Palace, everyone heard Chu Shing announcing his family name. He is Chu Shing. The Vast Heaven Sect issued the Vast Heaven Order, and the Martial Emperor City issued the Martial Emperor Order. The whole world went crazy because of one person. Countless strong men traveled all over the place to look for him. Finally he appeared in Tianrun City. People from the 10 major sects had almost dug up the ground in Tianrun City in the past few days. And he is the Chu Shing that everyone is looking for. Countless martial emperors gathered in Tianrun City from all over the world, just to find one person. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Uncle Feng looked blankly at Chu Shing who was being held in the arms of the martial emperor. At this moment, Chu Xinghei's words seemed to be echoing in his ears again. Then what? Vast Heaven Sect, don't you think about it? We also have acquaintances in Martial Emperor City, becoming an elite disciple is just for fun. When he first heard Chu Xinghei's words, Uncle Feng thought that this guy named Wang Tianyu must also have a brain injury. Vast Heaven Sect, Martial Emperor City, any acquaintances? Are you kidding me here? Who can enter the Vast Heaven Sect Martial Emperor City and not be the proud one? Do you have any acquaintances? Is it just a joke to be an elite disciple? Are you playing with me here? But at this moment, Uncle Feng knew that Chu Xinghei wasn't kidding him, and there was nothing wrong with his mind. What he said is so true. If others want to enter the Vast Heaven Sect, it must be a selection process. Not to mention the inner gate, entering the outer gate is a great gift. But if Chu Xinghei wants to open his mouth to let someone into the Vast Heaven Sect, is that not just a matter of words? Chu Xinghei does have an acquaintance in Martial Emperor City. This acquaintance is Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu is now called the Little City Lord in private. The future Martial Emperor City Lord was saved by Chu Xinghei just a few days ago. Chu Xinghei almost died because of saving him. What kind of kindness is this? Zheng Yu will probably have to remember the kindness of senior brother Galaxy for the rest of his life, so why not arrange an elite disciple? Whenever Zheng Yu hesitates, the outside world will probably accuse Zheng Yu of being ungrateful. So Chu Xinghei is a real person. When Chu Xinghei scolded Yushu Palace just now, everyone thought Chu Xinghei was crazy. Isn't he looking for death? But now look at the Todlu Jinkuo lying on the ground, everyone knows. Chu Xinghei, let alone scolding, even if the scolding is a little more excessive, what can Yushu Palace do? No way, no one thinks that Yushu Palace dares to go to Vast Heaven Sect to ask for an explanation, right? If Yushu Palace has this idea, they can no longer call it Yushu Palace. They can change its name to Yugong Palace. This is so strong. Galaxy, you kid is really lucky. Ha ha ha, I'll just say that this kid is blessed with great fortune. He tricked and killed an 8th grade demon king and single-handedly fought his way out of the Shadow Demon Sect. This guy is really amazing. At this time, the Vast Heaven Sect and the Martial Emperors of Martial Emperor City gathered at the Fong family. Jiao Mingchao came up and checked Chu Xinghei repeatedly. Although there were injuries all over his body, there was nothing wrong with Chu Xinghei's internal aura. It was all external injuries. Come on, this is the 7th grade elixir, Holy Healing Pill. Take 1 bottle first to recover from your injuries. When you get home, I will get you a few bottles of the 8th grade's magical healing elixir. The Great Elder took out a bottle of 7th grade elixir without saying anything. When they heard about the 7th grade Holy Healing Pill, the eyes of everyone around them were about to explode. WTF? 7th grade Holy Healing Pill. Is this the legendary divine medicine that can save you as long as you have 1 breath left? Everyone is priceless. What did this Martial Emperor say just now? Take a bottle first to recover from the injury. Eat a bottle. And there will be 8 grade miracle healing pills after returning home. That is a thing that claims to be able to revive the dead. Others may never see one in their lifetime, but now Vast Heaven Sect is given to Chu Xinghei in a bottle. Lu Chong was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. He had heard from the elders of the sect that Vast Heaven Sect was rich and powerful, but he never expected that Vast Heaven Sect was so rich. Galaxy, this incident happened because of me, Martial Emperor City. I, Chang Xiaoshan, feel guilty. Chang Xiaoshan spoke at the side, and as soon as he spoke, the scene became quiet again. Chang Xiaoshan, Martial Emperor City Lord Chang Xiaoshan. The peerless powerhouse ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Dao ranking. Chang Xiaoshan. Brother Xiaoshan, there is no need to be like this. This kid Galaxy has such a temperament. If he refuses to save him, I would feel wrong. Jiao Mingchao laughed at the side. No matter what happened before, it was enough that Chu Xinghei was safe and sound. Zhongju Jiyu is right, this kid Galaxy is really good. Chang Xiaoshan sighed helplessly, it was a pity that he was not his disciple. However, the conversation between the two at this moment made Lu Jinkuo, who had just crawled out of the ground, kneel directly on the ground. Sect leader Jiu Mingchao, who is ranked number 1 on the Tiandao ranking. Martial Emperor City Lord Chang Xiaoshan. Vast Heaven Sect patronizes Ming Dynasty. Which of these is not another mythic level character, and today, they all appear here. In addition to these two, there is also the Great Elder of Vast Heaven Sect. There are also peerless experts from each sect. I dare not say that the little Fong family courtyard is magnificent today, but it is definitely a glorious sect. This is probably enough to last the Fong family 10,000 years. Are you from Yushu Palace? The elder seemed to finally remember that there was a toad on the ground. Elder Lu of Yushu Palace. I'm not interested in knowing your name. Did you just attack Galaxy? The Great Elder had such an explosive temper. What the hell do you care about? Aren't you just a toad? No, no, no. Lu Toad was already crying in fear. If I had been a moment late, I'm afraid Galaxy would have been destroyed in your hands. What a Yushu Palace. I, the Vast Heaven Sect, issued the Vast Heaven Order, so that the people the various sects were looking for, the elders of Yushu Palace didn't even know each other. You don't even know him, so you still want to kill him. The Great Elder's face was so cold that it could freeze the ground. Great Elder, this Elder Lu has no intention of killing me. Chu Shing spoke. Lu Toad was so excited that he planned to kowtow to Chu Shing. He just wants to get Vast Heaven's fighting spirit. Chu Shing spoke calmly. Good guy. This time, countless eyes full of murderous intent looked at Lu Toad. Lu Toad was stunned. You said that wanting to kill Chu Shing was a misunderstanding. What the hell do you want to do with Vast Heaven's fighting intent? Bang! The Great Elder kicked Lu Toad directly in the chest, and terrifying spiritual power poured into Lu Toad's body instantly. Lu Toad's chi was directly shattered by the spiritual power, and his entire cultivation was instantly destroyed. Covet me Vast Heaven Sect Vast Heaven with fighting intent, good. Yushu Palace is good. The Great Elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Leave him alone. Go back to Yushu Palace and let that old Wang Daochuan give me Vast Heaven Sect an explanation. If he can't satisfy me Vast Heaven Sect, I don't mind changing the 10 major sects to another sect. Quote. Ji Yu Mingqiao spoke calmly, but when he said these words, everyone knew that Yushu Palace would be in big trouble this time. The Vast Heaven war intention that covets the Vast Heaven Sect. What do you want to do in Yushu Palace? I've seen people begging for death, but I've never heard of people begging for death like this. As for Lu Toad's life, no one cares at all at the moment, because everyone knows that he is dead, and if this matter is reported back to Yushu Palace, Wang Daochuan will never let him go. First Elder, I would like to thank Miss Fong for the rescue. If she hadn't taken action, I might not have been able to wait for you to come. Chu Shing spoke now, and as soon as these words came out, Feng Yuyan panicked. To be honest, she had never seen so many big shots in her life. When Chu Shing said he wanted to repay her, Feng Yuyan really didn't take it to heart. After all, what else could a guy who was being hunted like this do in return? But now, Feng Yuyan knew, the man in front of her was the legendary Chu Shing. His reward. Feng Yuyan pays homage to all of you, your lords. Feng Yuyan knelt directly on the ground. But soon Feng Yuyan felt a gentle force lift her whole body up from the ground. It was the Great Elder who took action. Feng Yuyan, right, this time the child Galaxy was able to escape from danger, you are indispensable. I thank Miss Feng on behalf of the entire Vast Heaven Sect. As the Elder said that, he directly cupped his fist and saluted Feng Yuyan. Feng Yuyan was even more stupid this time. This is the Martial Emperor, a Martial Emperor saluting me. Since the Feng family is in Tianrun City, from today on, Tianrun City will be managed by the Feng family. People from Yushu Palace are not allowed to interfere. Ji Yu Mingqiao spoke, but how dare the people in Yushu Palace next to him have any opinions? Sect Master, Miss Feng's brother is quite talented, how about he be admitted into our Vast Heaven Sect? Chu Shing said from the side. Feng Yuyan burst into tears. Brother enters Vast Heaven Sect. This is something she never dared to dream about. Entering a Yushu Palace almost cost you yourself, this Vast Heaven Sect. How can that be done? The Great Elder said from the side. When did I, Vast Heaven Sect, become so ungrateful? Not only can Miss Feng's brother join Vast Heaven Sect, but from today on, the Feng family is considered a vassal of my Vast Heaven Sect. Family, the Feng family can nominate 2 people among the disciples of each Vast Heaven Sect. Fong Yuan was stupid, completely stupid. The Fong family has become a vassal family of Vast Heaven Sect. Can they send 2 people to Vast Heaven Sect every year? Coupled with the management rights of Tianrun City, the Fong family has completely risen. With the support of Vast Heaven Sect, countless quotas sent to Vast Heaven Sect, and the income from Tianrun City, the Fong family, even when it was at its most glorious, would never be able to compare with what it is now. And all of this is all because of one person. Fong Yuan thanks the sect master for his great kindness. You don't need to thank me, I want to thank you. Without your rescue, if something happened to Galaxy, I, Vast Heaven Sect, would really not be able to withstand the blow. Ji Mingchao was scared when he thought about it. Chu Shing was injured like that. If he hadn't been rescued, wouldn't he have been dead? You didn't die from the demon sect, but you died after escaping in the end. That's really heartbreaking. The people from Yushu Palace left, and Lu Toad knew that the real storm would come next. The Fong family became the upstart of Tianrun City overnight, and every year there were 2 quotas to enter the Vast Heaven Sect and become inner disciples. As soon as the news came out, people from the entire Tianrun City and even the surrounding towns came to congratulate them. Everyone knows that the Fong family's rise is unstoppable. No one wants to enter Vast Heaven Sect. But everyone can only lament that the Fong family is really extremely lucky. One person achieved enlightenment and chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. The Fong family saved one person and the whole family attained enlightenment. I don't know how many families have silently regretted it. Why don't their own family members have such luck? However, compared to the rise of the Fong family, the news about Lu Toad was returned to Yushu Palace, and Wang Daochuan almost vomited blood and died after hearing it. Coveting Vast Heaven Sect, Vast Heaven fighting spirit. Did Lu Toad eat the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? However, there were so many people present at the time that Lu Toad and Chu Shing asked for the exercises and could not lie. Although Wang Daochuan knew that Lu Toad didn't have the courage at all, the reason was because Lu Toad didn't know Chu Shing at all. But you can't explain this clearly. You, Yushugong, keep saying that you are helping Vast Heaven Sect find disciples, but Vast Heaven Sect is spreading the portrait of Chu Shing all over the world. It turns out that none of you elders know Chu Shing. Just ask, can this be justified? Then Wang Daochuan understood the whole process in detail, and it turned out that it was okay if he didn't understand it. With this understanding, he almost got so angry that Lu Toad was late. Wang Daochuan arrived at Tianrun City in person. Arriving at the temporary residence of Vast Heaven Sect in Tianrun City. At this time, Wang Daochuan felt as if he had made a fool of himself. This time the Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City issued the Vast Heaven Order and the Martial Emperor Order. This has not happened for how many years? Even the 10 major sects would never dare to neglect this. But, to be honest, not all sects are 100% interested in it. There must be plenty of people paddling. But unfortunately, the place where Chu Shing appeared at the end turned out to be Tianrun City. In this way, we don't know whether others are paddling or not. You, Yushugong, really did it, and you were caught in the act. Said that the Lu Toad of Yushu Palace covets Vast Heaven's fighting spirit. Not to mention that Wang Dao didn't believe it at all. Even if the news spread, people outside would laugh it off. Then what kind of thing is Lu Toad? Do you still dare to think of Vast Heaven's fighting spirit? But is this the key? Chu Shing appeared in Tianrun City. Tianrun City was within the sphere of influence of Yushu Palace. However, the elders and disciples of Yushu Palace who were in charge of Tianrun City were not looking for Chu Shing. They even appeared and did not know Chu Shing at all. There was also a fight with Chu Shing. In this way, Yushu Palace is like poking a hornet's nest. After the news spread, various sects condemned Yushu Palace for not paying attention to Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City. What about the 10 major sects that were agreed to be united? How dare you, Yushu Palace, defy the good and the bad? The 10 major sects scolded Yushu Palace because Yushu Palace was behind the wheel. Besides the 10 major sects, some powerful sects also did not let go of Yushu Palace, and each one of them also jumped out and condemned wildly. He even said such things as Yushu Palace was not qualified to become one of the top 10 sects. Wang Daochuan burst into tears. Everyone is rowing, so why did we, Yushu Palace, bear all this alone in the end? But is it useful to feel uncomfortable? Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City are clearly trying to scare the monkeys. Reasoning with Vast Heaven Sect. Is Yushu Palace qualified for this? Even if Vast Heaven Sect really listens to you, does Yushu Palace dare to be reasonable? Say what? You say everyone is paddling, but I, Yushugong, was just unlucky and got caught. It's okay if you don't say this. If you say this, won't the crowd attack you? Therefore, Wang Daochuan, the master of Yushu Palace, felt bitter, but he could only bury all the bitterness in his heart. Wang Daochuan of Yushu Palace asks to see sect leader Ji Yu. This is the first apology from Yushu Palace. Wang Daochuan waved his hand, and the disciples of Yushu Palace behind him had already walked up carrying a huge box. When the box was opened, countless people gasped. Human heads. This box is full of human heads. The heads of Lu Toad and his son Lu Chong were piled on top, followed by the heads of countless women of different ages. Lu Jingkuo was bewitched by the demon sect, and Yushu Palace will never tolerate it. This is the death of Lu Jingkuo's family, including the young and old. Wang Daochuan delivered the box containing the bloody human head to Ji Yu Mingqiao. Ji Yu Mingqiao looked at Wang Daochuan with cold eyes and said nothing. Obviously, Ji Yu Mingqiao was not satisfied with this explanation. Wang Daochuan waved his hand again, and the disciples of Yushu Palace carried up countless boxes. The boxes were opened one after another, and the shimmering high-grade spiritual stones filled the entire courtyard. 200 years ago, Yushu Palace received the help of Vast Heaven Sect and became one of the top 10 sects in the world. Yushu Palace never dared to forget that the ancestors of Vast Heaven Sect had funded Yushu Palace with millions of high-grade spiritual stones. Today, Yushu Palace has the palace will repay the spiritual stone. After Wang Daochuan said these words, the coldness on Ji Yu Mingqiao's face finally disappeared. Are all the brains of Lu Toad's family useless? Does Vast Heaven Sect care? What Vast Heaven Sect cares about is the attitude of your Yushu Palace. Isn't the attitude clear now? At that time, Vast Heaven Sect funded Yushu Palace, and Yushu Palace also relied on Vast Heaven Sect's funding to become one of the top 10 sects in the world. Although it may not have funded so many spiritual stones at the beginning, Yushu Palace appreciated its kindness. There's nothing wrong with reporting it, right? Dao Quan, come on, come on. Sit, 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 what are you doing? Aren't you making outsiders laugh? Ji Yu Mingqiao personally greeted Wang Daochuan and sat down. Wang Daochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Millions of high-grade spirit stones may wipe out Yushu Palace, but it can relieve the anger of Vast Heaven Sect. At least Yushu Palace can keep its position among the top 10 sects. If they don't take out these million spiritual stones, there is absolutely no way that Vast Heaven Sect will let go of Yushu Palace. Sect Master Ji Yu, what I did in Yushu Palace this time really makes me ashamed. Wang Dao was all in tears. These are millions of spirit stones, and they are all from high grade. Yushu Palace is no better than Vast Heaven Sect. How many years will it take to put it together again? Things have passed, so let's forget to mention them. We have a banquet, and I want to have a drink with Dao Quan today. The banquet was held, and Ji Yu Mingqiao also drank freely. But Wang Daochuan didn't feel like he was drinking freely. This meal of wine is probably the most expensive wine in the world, 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. My heart bleeds just thinking about it. Ji Yu Mingqiao greeted Wang Daochuan, and Chu Shing was also surrounded by brothers and sisters who came from all over the country. Senior Brother Galaxy, are your injuries okay? Senior Brother Galaxy was injured in 58 places and actually managed to kill him. I was shocked when I heard about it. Junior Brother Galaxy, your behavior in the demon sect this time has been spread to all parties. Junior Brother Galaxy's witty, courageous and strategic approach is simply a role model for our generation. Everyone surrounded Chu Shing, saying nothing about his injuries. Holy healing pill, is that a joke? You don't even need a bottle, just take one. Chu Shing is now smooth and smooth, let alone injured, you can't even see any scars. As for the behavior in the demon sect mentioned by the brothers, Chu Shing is ashamed. You only know this but don't know why. As long as you know the specific situation at that time, you will be embarrassed if you don't delay me now. Are you very clever? Is that courageous and resourceful? I really want to betray the sect. But now even if I say it, someone has to believe it. Those Shadow Demon Sect disciples were scolding Chu Shing for being a despicable thief until their death. The harsher the Shadow Demon Sect scolds, the more hateful it naturally becomes. In this case, who can believe that he is betraying the sect? Zheng Yu also arrived soon after. Senior Brother Galaxy. Zheng Yu thanks Senior Brother Galaxy for his kindness in rebirth. Zheng Yu has also heard about a series of things that happened after Chu Shing was taken away. Only at this moment did Zheng Yu realize that Senior Brother Galaxy was not only loyal, but also wise. Ask yourself, if you were caught, could you be as resilient as Senior Brother Galaxy? Can I not suffer a little physical pain, but gain the trust of the demon sect, and finally trap and kill the demon lord? Zheng Yu felt that not only could she not do it, but she might not even be able to save her life. So Brother Galaxy is really a man of great wisdom. In the past, Zheng Yu always thought about how to defeat Brother Galaxy, but this time Zheng Yu was really convinced. Not only in terms of cultivation, but also in all aspects, Zheng Yu is convinced. Zheng Yu was shocked especially when he heard that Senior Brother Galaxy killed countless demon lords by himself, 5th grade, and still had 58 wounds on his body. Senior Brother Galaxy has the peak strength of 4th grade. He can kill 5th grade like a dog. What a terrifying strength this is. Although he has a 7-color glazed body, and although he has entered the 4th grade, let alone a group of 5th grade demons, even if it is one, he can only narrowly defeat it. Under such comparison, Zheng Yu was even more embarrassed. But Zheng Yu would like to thank God that Brother Galaxy was not seriously injured, otherwise he would have to live with guilt for the rest of his life. But even so, Zheng Yu still felt that his life was given by Senior Brother Galaxy. My parents are the ones who gave birth to me, and they are the ones who reborn me, Brother Galaxy. After sending away Zheng Yu, who was crying bitterly, Chu Shing also learned some of the subsequent events from his brothers. Yushu Palace sent millions of spiritual stones and the heads of Lu Hao's family, but Chu Shing was not interested at all in Lu Hao's head. This thing can't be used to make bullfrog stew, so what's the use? But a million spiritual stones, it makes me feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. The sect made another huge profit with millions of spirit stones. And the spiritual stones and stone-touching magic that he handed over were all returned to their original owners. After all, after the death of the demon lord, he killed so many people. Before the remaining people had time to divide their luggage and escape, the people from Vast Heaven Sect arrived and made dumplings directly. Except for some of the spiritual stones that were absorbed by Meng Yang when he was cultivating Vast Heaven's fighting spirit, all the spiritual stones have not escaped. Not only the spiritual stones that he handed over, but also all the good things that Meng Yang has collected over the years have not escaped. All of them have been absorbed by Vast Heaven Sect. Got it. This calculation not only resulted in no loss, but also a huge profit. At the same time, only a handful of people have seen the magic of turning stones, and those who have seen it have all disappeared, so the sect really has nothing to lose this time. Or both humans and ghosts showing off, but you are the only one getting beaten. And just when Chu Shing was extremely depressed, another news came from the outside. When he heard the news, Chu Shing almost vomited blood. The news comes from Shadow Demon Sect. Demon Emperor Wu Xingyan released the news that Shadow Demon Sect was not aware of the abduction of Chu Shing, and it was not ordered by him, Wu Xingyan. But Meng Yang did it in private, and the Demon Sect had no idea about it. Good guy. As soon as this news came out, everyone was shocked. Shadow Demon Sect, are you giving in? All parties have been fighting against Shadow Demon Sect for so many years. Even if Shadow Demon Sect loses, they still shout that I will definitely come back. Classic villain quotes. Shadow Demon Sect never gives in no matter how badly they lose. But this time, Shadow Demon Sect actually said that it was not them, but Meng Yang's personal behavior. To be honest, although the Demon Emperor is a villain, various sects know something about him. Wu Xingyan is the type who just says whatever he wants. Since he said it wasn't Shadow Demon Sect's behavior, it definitely wasn't the case. But now, is it important? The day after the news came out, Jiao Mingchao spread the word. This incident, Shadow Demon Sect, touched the reverse scale of Vast Heaven Sect. Vast Heaven Sect will never give up. At the same time, experts from Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City also began to gather in Tianrun City. The target is directly at Shadow Demon Sect. When he heard the news, Chu Shing was very excited. I'm coming. The chance finally came. Vast Heaven Sect is going to have a bloody battle with Shadow Demon Sect. Even if Vast Heaven Sect is extremely powerful, Shadow Demon Sect is not a soft persimmon. After this bloody battle, it is definitely impossible for Vast Heaven Sect not to suffer losses. So I succeeded after all. Although Shadow Demon Sect gave in, Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City refused to do it. In this incident, Zheng Yu was rescued by Chu Shing, but Chu Shing was narrowly escaped in the end. But as Ji Yu Mingqiao said, Shadow Demon Sect moved Chu Shing, that is, it touched the reverse scale of Vast Heaven Sect. This time Vast Heaven Sect will never give up. The strong men from Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City gathered in Tianrun City, and this time the target was directed at Demon Shadow City. Chu Shing was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Vast Heaven Sect Martial Emperor City went to war with Shadow Demon Sect. Even though everyone knew the result, Shadow Demon Sect would definitely lose in the end, but once such a large-scale war started, no one would order it. What about losses? God has finally opened his eyes. Seeing that he has gone through so many hardships, is he going to help himself? But this happiness only lasted for less than a day. A piece of news directly made Chu Shing so angry that he cursed. Sect Master, Shadow Demon City was destroyed overnight. All Shadow Demon Sect members have withdrawn from Shadow Demon City, and their current whereabouts are unknown. When the news came, Chu Shing almost sent himself away. WTF? Shadow Demon Sect destroyed Shadow City and then ran away. Do you deserve to be called the Demon Sect? Do you still have any dignity as a demon? Do you want some billion? What about the promised battle? What about the promised loss? You demons ran away before the enemy arrived. Bah! Despicable. Chu Shing was so angry that he almost cried. However, after the news came out, everyone in the world was shocked. First of all, the Vast Heaven Sect and the Martial Emperor City went to war against the Shadow Demon Sect for one person, which shocked all parties. However, I never expected that this time Shadow Demon Sect would not dare to touch the edge of these two parties, and chose such a humiliating way to escape. Although Shadow Demon City was destroyed, Shadow Demon Sect lost all face. But all parties still secretly nodded to Shadow Demon Sect's approach. Shadow Demon Sect is very strong. Even most of the 10 major sects cannot compare with Shadow Demon Sect, a major demonic sect. But when Shadow Demon Sect faces the full attack of Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City at the same time, does it have any chance of winning? If you really choose to defend Demon Shadow City, there will be only one outcome. Not only will Demon Shadow City be destroyed, but countless powerful Demon Sect warriors will also perish here. So there is nothing wrong with the choice of Shadow Demon Sect. At the same time, the Shadow Demon Sect's approach is also to show weakness to the Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City, and it is also intended to end this turmoil that shocked the world. Everything started because of one person, and it swept the whole world because of one person. Vast Heaven Sect, Martial Emperor City, major sects, and Shadow Demon Sect. It was all turbulent because of Chu Shing. Shadow Demon Sect even lost their sacred land Magic Shadow City. This time the Demon Sect really suffered a heavy loss. Chu Shing's name is completely spread throughout the world. Everyone knows that there is a person in Vast Heaven Sect who cannot be messed with, and he is Chu Shing. Provoke him. Look at the fate of Shadow Demon Sect, and look at the fate of Yushu Palace. The storm gradually subsided, and Zheng Yu from Martial Emperor City also came to Chu Shing to say goodbye. Senior Brother Galaxy, we are about to return to the sect. Zheng Yu will never forget the kindness shown by Senior Brother Galaxy this time in his life. If Senior Brother Galaxy needs it in the future, please give him a word and Zheng Yu will go through fire and water. Zheng Yu looked serious, and many big bosses from Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City also nodded. When the people from Martial Emperor City left, Zheng Yu still looked back 3 times with one step, but this time Zheng Yu looked at Chu Shing no longer with provocation and dissatisfaction, but with gratitude and reverence. Everyone in Vast Heaven Sect also left Tianrun City and returned to Vast Heaven Sect, but there was a little guy named Fong Yuzheng when they left. Feng Yuyan sent her younger brother to follow Chu Shing into the Vast Heaven Sect. Naturally, Feng Yuan would not have any worries about what happened to her brother in the vast heaven sect. After all, Chu Shing had personally stated that he would take care of Feng Yuzhang. Feng Yuan knew that Chu Shing was a nobleman of the Feng family, and the reason why the Feng family could soar into the sky was entirely because of Chu Shing. The light of the teleportation array appears in the vast heaven sect. Countless vast heaven sect disciples are now waiting in front of the teleportation array. Welcome to the sect leader and elders for their triumphant return. Countless disciples saluted. Jiao Mingchao smiled and waved, then led everyone to vast heaven palace. In the vast heaven main hall, the elders of all the palaces gathered here. Chu Shing stood in the center of the main hall and recounted everything that happened this time in detail. But relying on my ability to make things up, I don't have to worry about any problems. After all, even if there is a problem, the people in Shadow Demon Sect have already vaccinated themselves in advance, right? Even though the sect leader and many elders already knew everything, they still couldn't help but look with approval after listening to Chu Shing's story. Sect Master, this disciple leaked the sect's secret method, please ask the sect master to punish him. Chu Shing knelt beside Jiao Mingchao. This was Chu Shing's last effort. Galaxy, the vast heaven fighting spirit you taught Meng Yang was fake, how could you reveal it? Besides, using this technique to trap Meng Yang, you not only have no fault but have merit. That's right, it's being said all over the world that Demon Lord Demon Sect was tricked and killed by a junior from Vast Heaven Sect. Shadow Demon Sect has lost all his face. This is Gong, where did it come from? Many elders also spoke to each other. Sect Master, what I'm talking about is not Vast Heaven's fighting will, but the stone-making magic. I did give this stone-making magic to Meng Yang at that time, so it was indeed leaked, and this should be punished. As soon as Chu Shing spoke, many elders were moved. Let's see, this kid Galaxy. In fact, the magic of stone-making was originally developed by Galaxy himself, and it has brought so many benefits to the sect. Even if it leaks out, it won't be a big deal, right? But the kid Galaxy feels guilty because of this. Look, this kid is really awesome. If other people have gone through so much, why should they brag to the sky? But instead of bragging about any of his actions, Galaxy, the kid, is always looking for his own mistakes, and now he even wants to take the initiative to be punished. How big-hearted this is. But when it came to the magic of starting stones, many elders realized that everyone was paying attention to the matter of the demon sect, but don't forget what the kid Galaxy did in Spirit City. Play the world at your fingertips and win the most terrifying Tianyi spirit mine in history for Vast Heaven Sect. Faced with the threat from the Shi family, Galaxy, the child, even personally trained Wang Tianyu, the magician of stone. I heard that Wang Tianyu can now achieve a stone yield rate of over 80%. This is something that even the heads and elders of the Shi family may not be able to do. Moreover, Wang Tianyu has recently trained many disciples of the Midas technique, and all of them are extremely talented. Qin reported to Shang that if this progress continues, in 2 years at most, Vast Heaven Sect will no longer need any contracts from the Shi family, and Vast Heaven Sect's Midas can be self-sufficient. And 5 years later, Vast Heaven Sect can even take orders from outside and become a sect with the Midas touch. Qin Shang even said that if nothing unexpected happens, in 10 years, he is even sure that Vast Heaven Sect will replace the Shi family and become the largest Dianshi sect in the world. What this kid Galaxy did in Spirit City was tantamount to creating a future for Vast Heaven Sect. But this kid didn't take any credit at all. Instead, he reflected on his own mistakes. The Great Elder was worried that this incident would make Chu Shing proud and complacent. Now the Great Elder is relieved. Galaxy is still the same Galaxy. He never asks for credit because of what he has done for the sect. He always asks for punishment because of what he has done wrong. This child is really blessed by Vast Heaven. Good boy, I already know about this, but since you said you want to be punished, then I will punish you. Jiao Mingchao suddenly spoke, and these words made many elders stunned. But soon everyone was laughing. I will punish you to go to the Hidden Skills Pagoda. From today on, you will not only learn Vast Heaven's fighting spirit, but you will also have to understand all the skills in the entire Hidden Skills Pagoda. After all, you are not an ordinary disciple, and you will have to do these sooner or later. As soon as Jiao Mingchao said these words, Chu Shing was dumbfounded. Is this punishment? Sect Master, do you call this punishment? Look, my compass of misfortune didn't even react at all. Can this be called punishment? Many elders laughed, but there was also a trace of surprise in their eyes. What does it mean to be an unusual disciple? Do it sooner or later. In Vast Heaven Sect, the hidden skill tower can be said to be the most important place. It contains all the skills of Vast Heaven Sect. Under normal circumstances, even elder-level characters do not need to understand them all. After all, that's too much. And there is only one person who needs to understand everything, and roughly understands every technique in the Hidden Kung Pagoda, and that is the sect leader Jiao Mingqiao. Vast Heaven Sect also has an unwritten rule. No matter who wants to become a sect leader in the future, they must first gradually master all the techniques in the Tibetan Kung Fu Tower. Understanding the Hidden Kung Fu Tower is the first step. Then we need to understand the various contents of the sect, whether it is openly or secretly. So when Jiao Mingqiao said this, everyone understood that Jiao Mingqiao had already made plans to hand over Vast Heaven Sect to Chu Shing in the future. Although Galaxy is still young, there is nothing wrong with nurturing him from now on. Thank you still, Master. The Great Elder looked at Chu Shing solemnly. Although the sect leader did not explain, his words just now were tantamount to telling everyone everything. The Great Elder was also extremely satisfied with the reaction of many elders, because no one stood up to object. But that should be the case. Who would object to the performance of this kid Galaxy? Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Shing almost cried. Am I breaking a law? It's okay if the compass of misfortune is not rewarded, think about the Hidden Gong Tower. Oh my god, there are 9 floors of the Hidden Gong Pagoda, which is said to have 1,000,000 hidden powers. Do you want to understand them one by one? Isn't this the worst punishment in the world? Compass of misfortune, are you being reasonable? Is there any heavenly principle? Is there any royal law? Chu Shing walked out of the vast heaven hall with tears in his eyes. A group of big guys looked at Chu Shing who left with tears in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh, this kid is crying with joy. As soon as Chu Shing walked out of the vast heaven hall, countless senior brothers and sisters from Ling Palace also came after hearing the news. Everyone pulled Chu Shing to ask about everything from Lingcheng to Tianrun City. Chu Shing told everything with a sad face. At this time, the sadness in my heart has not only become a river, but has even begun to flow backwards. Ling Palace has been particularly lively these 2 days. Because Chu Shing is back. The entire Ling Palace was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and the Great Elder didn't even express any dissatisfaction because of everyone's crazy celebration. Disciples from other palaces also came to visit Chu Shing. Junior brother Galaxy, this is a 1,000-year-old ginseng I got. I heard you were injured before. Take the stewed chicken and recuperate. Junior brother Galaxy, this golden scale armor is a rare treasure. If you put it on, you can ensure that your vitals will not be injured if you encounter that kind of bloody battle in the future. What are you talking about? Are you cursing Junior brother Galaxy? Bah, bah, bah. It's senior brother and I can't speak, but the things are good things. Junior brother, please keep them. Junior brother Galaxy, senior brother Galaxy. People from all the palaces came, those who brought medicine, those who brought exotic treasures, those who brought rare treasures, those who brought charming eyes. Anyway, Chu Shing received all kinds of things and his scalp was numb. The one whose scalp was even more numb was Fong who came back with Chu Shing. 1,000-year-old ginseng, stew, chicken, exotic gold silk scales, please let Chu Shing keep it. Feng Yuzhang's eyes turned red when he saw all kinds of rare treasures. Is this the legendary Vast Heaven Sect? Is this the legendary Chu Shing? 1,000-year-old ginseng. So when he was born outside, he couldn't cause a bloody storm. And just now, Feng Yuzhang saw it. Is it also called Millennium Ginseng? Judging from the thickness and roots of the ginseng, it must be at least 7 or 8,000 years old, right? We can't call this level of 1,000-year ginseng anymore. We have to call it 10,000-year ginseng, right? But this level of ginseng, stewed chicken. Are you Vast Heaven Sect a bit human? There is also the golden scale armor. Feng Yuzhang once heard someone say that an elder of a certain sect got one. He usually kept it as a treasure and would not even let his own son take a look at it. But if I give it to Chu Shing, why don't I accept it because it's unlucky? Although it has not been long since he came to Vast Heaven Sect, Feng Yuzheng has been refreshed in his outlook and understanding time and time again. Her sister asked her to follow Chu Shing into the Vast Heaven Sect. Although she also told her a lot about Chu Shing, to be honest, Feng Yuzheng didn't think those were true. Being so crazy about a person Vast Heaven Sect. Is it possible? Isn't Chu Shing a disciple of Vast Heaven Sect? Even if something happens to the elder of Vast Heaven Sect, it won't necessarily be like this, right? But after actually coming to Vast Heaven Sect and seeing it with his own eyes, Feng Yuzheng realized that he was too naive. Feng Yuzheng stayed in Ling Palace these 2 days. Because he was arranged by Chu Shing, everyone in Ling Palace took great care of Feng Yuzheng. Feng Yuzheng wandered around Ling Palace for 2 days, just to see if people would talk about Chu Shing behind his back. The facts shocked Feng Yuzheng again. No matter in front of or behind anyone, no one in the entire Ling Palace said a bad word about Chu Shing. He even carefully asked his 2 senior brothers if there was anything bad about Chu Shing. The 2 senior brothers turned against each other on the spot, pointing at themselves and saying that even if they were brought by Junior Brother Galaxy would never let them go if they slandered him like this. Why are you slandering me? I just asked. Okay. Originally, Feng Yuzheng thought that Chu Shing might be from Ling Palace, so it would be hard to tell outsiders if Ling Palace was like this. But what happened next completely overturned Feng Yuzheng's understanding. All the palaces are here. People from all the palaces didn't say anything bad about Chu Shing, even the outer disciples came. Feng Yuzheng could imagine the outer sect disciples fawning over the inner sect, but it was beyond Feng Yuzheng's imagination that a group of outer sect disciples came to visit them without giving anything. Senior Brother Galaxy is not the kind of person who cares about gifts. Senior Brother Galaxy will be very happy when people come. Even if we don't come, Senior Brother Galaxy will never blame us. A group of outer disciples left with satisfaction after visiting Senior Brother Galaxy. Feng Yuzheng was numb. He had never believed that there was a saint in this world before, or even believed that Vast Heaven Sect was like this for a person, but now Feng Yuzheng believed it. I heard that Junior Brother Galaxy was punished. He was punished to go to the hidden Kung Fu Pagoda to learn Kung Fu techniques. Someone was talking privately. When he heard this punishment, Feng Yuzheng vomited blood again. Do you Vast Heaven Sect call this punishment? Finally, after seeing off countless senior brothers who came to visit, Chu Shing relaxed and finally thought of Feng Yuzheng. Because he did not start with normal disciples, Feng Yuzheng lacked both in terms of cultivation and familiarity with his brothers. In the past 2 days, Chu Shing was also thinking about how to arrange Feng Yuzheng. Yuzheng, Vast Heaven Sect 18th Palace, is there any palace you want to go to? Chu Shing is still very good to this benefactor's younger brother. Ah, can I choose? Feng Yuzheng was also stunned. It's not possible under normal circumstances, but it's not impossible at all. In this way, I'll take you around the various palaces. If you really like someone, you can stay. You, Senior Brother Galaxy, I'm still a bit thin in the sect. When the time comes, let me help you talk about it. Then Feng Yuzheng followed Chu Shing around the 18th palace of Vast Heaven Sect. This time Feng Yuzheng really understood what the 3 words Chu Shing represented in Vast Heaven Sect. No matter which palace Chu Shing went to, disciples from each palace came to greet him one after another. When they heard that Chu Shing was going to recommend a palace to Feng Yuzheng, almost all palaces expressed their willingness to accept Feng Yuzheng. Even Cholan Palace, which had all female disciples, said after hearing Chu Shing's words that they were not completely incapable of being accommodating. How can this be so accommodating? Feng Yuzheng was really confused. In the end, Feng Yuzheng stayed in Qingmu Palace. His own physique was suitable for practicing Qingmu Palace's techniques. Although he started late, due to Chu Shing's instructions, everyone in Qingmu Palace loved this junior disciple. A group of people clamored to personally teach the junior fellow students, which made Feng Yuzheng burst into tears. After Chu Shing finished handling Feng Yuzheng's matter, he came to the hidden Gong Pagoda. Looking from a distance, I saw the entrance of the Tibetan Kung Fu Tower. The disciple responsible for guarding the hidden Kung Fu Pagoda was carefully checking the tokens of everyone who entered the hidden Kung Fu Pagoda. With the 3rd level token, you can go to all areas below the 3rd floor. You cannot go to the 3rd floor. 5th level token, senior sister should know the rules. You can't mess around above the 5th level, otherwise you will be punished. The disciples at the door were distinguishing the kung fu tokens in the hands of the visitors one by one. These tokens were also given to the disciples by each palace, and basically meant the areas they could enter. In addition to these, every disciple who enters will receive a forbidden fire talisman. Junior brother, fire is prohibited in the hidden kung fu tower. Although you practice fire-based kung fu, you must not mess around, you know. Senior sister, please take the fire forbidden talisman. All entrants must hold it. Disciples entered one after another after being inspected by the disciples guarding the door. Chu Shing also came to the door of the Tibetan Gong Pagoda. But just as he was about to line up for inspection, a guard disciple saw Chu Shing. Junior brother Galaxy, don't wait in line, just go in. Ah, Chu Shing was stunned, but when he saw other people nodding to tell senior brother Galaxy to go quickly, he was also speechless. Chu Shing walked to the door helplessly and prepared to be examined. Junior brother Galaxy, are you kidding us here? Do you still need to check? You can go wherever you want to this hidden power tower. The news that Chu Shing was punished to go to the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda to learn all the Kung Fu techniques has now spread throughout the vast Heaven Sect. Everyone in the vast Heaven Sect knows this and what it means. As for the fact that Chu Shing didn't get the token of the hidden Gong Pagoda, no one cares at all, right? Chu Shing still needs a token. All the vast heaven orders are in his hands, okay. Then, you will be punished for walking around inside. Chu Shing worked hard to be punished. Walking around without a corresponding token is indeed a punishment, but Junior Brother Galaxy, aren't you kidding me? You can go wherever you like on the 9th floor of the hidden Gong Pagoda. Okay, then what? Give me a fire forbidden talisman. No. Junior Brother Galaxy, that forbidden fire talisman is for some ordinary disciples to worry about their mistakes in it. Junior Brother, how can you use that? Go ahead, Junior Brother. Then Chu Shing walked into the Tibetan Gong Pagoda. There is no need to show the token. Even the fire band talisman is not required, but no one thinks there is any problem with this. Chu Shing wandered around the hidden Gong Pagoda in confusion, and found that there were guarding disciples on each floor. For example, when entering from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, you also need to show a token, but Chu Shing went directly to the 2nd and 3rd floors, and even went all the way to the 9th floor. In addition to greeting him with a smile, all the guard disciples, no one wanted to stop me and ask. Chu Shing everyone sitting on the 9th floor of the hidden Gong Pagoda was stunned. So, when did I accidentally become the most privileged disciple of vast Heaven Sect? Why am I still a little excited when I think about it? Wrong. Chu Shing realized something was wrong. Are you excited? Is this something you should consider? What are your goals? To pull vast Heaven Sect down from the #1 sect in the world, this is my original intention. I almost forgot my original intention. I went to the lowest floors of the hidden Gong Pagoda and wandered around for a while. Finally sitting on the 1st floor of the Tibetan Kung Pagoda, Chu Shing began to think, where should he start to attack the sect himself? How can I get punished? While he was thinking, Chu Shing heard a voice coming from his ear. Brother Galaxy, I am a disciple of the Thunder Palace. Can I ask you for advice? Looking up, he saw a young disciple who was holding a book called Thunder Technique and looking at him expectantly. Consult. Chu Shing wanted to say that he didn't understand, but the person behind the disciple spoke. Brother Galaxy, please give us some advice. We are all practicing the Thunder Technique, but the elders are busy, so it's hard for us to ask for advice. If we practice it wrong, big trouble will happen. Something big happened. Chu Shing, who originally wanted to refuse, became excited when he heard this. Didn't the opportunity come? They were afraid of making mistakes, so they asked themselves for advice. And once a mistake is made, the impact will be huge. It is definitely not a trivial matter for these children to make mistakes in their cultivation. When the time comes to tell the outside world, holy shit, Senior Brother Galaxy gave us blind advice. As a result, we almost went crazy in practice, so we asked, can't the sect just ignore it when the time comes? Won't punishment or something come? It is a taboo in the sect to give random instructions on martial arts to others. Besides, he is not a disciple of the Thunder Palace yet, so if he gives random instructions to the Thunder Palace, then the leader of the Thunder Palace will not be able to make trouble with the sect leader. Chu Shing instantly found his life goal. Junior brothers, although I don't know much about this thunder technique, I am willing to give you some pointers. How many people are still learning this technique? I might as well give you pointers together. A sheep is being herded, and a group of sheep is being driven. If you want to trap someone, make it a big one. The more people who have problems practicing this technique, the more severe the punishment you will receive. Chu Shing was overjoyed. He finally found his life goal in this hidden power tower. The news that Senior Brother Galaxy was going to teach everyone the exercises spread like wildfire. Although the thunder technique is an entry-level technique, there are quite a lot of disciples practicing this technique in the Thunder Palace. When they heard that Senior Brother Galaxy was going to explain the thunder technique to everyone cheered and came running. So much so that Chu Shing couldn't teach in the Hidden Gong Pagoda because there were too many people, so he directly found a dojo outside the Hidden Gong Pagoda. The entire dojo was packed with seats in a short period of time. I only heard that Senior Brother Galaxy is kind and righteous before, but today I found out that he is so willing to help others. That's right, our Thunder Palace elders are very busy. On weekdays, not to mention asking the elders for advice, even those who seek advice from our senior sisters and brothers are always pushed back. It's Senior Brother Galaxy who can actually take time out of his busy schedule to guide us. Then what? Does anyone know when Senior Brother Galaxy practiced the thunder technique? What do you care about? Senior Brother Galaxy is practicing Vast Heaven's fighting spirit. As the saying goes, one method can conquer all methods. Senior Brother Galaxy has already reached a level that is difficult for you and me to understand. Chu Shing heard the buzz around him, but Chu Shing didn't blush at all. Thunder technique. I know the thunder technique of a hammer. If the disciples from the Thunder Palace hadn't said that there was this technique, I swear, I would have known that it was all about that. The most I know about lei is about throwing lei and husai lei. But looking at the thunder Ju at hand, Chu Shing didn't panic at all. Who said that instructing others requires understanding the exercises themselves? That was because I wanted to give others some good pointers, but I didn't need this at all. Soon, everyone in the dojo arrived, and the lecture on the thunder technique also began. Senior Brother Galaxy, I have been practicing the thunder technique for more than 3 months, but I always have problems with blocked spiritual luck. Please tell me, Senior Brother Galaxy, what is the reason for this? Brother Galaxy, we also have a blockage problem, but apart from that, I always feel paused when I practice thunder technique to absorb spiritual energy. I don't know why. At this moment, none of the disciples from the Thunder Palace were polite to Chu Shing and the question popped into Chu Shing face like a machine gun. But Chu Shing didn't panic at all, looking calm and composed. As the disciples from the Thunder Palace finished asking the questions, everyone looked at Senior Brother Galaxy, waiting for Senior Brother Galaxy to answer everyone's questions. Chu Shing smiled slightly. Haha, you're done asking, right? No problem, right? It's my turn, right? Actually, the problems you mentioned have appeared among the disciples of Thunder Palace throughout the generations. Chu Shing started talking nonsense without blushing or out of breath. I have encountered all of the problems you have raised recently when I was studying the thunder technique. So after careful consideration, I feel, the problem does not lie with you. But it lies in the technique itself. Because the thunder technique, everyone has practiced it backwards. This technique is wrong for some reason, so it needs to be practiced in reverse. Once practiced in reverse, these problems will be solved. Chu Shing would never stop dying if his words were not surprising. When I heard the counter cultivation, the entire dojo became quiet. Reverse cultivation. You must know that from the formation of a skill to the late stage practice, it is the accumulation of thousands of generations. It has been verified by countless predecessors with countless failures. And reverse cultivation. Are you sure this isn't a joke? You must know that reverse cultivation means that all spiritual luck transformation methods must be reversed, which is in conflict with one's own spiritual luck transformation. This is a taboo in cultivation. After listening to Chu Shing words, many people were stunned on the spot. Reverse cultivation. Senior Brother Galaxy means that the thunder technique is wrong. Is it necessary to reverse cultivation? It's impossible. Thunder technique is one of the 3 introductory techniques of Thunder Palace. I've heard that reverse cultivators may become obsessed with it. Brother Galaxy, are you kidding me? Don't make trouble. When did Senior Brother Galaxy make a joke to everyone? I think what Senior Brother Galaxy said makes sense. At this moment, if someone else said that the thunder technique needs to be reversed, they would probably be criticized as a sea dog. But these words were said by Senior Brother Galaxy, no matter how outrageous they were. Thinking of Senior Brother Galaxy's behavior in Vast Heaven Sect, everyone couldn't help but nodded. You will definitely encounter various obstacles in the beginning of reverse cultivation, but don't panic. As long as you face the difficulties, you will find that the true reverse cultivation of Thunder Ju will lead to a new world. Chu Shing looked solemn, pointing everyone on the wrong path. For someone who is completely unfamiliar with the thunder technique, even making it up randomly won't work. After much thought, Chu Shing found the most reliable method that is suitable for everyone. That's reverse cultivation. What kind of technique can't be completed without reverse cultivation? As long as the disciples of the Thunder Palace begin to reversely practice the thunder technique, even if all of them are not possessed by evil spirits and get damaged, they probably won't be much different. However, with the elders of the sect around, his life would not be in danger. But even if there is no danger, the elders of Thunder Palace know that they gave random instructions. Are they willing to give up? It's not too late to cause a quarrel. This is sure. Then Chu Shing told everyone in detail about the various reactions that may occur during reverse cultivation. Anyway, it is right to feel uncomfortable at first. As long as you insist on reverse cultivation, it will not take long for you to go wrong. Direction success. Chu Shing walked out of the dojo and almost couldn't help but sing, "Have a good life." Although it can be seen that many Thunder Palace disciples still have great doubts about the reverse cultivation of thunder technique, but equally many more people really believe what he said. He also said that he would start reverse cultivation when he returned today. Look, what a good kid. Even if not all of these junior disciples practice to become possessed, as long as there are a group of people who become possessed, then I will be satisfied. Don't do evil because it's small, don't do good because it's small. The road to destroying the sect is long, but I should seek it from head to toe. After finishing his journey of deceiving people in the dojo, Chu Shing returned to the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda again. Sitting on the 9th floor of the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda, Chu Shing looked up and down for a long time at the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda, which was entirely made of wood. If this is a fire, let me ask, who can protect themselves? After thinking about it, this method is not very feasible. The hidden gong tower can be said to be the foundation of Vast Heaven Sect. If there is a fire, no one can protect themselves, let alone the Great Elder. Even the sect leader may not be able to intervene. This doesn't mean he should have cut himself alive on the spot. Forget it, it's still wretched and underdeveloped, so it can't be too frivolous. There are countless exercises in the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda. Chu Shing watched all kinds of exercises for a day. How can he feel? If he puts a hole in his head, what comes out will definitely be rice porridge. With a confused mind, Chu Shing returned to his residence in Ling Palace. Senior brother Fong was sitting in front of the desk with a frown on his face. Junior brother Galaxy is back. Seeing Chu Shing coming back, Fong tried his best to smile. What are you busy with, senior brother Fong? Purchasing. Do you want my help? Chu Shing looked excited. Last time, he purchased 3 million Shen Ling Sao to blow up a spiritual cave. If there is another chance, Chu Shing said that he would definitely face the difficulties. I don't believe it. Can he blow up another spiritual cave? Junior brother Galaxy, it's not about procurement, it's about spiritual weapons. Junior brother, you have been studying in the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda these days, so you may not know much about this matter. Several aristocratic families that have been cooperating with the sect to build spiritual weapons and attach spirits to the spiritual weapons requested the sect to increase the price of making spiritual weapons and the price of attaching spirits on the grounds that the price of raw materials has soared. The sect leader was very angry about this matter and handed it over to the Great Elder. Wouldn't it fall on me in the end? Sigh, if this matter is not handled well, the sect may be in trouble. After Fong finished speaking, his eyes dimmed. Chu Xinghei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Is the sect going to be in trouble? Senior brother Fong, please tell us quickly. Just ask, is there anything better in this world than the sect being in trouble? Chu Xinghei immediately moved a small bench and sat down opposite Feng Fei with a serious look on his face, listening at ease. Soon, Chu Xinghei understood what happened. The vast Heaven Sect family has great achievements, and there are even millions of spiritual soldiers in the spiritual pool, but this does not stop the development of vast Heaven Sect. On the contrary, every year, the disciples and elders of the vast Heaven Sect go out to various blessed places, Grotto Heaven, to look for various precious materials. After these materials are brought back, they will entrust some families who specialize in creating spiritual weapons to forge the spiritual weapons. Therefore, over the years, the number of spiritual soldiers in the spiritual pool of vast Heaven Sect has been continuously increasing. In addition to the creation of spiritual weapons, possessing spirits is also very important. Not every disciple can obtain such a heaven-defying existence as the vast Heaven Sword Sheath. Most of the disciples received the most basic spiritual weapons, and these spiritual weapons basically had their own flaws. The spirit possession can not only increase the strength of the spirit weapon, but also make up for the shortcomings of the spirit weapon itself in all aspects. But spirit attachment also requires spending various materials. However, major aristocratic families that have previously cooperated with Vast Heaven Sect have recently requested Vast Heaven Sect to increase their prices due to the soaring price of materials. This time Ji Yu Mingqiao was angry. The prices offered by Vast Heaven Sect must be the highest. Are these guys still not satisfied? So out of anger, Vast Heaven Sect directly cancelled cooperation with major aristocratic families. But the sect still needs to build spiritual soldiers and possess spirits. So now the errand fell on the Great Elder, and the sect leader asked the Great Elder to handle the matter in the shortest possible time. The Great Elder took many elders from the sect and thought about it and finally came up with two solutions. The first one is to find other spiritual weapon families to cooperate with. However, this route does not sound very reliable at first glance. After all, the companies that have cooperated with Vast Heaven Sect before are all the largest. If you abandon the largest and most powerful ones and choose others, it is better to raise the price. As for the second way, the Great Elder wants to learn what Chu Xinghei did in Lingcheng. The Shi family refused to cooperate before, and Chu Xinghei trained his own stone masters. Although Wang Tianyu and the others are still unable to achieve the output they had when they cooperated with the Shi family, but according to the current progress, Wang Tianyu and the others can definitely surpass it in 2 or 3 years. Shi family. This can be said to be a once and for all thing. Therefore, the Great Elder plans to train talents to build spiritual soldiers and possessed spirits. But the spirit weapon is different from the stone. The creation of spiritual weapons and the attachment of spirits are much more complicated, and it is simply unrealistic to directly start from scratch by looking for someone like Wang Tianyu. So even if you really want to take this path, you can only find some spiritual warrior families and use them for your own use. This is what troubles senior brother Fong. After all, cultivating a family of spiritual soldiers is an unimaginable expense. Moreover, this choice must be prudent, otherwise if this family fails to achieve anything in the end, the sect will pay a huge price and end up with nothing. Chu Xinghei's eyes turned red when he heard this. Thanks to those veterans of the spirit soldier family who have raised prices for helping me. Thank you for creating such a great situation for me. Junior Brother Galaxy, look, this is the list and introduction of some aristocratic families that I have compiled recently that can be conquered by our vast Heaven Sect. Feng Fei did not hide it from Chu Xinghei, but directly sent the list he compiled to Chu Xinghei. Picking up the list, Chu Xinghei was disappointed at first glance. The Lu family, ranked first, is a long-established family of spiritual warriors with extraordinary strength. Although it has declined due to various things in recent years, its foundation is still there. Can it still take off without the support of the sect? This is not possible. And this Wang family, bah, you don't have to read it later. The owner of this family is called Wang Tishan. Thinking of Wang Tianyu, this name sounds unreliable. If he created a second Wang Tianyu, would he die on the spot? The family behind Chu Xinghei looked down and was extremely disappointed with the list prepared by Senior Brother Fong. Senior Brother Fong, are you being too steady? But just when Chu Shing was extremely disappointed, he saw a family ranked last. Yuang family. Seeing Yuang family, Chu Shing made my eyes light up. This family is amazing. It is a family that has been passed down for thousands of years. The head of the family, Yang Cheng, accidentally took too much tonic in a brothel a few years ago and died on the woman on the spot. When the family elders heard that the head of the family was dead, what a relief. Everyone was so distraught that they divided their luggage and dispersed on the spot. Then Yang Ming, the remaining legitimate son of the Yang family, took his sister Yang Ling and some disciples who the family blindly chose to stay and joined a medium-sized sect called Baihemin. In 2 years, the people of the Yang family were able to flex their muscles in Baihemin. Although they consumed a lot of resources, they finally destroyed Baihemin. In just 2 years, Baihemin also divided their luggage. After that, the Yang family switched to the Kangtian sect, and the leader of the Kangtian sect held Yang Ming in high regard. Yang Ming did not disappoint the leader of the Kangtian sect. In just 1.5 years, the Yang family successfully destroyed the Kangtian sect. After that, Yang Ming took the Yang family and submitted to the Qianyuan sect. The leader of the Qianyuan sect was not an authentic person. The people of the Yang family are extremely defensive, and all kinds of resources are given to them. This is good, the sect's resources are preserved, but Yang Ming can only find other things to replace research because of insufficient resources. As a result, something went wrong with this replacement, and the manufacturing room exploded. The Qianyuan clan leader came to the rescue. After some efforts, the Yang family members were successfully rescued, but he himself was caught up in the subsequent series of big explosions. After the explosion, the entire Qianyuan sect only found the sect leader's remaining thumb or big toe at the explosion site. It was considered a complete corpse for the sect leader. Later, the Qianyuan sect was not honest and kicked out the entire Yang family for this trivial matter. Now the Yang family, led by the new head of the family Yang Ming, is about to start serving food. Looking at such a legendary family, Chu Shing shed tears. Isn't this the lucky star I dream of? I have racked my brains to bring down the vast heaven sect, but look at the Yang family. In just a few years, several sects have been destroyed. Let's not talk about how the Yang family, a 1,000-year-old family, has been inherited. Let's just say that no one can beat other people's sects. Chu Shing's eyes are shining. Such a wonderful family, I will decide the vast heaven sect. After seeing the glorious history of the Yang family, Chu Shing simply ignored the Lu family and Wang family in front of him. Compared with Yang family, I ask you, who do you think you are? Such a reliable and peerless good family, just ask where to find it. Such a good family, if you don't choose vast heaven sect, your life will be in vain. Chu Shing decided that even if he risked his dignity and chastity, he must win over the Yang family. Under the leadership of Yang Ming, the unparalleled leader of the Yang family, vast heaven sect is about to take off. But the same question arises, how to convince the sect to choose the Yang family? Junior Brother Galaxy, have you been watching this Yang family? I think Junior Brother Galaxy has also heard of the Yang family. Don't look at the record above. It's a little funny, but the Yang family is a millennium family, and the inheritance is even longer than my vast heaven sect. The most glorious era of the Yang family, the world's spiritual soldiers came out. Yang is not just talking about it casually of. Fong Fei was sighing. The Yang family, a 1,000-year-old family, is really no joke. They have had their peaks and their troughs. Although they are now in the sewers, no one will forget their former glory. This is why Yang family is in such a state of decline, yet so many people still fall in love with Yang family. Even the great elder added the Yang family to the list of candidates. Senior brother, how do you plan to choose the elder? The great elder has sent messages to each family. Each of their families will also come to vast heaven sect in the past few days. One of them will eventually be selected based on their performance. Does the great elder have anyone in mind? I heard the elder said that he has a good impression of the Wang family. Fong Fei didn't hide it either. But when he heard that the elder had a good impression of the Wang family, Chu Shing became anxious on the spot. What's impressive about the Wang family? Just because their head is called Wang Tishan. Similar name to Wang Tianyu. As soon as you hear this name, you will know that it is unreliable and unlucky. The great elder is confused. Yuang family. Listen, Yuang, the second surname. Fuxing. Not only does the name sound great, you can also play with homophones. Thousand-year-old family, their heritage, ahem. Although their family may not have much heritage anymore and they are all going to have to eat, but the millennium-old family is a millennium-old family after all. Someone's refining of spiritual weapons destroyed 2 sects and killed a sect leader. Is this their problem? Those 2 sects collapsed entirely because they were too poor. What does it have to do with the Yuang family? And the sect leader who was killed by the explosion, could he have been killed by the explosion if he wasn't too stingy? Then again, wasn't it because of his poor cultivation that he was killed? You throw the sect leader Jiao Mingchao into the center of the explosion and blow it up for 3 days and 3 nights. If the sect leader gets even a hair injured, then we lose in Vast Heaven Sect. So if you don't choose Yuang family, you're choosing in vain. Senior brother Fong, which one do you think you should choose? Me, junior brother Galaxy is joking, my opinion is useless. Just say it casually. Let me tell you, the Wang family is good, but the Lu family is more powerful. Pedantic. When Chu Shing heard Feng Fei's choice, he became anxious on the spot. Is the Lu family more powerful? What strength does the Lu family have? Does their head of the family dare to imitate the head of the Yuang family and take a bottle of big tonic pills at a time? Can the number of brothels he has visited be compared to the owner of the Yuang family? Did he die on the belly of a brothel girl? The prostitutes that the head of the Yuang family has visited can circle around their Lu family 3 times in a row. So what qualifications does the Lu family have to compare with the Yuang family? Senior brother Feng Fei is so pedantic. Yuang family is the only true god. Junior brother Galaxy, do you have any different opinions? I'm so talented. I think Yuang family is very reliable. Feng Fei. Junior brother Galaxy, it is true that the Yuang family is a millennium family, but do you know? I have also inquired about the Yuang family. Excluding those, the Yuang family needs more than 10 times more resources every year than the average family, but the spiritual soldiers produced. It was okay if Feng Fei didn't say this, but Chu Shing became even more excited when he said it. What about this good thing? What they eat is milk and what they squeeze out is grass. Forget it, the Yuang family only eats milk and doesn't squeeze anything out. This is not the Yuang family, isn't this the Pixiu family? What is the name of their current head of the family? Yuang Pixiu. Chu Shing is really moved by such a perfect family. He has to choose the Yuang family. With the characteristics of the Yuang family, it can definitely become a big black hole that continuously consumes Vast Heaven Sect resources. How do you say that? This is simply the legendary black hole of resources. And not only is it consuming resources, but the key people are also unable to fix anything. Senior brother Fong, I think we can't just look at things on the surface. The Yuang family was so glorious back then. Although there are reasons for its decline now, I think it's more because they can't get the resources to support them. I, Vast Heaven Sect, want to cultivate my own spiritual spirit. Soldiers can build a powerful force, be it the Lu family or the Wang family, which can solve the sect's urgent needs, but what happens after that? After Chu Shing spoke, Feng Fei fell silent. In fact, the Great Elder had communicated with him many times on this issue. Junior brother Galaxy really has a long-term vision. The Great Elder also said something similar. The Lu family and the Wang family can solve Vast Heaven Sect's urgent needs, but they can't go any further. This is why the Yuang family seems so unreliable, but the Great Elder still chooses to let them come. Although the Yuang family is now in decline, their inheritance has not been cut off. If the Yuang family can really be supported, then the strength of Vast Heaven Sect will probably be even greater. This is not something that the Lu family and the Wang family can compare with. After chatting with senior brother Feng for a while, the 2 of them took a rest. Early the next morning, Chu Shing came to the Tibetan Gong Pagoda first. Along the way, there were still countless senior brothers greeting Chu Shing, and there were even many disciples from the Thunder Palace. What's going on? Didn't the disciples of Thunder Palace practice reverse cultivation after returning? Didn't any of them go crazy? At this moment, shouldn't the chief elder of the Thunder Palace be rescuing the disciple who has gone crazy? What does this calm mean? A bad premonition came. But these are all trivial matters. Chu Shing only cares about the Yuang family now. So Chu Shing, who had been studying in the Tibetan Kong Pagoda all morning, went to Ling Palace and found the Great Elder without even bothering to eat the braised pork for lunch. Galaxy, aren't you supposed to be in the Hidden Gong Pagoda? Why are you back? This disciple misses the Great Elder very much after not seeing him for a few days, so he specially came to visit the Great Elder. Good boy, but don't let down the sect master's good intentions. You must study hard at the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda. Disciples dare not forget. Oh, by the way, Feng Fei said that you had a soft spot for the Huyang family after reading the list of Lingbing family yesterday. Now that you are here, let's have a good chat with me. The elder sat on the chair brought by Chu Shing and stretched out comfortably. Back to the Great Elder, I have carefully read the list of disciples yesterday. When it comes to choices, the Lu family and the Wang family are both good choices. They can solve my urgent need in Vast Heaven Sect, but... Say what you have to say. Yes, Great Elder, I, Vast Heaven Sect, am building a spiritual force this time just to meet urgent needs. The Great Elder did not speak, but motioned Chu Shing to continue. Great Elder, I, Vast Heaven Sect, am the #1 sect in the world. If it is just to solve the urgent need, it is better to find someone I have cooperated with before to raise the price and save worry and effort. I think we either don't do it. Since we have to do it, we must create the best spiritual force in the world. Chu Shing looked solemn, and the elder nodded silently. What a good boy. Sure enough, he understood the fundamentals at a glance. Vast Heaven Sect's big investment this time is not just to solve an urgent need. Vast Heaven Sect really wants to cultivate its own spiritual force. It is better to rely on yourself than to ask for help. The Shi family's affairs are still vivid in their minds. So you like the Yuyang family? Chu Shing nodded without hesitation. Great Elder, the Yuyang family seems to be in decline now, but the family inheritance has not been cut off. As the saying goes, it is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide help when the time is right. Whether I, Vast Heaven Sect, choose the Lu family or the Wang family, I have to ask myself, what do they value in Vast Heaven Sect? Isn't it resources? The resources of my Vast Heaven Sect are just the icing on the cake for both of them. But the Yuyang family is different. The Yuyang family is in extreme depravity and is laughed at by the world. And at such a time of extreme depravity, if I, Vast Heaven Sect, subdue them, the Yuyang family will remember this for generations to come. How dare the Yuyang family not effective? Looking at the Great Elder who was deep in thought, Chu Shing knew that he had said enough. Click to stop. Saying goodbye to the Great Elder, Chu Shing left Ling Palace and returned to the Hidden Gong Pagoda. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Gong Pagoda, he was immediately surrounded by a group of disciples from the Thunder Palace. Not only the disciples of Thunder Palace, but also the elders of Thunder Palace came. Chu Shing was overjoyed when he saw a group of menacing people from Thunder Palace. Success. Chu Shing. Sure enough, He Yanming, the chief elder of the Thunder Palace, looked at Chu Shing with an angry face, so angry that his beard almost stood up in the sky. Hello, Elder He. Chu Shing looked harmless. What a fart. Chu Shing, why did you harm my Thunder Palace disciples? If you don't explain clearly today, I will definitely take you to the sect master to ask for an explanation. Chu Shing burst into tears, finally succeeded. Emperor Tian has paid off his hard work. He has tried to commit suicide so many times, has the harvest season finally come? But just when Elder He was so angry that he wanted to drag Chu Shing to the Vast Heaven Palace to ask the sect leader for an explanation. However, a Thunder Palace disciple hurried over from a distance. Elder, Elder. The disciple rushed to Elder He's side in a few steps. Go back and take a look. Something big has happened. Hearing this disciple's words, He Yanming's already angry face suddenly turned black and purple. He heard early this morning that the disciples of Thunder Palace had received guidance from Chu Shing. This was originally a good thing. Chu Shing is very strong, and there will definitely be nothing wrong with him guiding his junior brothers and sisters. But before He Yanming was happy for a minute, news came that Chu Shing asked all the disciples who practiced the thunder technique to practice reversely. He Yanming almost vomited blood when he heard this. He was trying to trick their Thunder Palace disciples to death. When I rushed to the training ground, I saw that, my dear, all the disciples practicing reverse cultivation were bleeding from their mouths and noses, which was obviously a sign of being possessed. In anger, He Yanming led the people from Thunder Palace to find Chu Shing. If it had been anyone else, He Yanming would have been slapped to death. But just as he was about to take Chu Shing to the sect leader to complain, something big happened again in the Thunder Palace. Regardless of anything else, He Yanming grabbed Chu Shing and flew towards the Thunder Palace. But as soon as he arrived above the Thunder Palace, He Yanming was alarmed by a terrifying spiritual energy. What the hell? Is this someone's breakthrough? And it seems that it's not just one person, but many people who made the breakthrough. He Yanming was almost furious today. Chu Shing actually dared to give random instructions to the disciples of Thunder Palace, and then practiced in reverse. Isn't this a trap for the Thunder Palace? Throughout the Thunder Palace, countless disciples were tricked by Chu Shing and their mouths and noses were bleeding. This was like going crazy. We were originally going to take Chu Shing, who was behaving badly, to the sect leader to ask for an explanation, but something happened again. He Yanming didn't care so much, just grabbed Chu Shing and flew towards the Thunder Palace. He wanted Chu Shing to see how many junior brothers and sisters he had become obsessed with because of his misbehavior. Everyone says that Chu Shing has a good character. I bother. Good character. But just when He Yanming grabbed Chu Shing and flew over the Thunder Palace, terrifying spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came from the Thunder Palace. Someone breaks through. Wrong. This is not a breakthrough for one person, because the aura is a bit too scary. He Yanming didn't care about anything else, grabbed Chu Shing and flew towards the place where the spiritual energy was flowing. Soon, He Yanming found the place. Isn't this the place where he discovered that many disciples were practicing counter-cultivation and going crazy? Could it be that something happened to these disciples? Isn't this a breakthrough spiritual energy wave? Is this about to explode and die? He Yanming only wondered for less than half a minute before he was stunned by what he saw in front of him. At this moment, in the training ground, countless disciples were sitting cross-legged, and you could even see the blood spurting out from their bodies due to their previous counter-cultivation. But now each of them was sitting cross-legged, and their breath was no longer as violent as before, but became extremely stable. Not only are they stable, their bodies are also constantly filled with spiritual energy. This is a sign of a breakthrough. It's not just one person who wants to break through, but all the Thunder Palace disciples who sat here and practiced counter-cultivation before. Buzz. A terrifying spiritual energy suddenly emerged from a disciple of the Thunder Palace. As the spiritual energy entered his body again, his cultivation level also directly entered the 3rd grade from the 2nd grade. Buzz, buzz. Several more disciples broke through. At this time, the scene was in chaos, and countless disciples who had been arranged by He Yanming to look after his junior brothers and sisters here all had their eyes widened. Not only them, but also He Yanming was dumbfounded. Breakthroughs are something people do every day in the vast heaven sect, but in a training ground, everyone lines up to break through. Who has ever seen such a thing? Let alone ordinary disciples, even He Yanming has never heard of it. But what you see in front of you cannot be deceiving. At this moment, each of the Thunder Palace disciples made a desperate breakthrough. And everyone who made a breakthrough was someone who practiced the Thunder technique. To be precise, they not only practiced the Thunder technique, but also practiced it in reverse according to Chu Shing's method. Are these people not crazy? They broke through. What the hell is this? Chu Shing was also dumbfounded. When he was caught by the angry He Yanming just now, Chu Shing was already calculating what kind of punishment he would receive this time. But what if we agreed to complain to the sect leader? What do you mean by coming to Thunder Palace? Just come to the Thunder Palace. What the hell are so many people lining up to break through? The disciples of the Thunder Palace who had mastered the Thunder technique were making crazy breakthroughs one after another. This spectacular scene not only shocked the Thunder Palace, but also people from other palaces came to watch such a spectacle. The elders of the major palaces also came after hearing the news. When they saw so many Thunder Palace disciples breaking through, they were all dumbfounded. What is the Thunder Palace doing? Did we collectively save the world in our previous life? Otherwise, what does such a breakthrough mean? Elder He, this is. The great elder walked up from the side. But when faced with the Great Elder's question, He Yanming was also confused. This is a hammer. Great Elder, let me tell you, I want to know what is going on here, I am the one. Thank you, Senior Brother Galaxy, for your guidance. He Yanming did not answer, but the disciple who woke up from the Thunder Palace did. A group of Thunder Palace disciples who had broken through now saluted where Chu Shing was. Breakthrough. I have achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation that has been stagnant for half a year. What Senior Brother Galaxy said is true. The thunder technique is really wrong. Reverse cultivation. The thunder technique must be reversed. Brother Galaxy is truly a god. It's not our problem, it's the problem with the technique. Senior Brother Galaxy could see it at a glance. I just vomited blood from my mouth and nose and thought I was going crazy, but I didn't expect that after the breath reversed, my whole body felt comfortable and I even achieved a breakthrough. Me too, I thought I was crazy just now, and I even scolded Senior Brother Galaxy. I was wrong. Senior Brother Galaxy is so kind and righteous, how could he possibly harm us? Countless Thunder Palace disciples who have made breakthroughs are talking to each other, and now even Jiao Mingqiao is here. After all, it is a big deal for so many disciples to suddenly break through in one palace. So he came to see what was going on. And as the disciples from the Thunder Palace spoke, everyone finally knew what happened. It turned out that a disciple from the Thunder Palace came to Chu Shing for advice. Chu Shing directly pointed out the problem to all the disciples who practiced the thunder technique. In the end, Chu Shing concluded that the problem was not with everyone, but with the technique itself. He even proposed the idea of reverse cultivation. How bold this is! But Senior Brother Galaxy has a good reputation, so everyone naturally believes him. As a result, something went wrong during the practice. Many people bleed from their mouths and noses immediately after practicing reverse cultivation, and they look like they are going crazy. Elder He Yanming was so angry that he wanted to arrest Chu Shing to question him. But no one thought that that was just the beginning. Soon everyone stopped bleeding from their mouths and noses, and all the cultivation went smoothly. For a time, countless people completed breakthroughs here on the spot. At this moment, everyone realized that Brother Galaxy was not trying to trick everyone, but was actually right. It's not everyone's problem, it's a problem with the practice. The practice must be practiced in reverse. After hearing all this, everyone who came was dumbfounded. Chu Shing stood there like a wooden stake. Could this be any more outrageous? Can such a small probability happen to me? When they said that, I remembered that the founder of the Thunder Palace died unexpectedly. The thunder technique left behind was quite confusing. Although the elders helped to sort it out, the practice could never achieve the effect it had back then. It seems now, I'm afraid that the elders back then might have made a mistake and reversed this practice. The Great Elder spoke from the side, and everyone had heard about it to some extent. For a moment, everyone looked at Chu Shing with surprise in their eyes. You know, this thunder technique was compiled with the help of countless elders. No one can guarantee that it is absolutely correct. However, Chu Shing saw the problem at a glance. Is this child so terrible in terms of martial Dao's understanding? Galaxy, you kid, why didn't you talk to Elder He first when you discovered the mistake in the thunder technique? The sect leader said with a smile on his face. Haha, Elder He is famous for his bad temper. If Galaxy directly approached Elder He, would Elder He believe it? The Great Elder said while looking at He Yanming. He Yanming was stunned, but after listening to the words of the sect leader and the Great Elder, He Yanming nodded secretly. That's right, if the kid Galaxy came to him directly, would he believe it? This child must have thought of this, so he wanted to instruct his disciples. It was precisely because of his action that the thunder technique, which had been silent for countless years, finally came to light again. With so many people breaking through at the same time, it can be proved that the thunder technique mentioned by Chu Shing is the real thunder technique. Galaxy, I was reckless before. Elder He looked at Chu Shing with tears in his eyes. The thunder technique was once the strongest introductory skill in the Thunder Palace, but later it became like this because of confusion. Now Chu Shing has done the Thunder Palace a huge favor. I'll thank you, Senior Brother Galaxy. Countless disciples from the Thunder Palace saluted Chu Shing together. At the same time, there was endless annoyance on their faces. Before, they thought that the junior brothers and sisters had gone crazy, and each one of them even scolded Junior Brother Galaxy, but now they felt extremely ashamed when they thought about it. What kind of character is Junior Brother Galaxy? How can we question Junior Brother Galaxy? Fortunately, the Junior Brothers and Sisters broke through quickly enough, otherwise if Junior Brother Galaxy were punished for this, would we in the Thunder Palace still be human beings in the future? Ha 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 ha. Galaxy, if you have to communicate with me and the Sect Master about this matter again in the future, you won't dare to do this nonsense. But you did a good job this time. In the short time you entered the Tibetan Gong Pagoda, you actually had such martial Tao understanding. God bless Vast Heaven. Vast Heaven. Countless people from Vast Heaven Sect shouted in unison. Chu Shing was numb. God bless Vast Heaven. But when will God bless me again? You failed again, right? It's not like you failed once or twice, your mental quality has been developed long ago. The elders of each palace left happily. But Chu Shing can't leave for the time being. Elder he looked at Chu Shing as if he were a treasure. He took Chu Shing up, down, left, and right to visit in the Thunder Palace. He did not hide anything in the secret rooms and forbidden areas. Elder he showed everything to Chu Shing. Until the evening, the Thunder Palace held a grand banquet and invited all the palaces to celebrate. Chu Shing sat next to Elder he and watched the Thunder War dance performance in the Thunder Palace. A group of shirtless old men were shouting and playing with throwing thunder, and they asked what the hell was so good about it. What, don't you still select a few model workers who have lost the thunder every year? Elder he drank a lot, which can be seen from the fact that he personally performed the throwing thunder shirtless and shouted that he would become sworn brothers with his Tao Yuan 3. Let's not talk about the seniority issue for now. There must be at least 3 people in the Tao Yuan 3 brothers, right? In the end, Elder he was carried away. In Chu Shing words, Elder he's ability to drink is considered to be both a good drinker and a drinker. Several shirtless elders from the Thunder Palace personally sent Chu Shing back to the Ling Palace. Regarding these junior brothers who love to go shirtless and play with thunder, Chu Shing just wanted to ask, don't we have junior sisters in the Thunder Palace? Do you know how attractive it is for a group of junior girls to play shirtless and throw thunder? Just when Chu Shing was thinking about which palace to work on next, senior brother Fong Fei brought the only good news today. The Great Elder went to report to the sect leader. This time, what the Great Elder mentioned to the sect leader was not the Lu family nor the Wang family, but the Yang family. Speaking of Yang family, Chu Shing felt that all the bad luck of the day had been wiped away. The defeat of the Little Thunder Palace is nothing compared to the Yang family. With the help of Yang family, the future is bright. Chapter 71. Hidden Kung Fu Tower. Chu Shing looked at the Kung Fu in his hand and glanced at the various Kung Fu pagodas from time to time, feeling full of regret in his heart. You said this is a good Tibetan Kung Fu pagoda, why can't it be burned? Why don't you try it yourself? Trying a crazy temptation on the verge of death. After thinking about it, Chu Shing felt that this was not testing the edges, but that he was going straight to the bottom. Therefore, the matter of burning the hidden Gong Pagoda can only be given up with regret for the time being. The disciples of Thunder Palace have given Chu Shing many gifts in the past 2 days. There were people who brought treasures, spirit stones, food and drinks, and even many senior sisters from the Thunder Palace who came to make secret glances. Chu Shing disdains this. Snort. What's there to see about a group of little girls who can't even dance the Thunder War dance of throwing thunder while shirtless? Ignoring the glances of the senior sisters from Thunder Palace, Chu Shing continued to learn various techniques, while studying how he could run fast and far on the road to death. Continue to give advice to junior brothers and sisters. Chu Shing felt that this matter was not reliable at all. He seems to have a natural invincible bonus in mentoring people. Calculating carefully, the first time I gave advice was in the tomb of a deceased person. What happened? The second time was when he faced junior sister Wan Lin who had started a bad game. In the end, junior sister Wan Lin was transformed into the best one among the younger generation of female disciples of Vast Heaven Sect. This is the third time. He accidentally set a record for the number of disciples exceeded in a single day in the history of Vast Heaven Sect. Therefore, I am determined not to do this thing of giving advice to others anymore. Chu Shing could only answer truthfully for those junior brothers who came to him with great expectations and asked for advice from senior brother Galaxy. Junior brother, I haven't studied the techniques you are learning yet, so I don't dare to give you random instructions. Although the junior brothers were disappointed, the eyes they looked at him became more admiring. Who said last time that senior brother Galaxy was giving random advice to people from the Thunder Palace? Look, brother Galaxy is not that kind of person at all. As for the junior sister who came to ask for advice, Chu Shing also refused. What can I give you? Instruct you to learn the Thunder War dance. Do you want to learn it? No, why don't we find a place where we can dance the Thunder War dance together with no shirts on? After rejecting batch after batch of junior brothers and sisters, the people who slowly came to Chu Shing for advice finally disappeared. Chu Shing planned to catch fish these days. After all, the Ling Palace and the Hidden Gong Pagoda ran on both sides, so the fish seemed to be there. But just after a trip to Ling Palace, I met the Great Elder. Galaxy, are you tired of studying the techniques in the Tibetan Kung Fu Pagoda? The sect master said he would let you study there, and he didn't completely limit the time, right? You can't leave behind the art of refining medicine. If it really doesn't work, come back to Ling Palace. I'll personally teach you how to refine medicine. Let's also change our minds. Hearing what the Great Elder said, Chu Shing almost peed on the spot. I went to Ling Palace because I was tired of studying, but I didn't intend to change my mind and learn the art of refining medicine. It's just like when I was in school in my last life, the teacher would say if they disagreed with each other, "You are tired of Chinese studies, let's change your mind and learn mathematics." Is this a change of mind? Is this what I want to change my brain? Between the art of refining medicine and the Hidden Kung Fu Tower, Chu Shing chose the Hidden Kung Fu Tower without hesitation. Is there anything in this world that is more terrifying than learning the art of refining medicine? Hiding in the Hidden Gong Tower, you can still steal fish and learn the art of refining medicine from the Great Elder. It's scary to think about it. So Chu Shing has been welding himself to death in the Hidden Gong Pagoda in the past few days. As long as the sect master didn't tell him to get out, the Great Elder would never want to teach him any medicine refining skills. Finally, when Chu Shing's eyes turned black, junior sister Wan Lin brought great news. Senior brother Galaxy, the Lu family, Wang family and Yuang family have arrived at the sect. Ah, they are here. Where are they now? Chu Shing burst into tears. The sect finally had some personnel matters. The Lu family and Wang family have been arranged by the elders to stay in the guest building. What about the Yuang family? Chu Shing looked anxious. What about the Lu family and the Wang family? Do you care about these two families? He only cares about his lucky star Yuang family. People from the Yuang family. Daughter also here, but they didn't go to the guest building, they went to the kitchen. Chu Shing. Then junior sister Wan Lin told what the Yuang family had done. After the Yuang family came to Vast Heaven Sect to meet the Great Elder, they were supposed to be arranged to rest in the guest building. But the Yuang family did not go to the guest building immediately, but asked about the location of the kitchen. It was Wan Lin who took them to the kitchen himself. Then Wan Lin saw a scene that she would never forget. That Yuang Ling was simply the reincarnation of a starving ghost. The moment she entered the kitchen, this woman immediately locked onto the sect's braised pork. Wan Lin watched with his own eyes as she used her chopsticks to pierce 4 pieces of pure fat braised pork and stuffed it into her mouth, starting a journey of devouring the braised pork like a storm. A whole pot of pure fat braised pork, Yuang Ling showed off everything in less than a quarter of an hour. The other disciples of the Yuang family did not disappoint Wan Lin. They did not let go of all the leftovers, steamed buns and rice in the Ling Palace kitchen. Wherever the Yuang family went, the plates and bowls were chewed to the point of missing corners. The most terrifying thing is their family leader Yang Ming. This person is simply a cold-faced killer. Cold-faced killer. Chu Shing was shocked. Yes, the chef made 9 bowls of cold noodles for lunch today, and Yang Ming showed off all 9 bowls of cold noodles by himself. Now the chefs say he is the legendary cold noodles killer. Chu Shing. Yang family gave Wan Lin a shock in the kitchen. This group of Yang family members, who were like reincarnations of starving ghosts, swept through the Ling Palace kitchen. Not only did they wipe out all the food and drink in the kitchen, they almost even carried away the swill buckets. Fortunately, the cooks reacted quickly and stopped them. Everyone, this is swill. We don't care. You don't care, but we care about the animals in Ling Palace. If you have taken them away, what else will the animals in Ling Palace have to eat? Wang Lin looked at the stunned senior brother Galaxy before him and finally couldn't help but speak. Brother Galaxy, isn't this Yuang family not very reliable? Nonsense. Is there anyone more reliable than the Yuang family? This solved the problem of leftovers in our Ling Palace as soon as it came. Haven't you heard of Operation Disc? It's shameful to waste food. The Yuang family has a simple and honest family tradition. 1,000-year-old family has not been arrogant and luxurious because of its past glory. Instead, everyone is hardworking and can do not waste a grain of food and eat on a disc. This is not enough to reflect Yuang's family stand out. Wang Lin was stunned. Although he felt that there was something wrong with what senior brother Galaxy said, he couldn't find anything to say to refute. As expected, senior brother Galaxy's realm is far beyond mine. Chu Shing left the stunned junior sister Wang Lin and came to the kitchen of Ling Palace alone. Why are there so many beggar clan disciples in the kitchen? No, judging from the way the cooks defended the swill bucket to the death, they must be the disciples of the legendary Yuang family. Chu Shing came to the kitchen all the way without any instructions from the cooks. Chu Shing recognized Yang Ming brother and sister at a glance. Yang Ming looks to be in his 20s, wearing clothes that have been washed and no longer known what color they were originally. Compared with the ordinary disciples of the Yuang family who are like disciples of the beggar clan outside, he feels noble. Yang Ling next to him was currently wiping the broth left on the edge of the braised pork basin with a steamed bun. In the blink of an eye, 3 steamed buns had already gone into his stomach. Looking at Yang Ling, Chu Shing was surprised. Good guy, this girl is only about 20 years old, but at such a young age, she already owns her own airport. Such a girl who owns an airport is still very good looking, in the words of junior sister Wang Lin. This Yang Ling, he must have good looks, and good brains. Anyway, she is a girl with very good looks. But from the description of junior sister Wang Lin, Chu Shing can probably tell that junior sister Wang Lin is not just a beauty control, she has quite high requirements. Brother, I've almost eaten. After eating 7 steamed buns and a pot of braised pork, Yang Ling gasped and looked at his brother Yang Ming, who was pulling out a bowl of leftover egg fried rice. Well, don't stop, take all the steamed buns over there. Okay, brother, when we leave, take the few remaining cabbages with you. It's necessary. This is the Vast Heaven Sect. If the news of our cheating on the Vast Heaven Sect gets out, it will be difficult for us to cheat another family in the future. We need to stock up on things for the winter. Listening to the conversation between the 2 brothers and sisters, Chu Shing burst into tears outside the door. Listen, what a simple and reliable brother and sister. This front foot has just entered the Vast Heaven Sect, and I have already thought about how to cheat the Vast Heaven Sect. Just ask where you can find such a wonderful brother and sister and a wonderful family. The brothers and sisters Wolong and Phoenix really deserve their reputation. Pushing the door open, Chu Shing looked at the Yang family brother and sister who looked guilty and showed a satisfied smile on their faces. Hello Yang Pixiu, my name is Chu Shing. Yang brother and sister. Chu Shing. Yang Ming was stunned for 10 seconds when he heard the name. Although the Yang family is in such a miserable state, the information about Yang Ming is still very well informed. There are really not many people in the world who don't know the name Chu Shing. Hello, brother Galaxy, my name is not Yang Pixiu, my name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming Z Pixiu. There are no words, just Yang Ming. Okay, Chu Shing is ashamed. How come he remembers that this guy's name is Yang Pixiu? Did you accidentally transmigrate again? Memory confused. Forget it, don't worry about these details. Welcome to Vast Heaven Sect. The Yang family is famous. I am very optimistic about Yang family, so I hope you can stay in Vast Heaven Sect if you have the opportunity in the future. Ah, thank you, brother Galaxy. Yang Ming burst into tears. Over the years, the Yang family has become the laughingstock of the outside world. There is no such thing as thunder, but only ridicule and ridicule. But looking at Chu Shing in front of him, Yang Ming didn't know why. He felt that Chu Shing was not just talking politely. He sincerely wanted to keep the Yang family. Is there really such a kind person in this world? We chatted a lot with the Yuang family brother and sister in the kitchen. When Chu Shing left, the brother and sister had tears in their eyes. For many years, the Yuang family has become a laughingstock, and their brothers and sisters have also become the targets of bullying. Although some sectarian forces have also come after the Yuang family in recent years. But after seeing the desolate appearance of the Yuang family, there was no follow-up except a round of ridicule. Under the leadership of this new generation of family heads, the Yuang family is basically one step away from destruction. Of course, Yang Ming, as a former member of the spiritual warrior family, also heard about the vast heaven sect. But Yang Ming never dreamed that vast heaven sect would bring the Yang family. Yang Ming was overjoyed immediately after receiving the news, but then felt disappointed. What does Yang family count now? What kind of existence is vast heaven sect? How does the Yang family compare with the Lu family and the Wang family? Vast heaven sect, can you be blind and fall in love with Yang family? So when we came to vast heaven sect this time, Yang Ming's idea was very simple. We just went there to have a few good meals. All Yang family members, put away your unrealistic fantasies. Vast heaven sect, as long as there is one person with a normal mind, the Yang family has no hope at all. When they entered the vast heaven sect, the eyes of the vast heaven sect disciples looking at them seemed to confirm Yang Ming's guess. Everyone looked at the Yang family disciple who was dressed in rags with disgust. Even though he, the head of the family, had already put on the only set of reasonably affordable clothes that he was reluctant to wear on weekdays. But even so, those sarcastic eyes still hurt Yang Ming's heart. Yang Ming determined his goal the first time he entered the vast heaven sect. Stay in vast heaven sect. Stop it. Is my Yang family also suitable? So the Yang family disciples all started eating for me. We can be driven away, but even if we walk, we must not walk standing up. We must lie down to go out. The Yang family disciples also upheld the spirit of the family leader, and everyone showed off. But Yang Ming never dreamed that Chu Shing would come as soon as he had egg fried rice. Who is Chu Shing? In Yang Ming's eyes, these three words Chu Shing are hanging in the air. Vermilion bird spirit fire, inheritor of the medicine saint and master of the vast heaven sword sheath, defeated Zheng Yu with a 7-color glass body with one sword. Some time ago, Chu Shing was kidnapped by Shadow Demon Sect. Vast heaven sect stirred up the world for Chu Shing alone. Shadow Demon Sect was forced by vast heaven sect, and even the demon city was burned down. It can be said that in Yang Ming's eyes, a being like Chu Shing should see people through his nostrils. Whenever I look at him, Chu Shing should come up and give me a big showdown and ask myself what qualifications I have to look at him. But just now, when he was taking the 19th bite of egg fried rice, Chu Shing came. He was not as condescending as he had imagined, nor did he mean to ridicule himself. His smile was so sincere, and his words. For the first time, Yang Ming felt that someone took him as an individual, and that someone really remembered the glory of the Yang family. It is the rarest person to meet a true friend in the world. Only when you are down can you know how precious it is to appreciate three words. At the peak of the Yang family, the world's spiritual soldiers came out of Yang. After the Yang family fell into decline, the whole world laughed at them. No one even really treats their Yang family members as adults. But today, Chu Shing's words made Yang Ming understand that vast heaven sect was definitely not going to invite the Yang family to humiliate them. Vast heaven sect really liked the Yang family and was willing to give the Yang family a chance to compete with the Lu family. A chance to be on equal footing with the Wang family. A scholar dies for a confidant. For the first time, Yang Ming felt that he could live an upright and human life. Brother Galaxy, if I, Yang Ming, are lucky enough to enter the vast heaven sect, I will definitely live up to your sincerity today. While Yang Ming was crying, Chu Shing gathered all the cooks, including the Ling Palace disciples who were wandering outside. Your performance today makes me very disappointed and the sect very disappointed. As soon as Chu Shing said this, everyone was shocked. Senior Brother Galaxy is always cheerful. It is rare to see Senior Brother Galaxy look angry, but today Senior Brother Galaxy seems to be really angry. As the first sect in the world, I, Vast Heaven Sect, invite the Yang family here today because I want to get help from the Yang family. When the Yang family comes to my Vast Heaven Sect, they are the most distinguished guests of my vast heaven sect. But among you, in my eyes, all I see is ridicule and sarcasm. What's wrong? As the number one disciple in the world, you can look down on others. After Chu Shing's words came out, many of the junior brothers in Ling Palace hung their heads deeply. You are geniuses, you are extraordinary, but you have forgotten that the Yuang family was once the most powerful family of spiritual soldiers in the world, and should get the respect it deserves. Senior Brother Galaxy, I realize my mistake. Senior Brother Galaxy is right, but we were wrong. Senior Brother Galaxy, don't worry, we will never dare to do it again. The junior fellow apprentices who were scolded all felt ashamed inside. From Yuang family to vast heaven sect, they really looked down upon Yuang family. After all, everyone in the Yuang family is like a beggar. They even want to eat the swill of the animals. This is nothing. But after listening to Brother Galaxy's words, they realized that they were possessed. Even if the Yuang family is in decline, it is still a millennium-old family. The vast heaven sect, is the number one sect in the world and should have the style of a great sect. If all the disciples are arrogant people, then is the vast heaven sect still far away from decline. Senior Brother Galaxy is indeed an extraordinary person. He can see through the essence of things at a glance. The gap between everyone and Senior Brother Galaxy is indeed getting wider and wider. Chu Shing left, but the Yuang family brothers and sisters and the Yuang family disciples in the kitchen were all stunned. Chu Shing's words hit each of them like a heavy hammer in their hearts. How many years has it been? How many years has the Yuang family received such respect? Is this the legendary vast heaven sect? Is this Chu Shing, the legendary young man? There are such extraordinary people in this world. In Ling Palace, the elder couldn't help but smile like a chrysanthemum when he heard the news about the kitchen sent by Feng Fei. Great Elder, Junior Brother Galaxy is like this. He cannot bear to see others bullying the weak. I have also told everyone not to have any discrimination against people from the Yuang family. Ha 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 ha, Galaxy is right. Vast heaven sect, am the number one sect in the world, and I must never lose my sect style. The Yuang family is in a state of decline today, but how could the once 1,000-year-old family have no foundation, and how could it let people wanton ridicule? Fong Fei nodded, and then followed the elder's instructions to prepare the feast for the three families today. In the guest building, Yang Ling looked at his brother with twinkling eyes. Brother, what do you think of Chu Shing? You don't deserve him. Yang Ling, sister, I thought the rumors were untrue when I heard about Chu Shing's extraordinary achievements in the world. But now I know that there are such outstanding people in this world. If we can follow such people, we will have no regrets in this life. As for it's best to put those messy things in your mind to rest. Brother, you will lose my sister if you do this. No, you will starve to death if I leave. Yang Ling. The dinner was held in Ling Palace, and people from all palaces also gathered in Ling Palace to express their welcome to the three families. The sect master did not come. After all, the sect master's status was there, and welcoming the three families would not require the sect master to show up in person. The great elder became the host of this dinner. As the people from all palaces arrived, the dinner party also started. Chu Shing sat next to the elder and saw people from the Lu family and the Wang family. Snort, look at Lu Deshu, the head of the Lu family. He looks rich and noble, and his name is even more unreliable. Lu Dezu, you can keep him. If you can keep them all, then ask why the sect declined. This name is extremely unlucky. If you want to change your name to Lu Buyuzu, we can consider it. And so is Wang Tishan. Are you and Wang Tianyu long-lost brothers? So are you going to trick me with your brother? You must not give him any chance to deceive you. Not only the heads of the Lu family and the Wang family came in person, but also various outstanding disciples in the family. These are all chips. After all, joining the vast heaven sect is definitely a great thing, and the more outstanding disciples in the family, the more chips there will be. After the three families were seated, the dinner finally began. After the great elder made some polite opening remarks that were not very nutritious, Lu Deshu, the head of the Lu family, was the first to stand up. Thank you, great elder, for your hospitality. The Lu family came here today and specially prepared a gift for the sect. Lu Deshu said as the disciple behind him walked out holding an exquisite box made of purple lingwood. Chu Shing didn't even take a second look at the box. And he specially prepared it for the sect. What is it about the sect? You haven't even joined the Vast Heaven sect yet, and you're already talking about your sect. Shallow. The disciples of the Lu family opened the box in front of everyone, and a ball of purple light spurted out from the box. This is a spirit weapon armor. This is the mountain and river cloud pattern armor made by my son Lu Jiao himself. It has reached the spiritual level and is specially dedicated to the Great Elder. Lu Jiao held the box and turned it around with a proud look on his face, and then sent it to the Great Elder. Haha, not bad. You can already build spirit armor at such a young age. The future is promising. Galaxy, just accept it. The Great Elder nuzzled towards Chu Shing very casually. Ah, thank you, Great Elder, but my brothers and sisters gave me many spiritual armors before. I really don't need them, so why don't I give them to others? Just do whatever you want. Who is that? Junior sister Wan Lin, I remember you have always liked purple. Purple matches junior sister, it is very charming. You can play with this spirit armor. Thank you, Brother Galaxy. Wan Lin came out and took the spirit armor from the confused Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao has a question mark on his forehead right now. What the hell is this? This is the spirit armor I worked so hard to build, spirit armor. What a precious treasure. Have you ever considered how much harm I, the creator, will suffer when you send it back and forth like this? Wan Lin put away the spirit armor, and Lu Jiao returned to Lu Deshu with depression. You know, spiritual armor is more precious than spiritual weapons. After all, the materials used to make spiritual armor are more special. To put it bluntly, Lu Deshu's so-called gift-giving today was to show his son's strength and let everyone see that my son can build spiritual armor. However, Lu Deshu never expected Chu Shing's transfer. And the reason for transferring it is actually because the purple color matches the junior sister, which is very charming. Are you rhyming with me here? Ha ha ha. Brother Lu has prepared a gift, and so have I. I, my dear, won't present the gift yet. Wang Tishan's son Wang Benchao also walked out of the Wang family's team. The box he was holding was opened in front of everyone. It was a long sword, but the blue light flashing on the long sword indicated that the sword should have been possessed by a spirit, and the quality of the spirit attachment is pretty good. The Great Elder smiled and then pursed his lips towards Chu Shing, which meant that Chu Shing would handle it. I remember that senior brother Chen Chun seems to use a sword. Blue represents melancholy. It just matches senior brother Chen Chun's temperament. I'll give it to senior brother Chen Chun. Hee, thank you, junior brother, for thinking of me. Shen Chun smiled and was about to step forward to take the long sword from Wang Benchao's hand. But Wang Benchao suddenly took a step back. Great Elder, although the quality of this sword is not very high, the spirit attached to it is a blue water spirit, which is very precious. How about I show this sword here? When Wang Benchao said these words, the elder's face changed slightly. What bullshit does this sword show? To put it bluntly, this little brat felt dissatisfied with Chu Shing for giving away the sword so casually because the color blue represents melancholy. It seems to be talking about a sword test, but in fact it means that Chu Shing has no eyesight and cannot understand the precious spirit of this spiritual weapon, so he blindly sends it out. Yes, you should give it a try. You should also try my mountain and river cloud pattern armor. Lu Jiao also jumped out at this moment. Not only was Wang Benchao unhappy, he was unhappy too. You just said that, junior sister, purple is very charming, and gave away the spirit armor that I worked so hard to build. Do you know how cruel my spirit armor is? This Chu Shing doesn't know the goods at all. It's okay to give it a try. Although the Great Elder was a little unhappy, he was the master after all, so he couldn't say much. Thank you, Great Elder. Why don't you ask Brother Galaxy to give us a try? Wang Benchao would not give up until he died. Now he looked directly at Chu Shing. And as soon as he said these words, even their two fathers' expressions changed. The way Chu Shing gave out the gifts was indeed a bit casual, but the gift was given to someone Vast Heaven Sect. It was the question of his sect to whom he gave it. It's okay for Wang Benchao to come out and say he wants to try the treasure, but asking Chu Shing to come out and try it is a bit too much. What is Chu Shing's identity? Wang Benchao and Lu Jiao couldn't understand it, but the two family heads could. The great elder directly let Chu Shing distribute the gifts on such occasions as he pleased. Even for such outrageous reasons, the great elder did not show any dissatisfaction. From this point alone, the heads of the two families knew that Chu Shing was definitely better than his own son to the great elder, relative. Let Chu Shing take action now. Have you two got rice porridge in your head? Just when the heads of the two families were about to stop him, Chu Shing spoke up. You two, my cultivation level is low and I won't strike lightly. It would be bad if the treasure is destroyed. Junior sister Wan Lin, come and try with me. Try it. Yes. Wan Lin jumped out again and looked at Wang and Lu with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Are these two fools tired of living? They actually asked senior brother Galaxy to accompany them for a try. If you don't take a pee and look in the mirror, who are you? Is it worthy for senior brother Galaxy to take action? Brother Galaxy can knock the shit out of both of you with just one move. Wan Lin was angry, walked to the center of the field, and then directly threw the very charming spirit armor he had just received to Lu Jiao, and pointed at Wang Benchao. Don't waste time, you two come together. Lu Jiao put the spirit armor on his body, while Wang Benchao picked up his spirit sword. It's not good, it's just a try. If we get hurt, Wang Benchao originally wanted to say that it would be bad if he hurt you. But before he finished speaking, a light and shadow flashed in Wan Lin's hand, and the next second the Panlong 3-section stick appeared in Wan Lin's hand with a stick intention. As soon as Juju Unified Harmony's idea appeared, the expressions of the Wang and Lu families suddenly changed. As this, great idea. This is the strongest intention of Juju Unified Harmony. This woman actually has such a great intention. How old is this woman, that she has already understood the will of the stick? Is the vast heaven sect so powerful? When the Wang and Lu families were in awe, Wan Lin had already started to move. He waved the Rui stick, and the Panlong 3-section stick transformed into a transcendent level chicken leg. The drumstick stabbed directly towards Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao wanted to retreat, but there was no way he could be faster than Wan Lin's stick. The rod comes out like a poisonous dragon diamond. It hit Lu Jiao's chest directly. Crack. A crisp sound came, and the spirit armor suddenly lost its charm, the purple light dissipated, and the spirit armor exploded. Wan Lin ignored Lu Jiao, who was stunned by his poison dragon drill. He turned around and shot Wang Benchao with a sweep. Wang Benchao raised his sword to block it, but the stick force burst out and directly hit the blue sword body. Boom! There was a crisp sound, and the spirit sword broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Wan Lin put away the big chicken legs and looked at Wang and Lu lying on the ground with disdain. It seems that the defense of this spirit armor is not very good. Brother Galaxy, I don't want it anymore. Next time you can find a spirit armor that can rival the ancient spirit bloodline and give it to me. Senior brother Chen Chun, this spiritual sword is far inferior to yours. You won't blame me for destroying it, junior sister. Wan Lin looked aggrieved, and Shen Chun quickly waved his hands to say no, but the Lu family and Wang family were completely confused at the scene. One person and one stick, the spiritual armor is shattered and the spiritual sword is broken. Is this girl's strength so terrifying? But when she mentioned the Lingxi bloodline just now, the Wang and Lu families remembered that Chu Shing was killed with a sword. Everyone in the Martial Emperor city knew about the inheritance of the Lingxi bloodline. What does it mean to humiliate oneself? Now the two families really understand. Wang Benchao and Lu Jiao are not ordinary people. They come from the Lu family and the Wang family, and they can be regarded as the pride of heaven. There are really not many people who can fight with them on weekdays. But in front of Wan Lin, the two of them were not even qualified to resist, let alone fighting. This is too outrageous. I knew that Vast Heaven Sect was scary, but I never expected that this generation of Vast Heaven Sect disciples would be so scary. This Wan Lin is already so terrifying. Seeing how she looks at Chu Shing with admiration, how strong must Chu Shing be? Unfathomable. Wang Benchao and Lu Jiao were lying on the ground, their faces now numb. They jumped out just now because they were dissatisfied with Chu Shing's random distribution of the treasures he gave him, but now, they don't have to be dissatisfied anymore, because the gifts are all gone. But the most embarrassing thing is that the best disciples of the younger generation of the two families were humiliated in this way in front of a junior sister, and they were still humiliating themselves. This made the two of them want to find a crack in the ground to crawl in right now. Wan Lin, I asked you to try the treasure. How did you destroy the treasure? If you didn't do it lightly, I will punish you to go to the hidden skill tower to learn the skills and improve your control ability. Senior brother Galaxy said that Wan Lin will receive the punishment. Wan Lin went back with a smile. This is a shitty punishment. Anyway, I have to go to the Hidden Gong Pagoda to study on weekdays. Okay, let's continue the banquet. The Great Elder also said cheerfully. And let Galaxy take action to try the treasure. You two are really lighting a lamp in the pit, seeking death. You two should be lucky. If Galaxy's purple lightning flashed, you two would be turned into ashes by the wind. Wang and Lu were brought back to the family team by members of their respective families. Both of them looked hopeless. I wanted to show off, but someone showed off my face. No one paid attention to these two self-humiliating guys, and the banquet continued, but everyone suddenly realized that there were not 3 families here today. The Wang family and Lu family are so beautiful, but what about the Yuang family? At first glance, even the Great Elder was numb. I saw brother and sister Yang Ming and Yang Ling sitting at the edge of the banquet with the disciples of the Yang family. Everything that happened there seemed to have not attracted the slightest attention from the Yang family. At this moment, Yang Ming was grabbing a roast chicken and gnawing wildly. The big elbow in Yang Ling's hand was already 2/3 down. The Yang family disciples behind them were even worse. Brother, are there any new dishes? If not, I can just order some staple food, if not, I can just make leftovers. There's no leftovers. The junior brother in charge of serving food burst into tears. There are still leftovers. If our kitchen people hadn't discovered it early, all the animals in Ling Palace would have starved tonight. The people of Yang family are simply a breath of fresh air at the banquet. They don't talk, they don't fight, they don't offer treasures, they just eat enough. The other tables haven't even used their chopsticks yet, but the Yang family table is almost there. Several disciples of the Yang family who can eat even took the initiative to walk into the Lu family and Wang family's team after finishing their own table. They were not polite to sit down and just had a meal. Although the elder had heard about Yang family's kitchen adventure today, he was still confused when he saw it with his own eyes. Fong Fei looked at the Yang family and had only one thought. Those sects couldn't be defeated by the Yang family, right? Ahem. Master Yang family has a good appetite, but what gift has Master Yang family prepared today? Lu Deshu can't sit still. If he wants to be embarrassed, we have to lose him together today. The Lu family and the Wang family have all been humiliated. Have you, the Yang family, had enough to eat? Are you implying that the operation of our 2 families will make a living? Yes, the Yang family is a 1,000-year-old family, so the gift I want to prepare is naturally extraordinary. Wang Tishan also jumped out. Yang family master, Yang family master. Wang Tishan roared twice, and Yang Ming realized that it was him who was shouting. It's delicious, the food tastes great, very good. I asked you if the food was good. The head of the Wang and Lu families almost pissed themselves. Helplessly, Wang Tishan repeated it again. Yang Ming heard clearly this time. Treasure. Aren't the greatest treasures of our Yang family our 2 brothers and sisters? How about, give your sister to Chu Shing? Yang Ming looked at his sister beside him. Yang Ling seemed to understand his brother's thoughts, and his eyes were full of expectation. Forget it, sister, you are not worthy of Brother Galaxy. Yang Ling, the Yang family is so poor that they have to eat. Return the treasure. At this moment, the biggest treasure of the Yang family is his sister. But Yang Ming is not shameless enough to give away his sister to others. Then again, sister, you are not worthy of Brother Galaxy. Facing the pressure from the Wang and Lu families, Yang Ming encountered difficulties. Actually the Yang family's gift has been delivered. Chu Shing suddenly spoke, which stunned the whole audience. Including the Great Elder, everyone looked at Chu Shing with bewildered expressions. The Wang and Lu families are clearly in trouble with the Yang family. After all, their family has just lost an adult, and now they want to see Yang family jokes. Great Elder, Yang family, a 1,000-year-old family. This time I, Vast Heaven Sect, invited the Yang family to come with full sincerity. Is there any better gift in this world than sincerity? Chu Shing smiled and spoke. Hearing this, the great elder smiled. Although he knew Chu Shing was deliberately helping the Yuang family, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Sincerity is the greatest gift in the world. Unlike the Wang and Lu families, you can just offer treasures. Vast Heaven Sect doesn't care about the value of the gift, but what do the brats from your family want to do when they jump out? The great elder smiled, and the other Vast Heaven Sect people around him also laughed. Everyone knows that Chu Shing is helping the Yuang family resolve the embarrassment. Let's see. This is the character and mind of Senior Brother Galaxy. How could the Yuang family get any gifts when they were in such a desperate situation? Isn't this situation worthy of sympathy? Not worthy of mercy. But you, the Wang and Lu families, are still so aggressive. It's enough for you to embarrass yourself. Do you want others to embarrass you too? It's simply ulterior motives. It must be Senior Brother Galaxy, so benevolent and righteous. Yang Ming looked at Chu Shing with gratitude in his eyes. He certainly knew that what Brother Galaxy just said was to help him. Yang Ling looked at his brother with eyes full of murderous intent. The Wang and Lu families were almost vomiting blood at this moment. Can your partiality for the Yang family not be so obvious? When the three families came together before, both the Wang and Lu families thought that the opportunity was on their side, and the Yang family was running with them. Vast Heaven Sect is so stupid that I can choose Yang family. But now the two families suddenly feel that something is not right. Where did you agree to run with me? Is it really okay for you to be so partial to the Yang family? The banquet was quite pleasant overall, but it was a little unpleasant at the end. After the people of the Yang family finished eating, they took out bags to pack away the leftovers. There is nothing here in the Vast Heaven Sect. You can pack it as you wish. At most, the animals of our Ling Palace are hungry today. Can't sleep at night. But the Wang and Lu families were very angry. The Yang family had gone too far. He even wanted to pack the rest of our meals. In the end, the Wang and Lu families sat down and ate in anger. As a result, 2 disciples from the Lu family and 3 disciples from the Wang family fainted on the spot. Do you think you are from the Yang family? The banquet was over, and after everyone left, the great elder left Chu Shing behind. Galaxy. You value the Yang family very much. To be fair to the elder, yes. I will report this matter to the sect master, but the Yang family has declined so much, and wants to rise. The great elder did not say anything more, and only told Chu Shing that the sect master would personally test the 3 schools in the Vast Heaven Hall in 3 days. The Yang family wants to stand out, you can't just rely on your appetite. Following Brother Fong back to his residence, Chu Shing lay on the bed, tossing and turning. 3 days later, in the real sword and gun test, does the Yang family have any chance of winning? There is a chance of winning with a hammer. Unless it's better than eating steamed buns. Compared to this Yang family, which can bloody the Wang and Lu families, compared to the casting of spiritual weapons and the possession of spirits. Are the abilities of the Yang siblings really reliable? Chu Shing thinks this question is redundant. If their technology is more reliable, can he find them? Otherwise, drug the Wang and Lu families. Drug these 2 families to death in Ling Palace. It's not very good. The great elder's medicine refining skills are too strong. There are no other things in Ling Palace, but there are many medicines. It will definitely save people. This road is blocked. Chu Shing was racking his brains, and at the same time he admired the great elder greatly. It is too difficult for the mastermind behind the scenes to operate behind the scenes, but it is so difficult. The great elder's secret operation is still as stable as an old dog after so many years. This alone is worth learning. There was nothing to say all night, and early the next morning Chu Shing followed Senior Brother Fong to have breakfast. But today's cafeteria was different. A group of confused fellow students carrying plates told Chu Shing that there was no breakfast. The people from the Yang family came before dawn. A group of people started eating in the canteen first, and after eating breakfast in the canteen, they gathered in the kitchen to eat. More than 20 cooks were cooking up the pots and stoves until they were full of sparks, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the Yang family's meal. I heard that the pigs in the Ling Palace livestock shed were howling with hunger last night. Senior Brother Fong wiped away his tears and went to the kitchen to make arrangements. Today we will hire twice as many cooks. Chu Shing found the cold-faced killer Yang Ming. Thank you so much for yesterday, Brother Galaxy, Thorny. Half a bowl of cold noodles was eaten. Brother Yang, in 3 days the sect leader will personally take the exam for the 3 schools. I wonder if the Yang family is sure. Chu Shing was also treating a dead horse as a living horse at this time. Confirmed, not at all. Chu Shing, Brother Yang, why don't you slap me in the face and make me look fat? What do you mean when you answer so decisively and are completely unsure? Yang family, a millennium-old family, doesn't have any background. If others ask, I will definitely say yes, but Brother Galaxy treats me with sincerity, and I must repay him with sincerity. The Yang family now has nothing to say about its heritage. We don't even have the right underwear. There was a famine in the first 2 years, and the family built a spiritual army. All my tools were sold, which made Brother Galaxy laugh. Chu Shing's eyes darkened. But then again, isn't this what I want? Just ask if such an Yang family really enters the vast heaven sect. Let's not talk about whether the pigs in the barn will agree or not. You can just ask whether it is safe to hand over the tasks of refining spiritual weapons and possessing spirits to them. With the Yang family, how can I lose? Chu Shing left the cafeteria. It was just that he didn't finish his breakfast. The strength of the Yang family was truly incredible. So in the end it was me who took on everything. 3 days passed almost in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Chu Shing had hallucinations in his mind. Could it be that Yang Ming is hiding his strength and will pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger to kill everyone? Don't bully young people into poverty. Forget it. Yang family is really poor. Vast Heaven Palace, Vast Heaven Hall. The elders of all the Vast Heaven sect palaces gathered here, with Jiao Mingchao, the sect leader, sitting at the top. The 3 families also came forward to salute in turn. Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore. You all know why we invited the 3 families to come to my Vast Heaven sect this time. If you join my Vast Heaven sect, the sect will definitely support it at all costs, just to create the strongest person in the world. A family of spiritual soldiers. Jiao Mingchao's words made the Wang and Lu families' eyes light up. No one would doubt Jiao Mingchao's words. Vast Heaven sect definitely has this strength. As for Yang Ming, he was calm, very calm. This calmness made Chu Shing on the side seem to see himself. Sure enough, when you don't want to win at all and have no fighting spirit, nothing can shake your heart. Now you 3 families can talk about your demands. Jiao Mingchao waved his hand to signal the 3 families to talk. Sect Master, let me tell you first. I, the Lu family, started my career as a spiritual warrior. Although it is not long ago, it has developed quite smoothly. If I can enter the Vast Heaven sect, I can rival all the major spiritual warrior families in the world within 10 years. In terms of resources, the Lu family has I hope to get at least 150,000 high-grade spiritual stones every year. When Lu Deshu spoke, he secretly looked at Jiao Mingchao. When he heard 150,000, Jiao Mingchao didn't have the slightest fluctuation, which showed that Jiao Mingchao didn't care about this number. As expected of Vast Heaven sect, they are really powerful. 150,000 high-grade spiritual stones are enough to support the annual operation of a large sect. Sect Master, if the Wang family joins the Vast Heaven sect, they can rank among the top 10 spiritual warrior families in the world within 10 years, and the sect only needs to spend 130,000 high-grade spiritual stones every year. After Wang Tishan finished speaking, Lu Deshu glared at him. Roll, just roll it for me. Wang Tishan is such a despicable old dog. He deliberately let himself say that he was waiting for him here. Jiao Mingchao still said nothing and looked at Yang Ming. Sect Master, if the Yang family can enter the Vast Heaven sect, there is no guarantee of time, but we will do our best. As for the spiritual stones, we need at least 1 million high-grade spiritual stones every year. Good guy. As soon as Yang Ming said these words, not only the others, but also Chu Shing were stunned. Chu Shing even thought that Yang Ming would say that as long as Vast Heaven sect takes care of the food, Chu Shing would do it. Just because of this, you won't kill those 2 families. But I never expected that Yang Ming would do the opposite and ask for millions of high-grade spiritual stones without making any promises. Yang Ming, do you know that even those large sects rarely consume so many million spiritual stones in a year? The Great Elder couldn't help but speak. Back to the Great Elder, the Yuang family has never been economical in the inheritance of spiritual weapons. The Yuang family only produces the best spiritual weapons and only makes the most perfect possessed spirits, and good things are never cheap. When Yuang Ming said these words, everyone nodded. At its peak, Yuang family was not only famous for its excellent craftsmanship, but also its most famous reputation. But the Yuang family has its own value. Vast Heaven Sect today, 6 of the top 10 divine swords are from the hands of the ancestors of the Yuang family. The Yuang family has created countless peerless magical weapons, and the possessed spirits are even more ridiculously powerful. 1 million spiritual stones. Vast Heaven Sect is not impossible to give, but the Yuang family wants me to see that you are worth the price. Jiao Mingchao spoke and looked at Yuang Ming expectantly. But Chu Shing is not looking forward to it at all. Soon, the school exams began. The Lu family was the first to take action. Lu Deshu, the head of the Lu family, personally went into battle. What he wanted to build was a long sword, the supreme grade spirit weapon. It has to be said that old guy Lu Dezu still has a few brushes. After some operations that Chu Shing didn't quite understand, he completed a long knife that shimmered with light. The quality of this spiritual weapon has even reached supreme grade. Spiritual soldiers are divided into 5 grades: ordinary grade, spiritual grade, supreme grade, saint grade and divine grade. The top 10 divine swords in the Vast Heaven Sect all belong to the divine level, while Qingtian sword is beyond the divine level. As for the Vast Heaven sword sheath, that is a super grade, not in this category. And being able to create supreme grade so easily, if Lu Dezu makes a breakthrough, it is not impossible to occasionally create saint grade. Then Wang Tishan of the Wang family took action. The Wang family's craftsmanship was not as good as the Lu family's, but their ability to possess spirits was superior to the Lu family's. Wang Tishan personally crafted a spiritual sword with a spiritual quality close to supreme grade. Later, with the blessing of spiritual enchantment, the spiritual sword surpassed the grade and successfully entered the supreme grade category. Jiao Mingchao was obviously more satisfied when he saw Wang Tishan, and the elders around him also nodded. Finally, it's the Yuang family's turn. Yuang Ming. Then, Mr. Lu, can I borrow your tools and materials? The whole audience. Then, Mr. Lu, can I borrow your tools and materials? Yuang Ming rubbed his hands with embarrassment. Lu Deshu was stunned after hearing this. WTF. Borrow tools and materials. Love. Yuang family don't even have any special materials or tools, right? Although Lu Dezu also heard that the Yuang family is in a miserable state now, it is said that they are all hungry. But that's just hearsay. Even though this time he met the Yuang family who acted like disciples of the beggar clan, Lu Deshu did not fully believe that the Yuang family could be so miserable. Lu Deshu felt that if he could not protect all the people, he was pretending to be someone else. Don't you see? Many girls released from brothels now say how difficult my family is, how miserable I was when I was a child, my parents were forced to sell me into prostitution, so adults, please don't pity me, I can withstand it. The character design of a poor child is so good, so good. Pooh, Lu Deshu was shocked, why he accidentally dragged him up to the brothel. I originally thought that the Yuang family was also an act of selling people out to gain pity and sympathy from others. But now Lu Deshu knows that the Yuang family is not miserable, the Yuang family is really miserable. In the first 2 years, Lu Dezu didn't believe it when he heard that the Yuang family had even sold the family's building tools. That is the foundation of the Yuang family. How can Yuang Ming, the head of the family, not know this? Yuang Ming knows this. The key is that if Yuang Ming does not sell tools, the foundation of Yuang family will be retained. When the time comes, there will be no one in the Yuang family, so who will use these resources? Normally, Lu Deshu would never lend tools and materials to Yuang Ming, but now in Vast Heaven Sect, Lu Deshu showed a magnanimous look and nodded to the Lu family behind him. Soon a batch of building tools were handed over to the Yuang family, along with these tools and a batch of leftover materials used by the Lu family. Chu Shing covered his face and was embarrassed to watch all this. Look at the expression on the sect leader's face. Chu Shing wants to cry for the first time. Just ask, how do you do this behind closed doors? How to win? Just when Chu Shing was in despair, Yang Ming began to build spiritual weapons with the help of many Yang family disciples. I don't know if it's because Lu's tools are not handy, or because Yang Ming really hasn't used these tools for a long time. Anyway, they are stumbling to use. However, it is a 1,000-year-old family after all. Under the command of Yang Ming, the people of the Yang family quickly entered the state, and the creation of spiritual soldiers officially began. The earth fire was ignited, and various materials began to remove impurities under the catalysis of the earth fire. Yang Ming personally created the prototype of the spiritual weapon, although it is still unclear what Yang Ming wants to create. But Yang Ming's focused expression is still very good. Chu Shing was thinking about whether he should praise the Yang family to the sect leader. But less than a second after this idea came up, there was a loud bang. In an instant, fire flew from the ground. The furnace exploded. The sudden explosion almost caused Chu Shing to leave without even taking a breath. Can you build a spiritual weapon to destroy an explosion furnace? From today on, the little prince of the furnace belongs to you, Yang Ming. From now on, I will never mention the word furnace in front of you, Yang Ming. This is so outrageous. It is normal for the furnace to be blown up when refining elixirs. After all, the elixir furnace used for refining elixirs is special. But you used an artifact refining furnace to create the spiritual weapon. How did Yang Ming blow up the artifact refining furnace? The scattered flames were quickly suppressed by the many elders of Vast Heaven Sect. Because the Great Elder was relatively close, the sudden explosion even collapsed on him. At this moment, he could still see the quilt on his purple elder robe. The holes burned by the flames. The Wang and Lu families also looked at the disgraced Yang Ming in shock. As expected of the Yang family, they are completely incapable of learning how to fry a stove. Yang Ming probably hasn't built a spiritual weapon for a long time. It's not incomprehensible that he made some mistakes in the operation. I, Vast Heaven Sect, will give you another chance. Chu Shing walked out of the crowd, and when he said these words, both the Wang and Lu families almost cried. Just wash it hard, right? The Yang family has exploded. Are you still washing here? If you give him another chance, look at Yang Ming's ruthless behavior, will he be able to use a hammer if he is given 10 more chances? Then give him another chance. Jiao Mingchao said calmly, but these words made the Wang and Lu families speechless again. Thank you, Brother Galaxy. The disgraced Yang Ming also looked grateful at this moment. In fact, the moment the furnace exploded, he was even ready to be kicked out. After all, for a school examination of this level, if you try to do it on the spot, it's no longer a question of success or failure, it's a matter of embarrassment. But even so, Senior Brother Galaxy is still willing to give himself a chance to start over. Yang Ming glanced at the sister beside him, and their eyes burst out with infinite fighting spirit. Even if it is not for our Yang family, but for Chu Shing, we must fight to the death today. Soon, Yang Ming and his sister Yang Ling began to enter the second building state. This time, thank God, the furnace did not explode, but this is the spirit weapon they created. Don't talk about supreme grade. This thing doesn't seem to even reach spiritual grade, right? Yang Ming also made a sword, but the quality of this sword was so high that it was close to a spiritual product. It was not even the slightest bit different from the Wang and Lu families. But just when Jiao Mingchao couldn't help but shake his head, Yang Ling took action. Possessed spirit. Seeing Yang Ling take action, Chu Shing held his breath again. Does Yang Ling have any method that can change the destiny of this spiritual soldier? The results came out soon. After being possessed by Yang Ling, the spirit sword didn't even change at all, it was completely the same as before. Chu Shing was confused. If this is the case, then what is the purpose of possessing the spirit? At this moment, Chu Shing knew it was over. Even if he was eloquent today, he would never be able to change the fate of the Yang family under such circumstances. Whether it is the quality of the spirit weapons or the level of spirit possession, the Yang family really cannot compare with the Wang and Lu families, so in the end they still have to shoulder everything by themselves. The Great Elder walked out from among the many elders. He first glanced at Chu Shing, and then his eyes fell on the Yang family. After taking a look at the spiritual sword in Yang Ming's hand, the elder shook his head and finally looked at the Wang and Lu families. The school exam is over today. Although the Yuang family performed well, there is still some gap between my vast heaven sect requirements, so I'm sorry, the Yuang family can leave, and the Wang and Lu families will stay to be determined. When the great elder announced the result, even Chu Shing could only nod helplessly. But just when Chu Shing was about to accept this failure, suddenly a voice came from the crowd, "Great elder, please wait a moment." The crowd parted, and He Yanming walked out from among the many elders. He came to Yang in a few steps and said, "Can you lend me this spiritual soldier?" Yang handed the spirit weapon to He Yanming, and then Elder He held the spirit weapon and looked up and down for a long time, with a hint of disbelief on his face. The heads of the Wang and Lu families are not panicked at all. After all, everyone sees the level of this spiritual soldier. In this case, they asked us how to lose. But just when the heads of the two families looked like they were sure of victory, Elder He suddenly activated his spiritual power and poured it into the spiritual soldiers. In an instant, the spiritual weapon in Elder He's hand burst out with a trace of light. Everyone has no idea what Elder He is doing. Where is the level of this spiritual soldier? It will be useless if you refill the entering spirit power. Everyone, please take a look. Elder He pointed to an inconspicuous position on the spiritual soldier in his hand and spoke. If I guess correctly, the crafting technique you just used should be the cloud-piercing hammer that has been lost for many years by your Yang family, and the trace of cloud pattern on it comes from the traces left by the cloud-piercing hammer. As soon as Elder He said these words, there was an uproar on the scene. Cloud-piercing hammer. When it comes to cloud-piercing hammer, everyone here knows it. It is no accident that the Yang family, a millennium-old family, has been passed down for thousands of years. The Yang family's cloud-piercing hammer method is called the #1 magic for building spiritual weapons. It is a pity that the cloud-piercing hammer has been lost in the Yang family for many years. For countless years, the Yang family has never had a successor who can use the cloud-piercing hammer. At this time, when he heard the cloud-piercing hammer, even the sect master who had closed his eyes nurturing spirit suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he saw the sect leader stepping forward and already in front of Elder He. A ray of light flew out from behind Jiao. The gorgeous sword light shines throughout the vast heaven hall. That was the sect master's heaven Qing sword. At this moment, the Qing Tian sword came out. Everyone looked at the Qing Tian sword at close range and saw that the entire blade of the Qing Tian sword was covered with dense cloud patterns. That's right, this heaven-raising sword is the best among the many magical weapons created by the Yang family. The method used to create the sky sword is the cloud-piercing hammer method. At this time, the Qingtian sword approached the spiritual weapon that Yang had not reached the level of spiritual quality, but everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Moire. It was really a cloud pattern. Although there were only a few faint cloud patterns left on the sword at this moment, it would have been difficult to detect it if it hadn't been for the spiritual power instilled by Elder He. But the structure of the cloud pattern is exactly the same as that of Qingtian's sword. Ji Mingchao's eyes widened. Cloud-piercing hammer method. This is really the cloud-piercing hammer method. I don't know how many years have passed, but the Yang family actually gave birth to a person who inherited the cloud-piercing hammer method. My brother has unparalleled talent in crafting. Grandpa said that he is the future of our Yang family, and he is also the first person in my Yang family in the past 200 years who can understand and use the cloud-piercing hammer method. Yang Ling spoke loudly at this time. Despite her small breasts, her voice was very loud. It's a pity that my grandfather passed away early. The inheritance of the cloud-piercing hammer method can only be passed down from my father to my brother. However, my father died unexpectedly and my brother only got part of the cloud-piercing hammer method. But I believe that with my brother's talent, he will be able to complete all the cloud-piercing hammer techniques. Yang Ling continued to speak, but after hearing Yang Ling's words, the whole audience fell silent. Yang Ling's words shocked countless people in the vast heaven hall. The Yang family has gradually declined since the cloud-piercing hammer method was lost 200 years ago. The Yang family has not been able to produce a disciple who can master the cloud-piercing hammer method again in 200 years. And just when Yang family was about to completely decline, Yang Ming was born. He is the only eldest son in the Yang family who can understand the cloud-piercing hammer method in 200 years. Although no one has mastered the cloud-piercing hammer of the Yuang family for 200 years, all the techniques of the cloud-piercing hammer have been passed down from generation to generation, and the Yuang family dare not forget them. But something unexpected happened. Yang Ming had just learned the cloud-piercing hammer from his grandfather, and his grandfather accidentally drank fake wine because he was so happy. Originally, this was nothing. After all, Yang Ming's father also knew the cloud-piercing hammer method. There's nothing wrong with studying with dad. But the problem is that Yang Ming's father, Yang Qing, is really unreliable. He just taught Yang Ming the cloud-piercing hammer method for a while, and he failed before Yang Ming could completely learn it. This is also the main reason why Yang family is what it is today. It took 200 years to finally give birth to a peerless genius who could learn the inheritance of the cloud-piercing hammer method. There is a person, but the inheritance is gone. Everyone fell into silence at this time. Even the way the Wang and Lu families looked at Yang Ming changed. None of them knew what the three words cloud-piercing hammer represented. It is no exaggeration to say that once someone masters the cloud-piercing hammer appears in Yang family will rise at light speed. The world's best warriors come from Yang, that's the charm of cloud-piercing hammer. It's a pity. Ji Mingqiao looked like he hated iron. Yang Qing, a fool, if he had died a few days later, the Yang family would never be what it is now. With Yang Ming's talent, he will definitely take off directly with the Yang family. But now, an Yang Ming who has only learned a small part of cloud-piercing hammer, what can he do? This question is on everyone's mind at this time. Although the Wang and Lu families were shocked by the sudden appearance of the cloud-piercing hammer method, they quickly regained their composure. Only relying on this small amount of cloud-piercing hammer made Yang Ming different, but it was not enough. Defeat both of them. So the ending of Yang family is doomed. Chu Shing was anxious on the sidelines, but it was useless to be anxious. The cloud-piercing hammer is indeed powerful, but let vast heaven sect bet millions of spiritual stones on Yang Ming to slowly comprehend the cloud-piercing hammer. Chu Shing dared to say this, but the sect master and the great elder would never agree. But just when Chu Shing was thinking about how to turn the tables, Elder He looked up to the sky and laughed again. Ha 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 ha, okay, what a cloud-piercing hammer, but, did you only see the cloud-piercing hammer? As soon as Elder He said these words, everyone in the audience looked at him again. Sect Master, please take a closer look at what this possessed spirit is. Everyone was stunned for a moment when Elder He said these words. Possessed spirit, that's right. Yang Ling was as fierce as a tiger in all kinds of operations just now, and the last time he saw it was 205. The possessed spirit seemed to be nothing at all, and the whereabouts of the possessed spirit could not even be found. But at this time, Elder He said that the possessed spirit was possessed, so what was this possessed spirit? Suddenly, Ji Mingqiao's expression changed drastically, and he snatched the spiritual sword from Elder He's hand. After watching carefully for a moment, Ji Mingqiao's face showed a look of disbelief. Possessed by the Sacred Heart. Is this possessed by the Sacred Heart? Possessed by the Sacred Heart. When hearing these four words, the entire vast heaven hall was in an uproar. The Yang family has two secret methods. The cloud-piercing hammer method is famous and is known as the strongest secret method of the Yang family. But in fact, only a few people know that in addition to the cloud-piercing hammer method, the Yang family's spirit enchantment is even more terrifying to the extreme. The most terrifying one is the spirit possessed by the Sacred Heart. There are countless spiritual enchantments in the world, some of which add various attributes to spiritual soldiers. There are those who supplement the flaws of the spirit soldiers. But among all the spirit enchantments, the Holy Heart spirit enchantment is called the King of Spirit Enchantment. The enchantment of the Sacred Heart cannot bring any changes to the spiritual weapon, and it will not even add any attributes, but it does have an incomparable ability that defies the heavens. Can grow. What do these three words represent? Just like the sect master's sky-holding sword, it is possessed by the Holy Heart. The Qingtian sword is just a magical weapon in the hands of others. Only in the hands of the sect leader Ji Mingqiao is it the real supreme sword. This is all because of the possession of the Sacred Heart. From the moment the master obtains the spiritual weapon, the Sacred Heart attachment will allow the spiritual weapon to improve together with the master's improvement. Of course, this improvement will also change due to different qualities of spiritual weapons. It doesn't mean that a random spiritual weapon can grow into a magical weapon. However, the enchantment of the Sacred Heart can increase the spiritual weapon by up to 2 levels. In other words, if a spiritual weapon is enchanted by the Sacred Heart, it can even surpass Supreme Grade and reach Saint Grade in the hands of its owner. Ability. Of course, there is also a flaw in the possession of the Sacred Heart, that is, if the next owner obtains the spiritual weapon, he must start growing again. But this is scary enough. There are no spiritual soldiers in the world who can forcibly advance to 2 realms by relying on spirit possession. The Qingtian sword is a super grade 1, but in the hands of Jiao Mingqiao, it is an existence beyond super grade 1s. This is all because of the possession of the Holy Heart. At this moment, everyone looked at Ouyang Ling. Ouyang family Crouching Dragon and Phoenix brothers, one studied crafting and received a small part of the inheritance of Cloud-Piercing Hammer, and the other actually mastered the Sacred Heart Spirit. At this moment, everyone was shocked, including Ouyang Ming. When did you learn how to possess the Sacred Heart? Ouyang Ming looked confused. Obviously, he didn't know that his sister was possessed by the Holy Heart. HMPH. When Grandpa was telling you, I was listening all the time. You didn't listen well. I learned part of it after hearing the enchantment of the Sacred Heart, but I didn't learn all of it, so the enchantment was not stable. This Sacred Heart I couldn't possess spirits before, but now that I'm slowly studying it, I can do it once 100 times. If I can practice more, maybe it can be even higher. Ouyang Ling's words left the audience speechless again. They are indeed brothers and sisters of Wolong and Phoenix. Even the things I learn are the same, and I only learn a small part. But they are still only a small part. Ouyang Ling and Ouyang Ming are completely different. A small number of people in Ouyang Ming know when he will be able to develop the subsequent techniques of Cloud-Piercing Hammer, and there is no guarantee that he will be able to do it in his lifetime. But Ouyang Ling is different. Her Sacred Heart enchantment can now be successful once 100 times. It sounds unreliable, right? After all, each spirit enchantment consumes countless materials. If you fail 100 times and succeed once, what a huge expense it is. But don't forget, this is Vast Heaven Sect. Vast Heaven Sect highlights a wealthy person. 100 failures in exchange for 1 success in enchantment by the Sacred Heart. Will Vast Heaven Sect do it? Not only that, very good at it. Moreover, the Ouyang family has been so miserable these years, and Ouyang Ling has little opportunity to study and continue to improve. If she continues to study as she said, even if the failure rate can be controlled to only 1 success every 50 times, it will be absolutely huge reward. Even in the most peak era of the Sacred Heart possession, success once out of 10 is the ultimate. And if Ouyang Ling can do it once every 50 times, then Vast Heaven Sect will definitely spend a huge price without hesitation and madly enchant all the magic weapons with the Holy Heart. Wang Tishan's face turned dark. Lu Deshu turned green. The black and green duo's mentality collapsed at this time. If they didn't panic at all with Ouyang Ming's Cloud-Piercing Hammer method, now they are panicking a lot. 1,000-year-old family, the background is indeed extraordinary. The Cloud-Piercing Hammer method, the spirit possessed by the Sacred Heart, you are the people I am looking for in the Vast Heaven Sect. Jiao Mingqiao spoke, and as soon as he said these words, all the elders nodded silently. Wang family, Lu family, stop making trouble. The enchantment and crafting of these 2 companies are okay, but are they on the same level as Cloud-Piercing Hammer and Sacred Heart enchantment? Although the Ouyang brothers and sisters look cute now, with Vast Heaven Sect's financial resources and crazy support, they are not expected to be able to fully achieve the peak of the Ouyang family. If they can be half of it, just ask who in the world can compete with them. Even if Ouyang Ming cannot develop the Cloud-Piercing Hammer method, his talent is there, and it is not impossible to surpass the Wang and Lu families in a few years. But Ouyang Ling's Sacred Heart spirit is definitely unique in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that today's incident of the Sacred Heart spirit possession will inevitably spread. If Vast Heaven Sect dares to let the 2 brothers go, tomorrow someone will definitely rob them. Therefore, Vast Heaven Sect would never let go of such 2 peerless geniuses. Master Wang, Master Lu, the performance of the 2 families is very extraordinary, but there is still a gap between the requirements of my Vast Heaven Sect, so I'm sorry, the Wang and Lu families can leave, and the Ouyang family stays. The great elder spoke again, and the Wang and Lu families shed tears upon hearing these words. These words sound so familiar. It seems like the great elder just said it just now, but why has the protagonist changed? But it's useless no matter how uncomfortable the Wang and Lu families feel. If the cloud-piercing hammer method was good, they could still stand up and argue, but with the holy heart possessed, how could they argue? Does it succeed once 100 times? Believe it or not, I dare to do vast heaven sect once every 200 times I succeed. So it's not that the two families can't fight, it's that the siblings Wolong and Fengchu have too much potential. Even with all their unique skills, Wang and Lu's family can't compete with these two. The Wang and Lu families said goodbye and left. Chu Shing stood in the vast heaven hall with a blank look on his face. What happened just now? Why did it suddenly become like this? This time the Yuang family is considered to have stayed, but the question is the Yuang family left behind still the Yuang family that is my lucky star? You are cloud-piercing hammer and you are possessed by the Sacred Heart. What the hell is that? Can't you please make me worry less by returning the Holy Heart to the Spirit? Good boy, from today onwards the Yuang family will stay in my vast heaven sect. You don't need to worry about the spiritual stones. Vast heaven sect will provide them in full. You just need to work hard. If you have any other requests, you can also include them. Proposed. Yang Ming is in tears. I want. Yang Ling suddenly spoke, but before he could finish his words, his brother Yang Ming covered his mouth. Then Yang Ming whispered in his sister's ear, Sister, stop talking. You really don't deserve him. Yang Ling. The Yang family stayed in Vast Heaven Sect. And the matter of the entrance examination in Vast Heaven Hall also spread throughout the sect in a short period of time. What the hell? Cloud-piercing hammer. Sacred heart possession. So terrifying. I really didn't realize it. The Yang brothers and sisters actually hide such terrifying abilities. To say it's scary, it's senior brother Galaxy who's scary. When we laughed at the Yang brothers and sisters before, senior brother Galaxy was the first to stand up and reprimand us. At that time, senior brother Galaxy said that the Millennium family has a strong foundation. I was a little bit dissatisfied. Now it seems that senior brother Galaxy is as discerning as ever. Torch, aren't you talking nonsense? Senior brother Galaxy has long been famous for his sharp eyesight and discernment of people. I heard that Yang Ming's first build failed. It was the second chance that brother Galaxy fought so hard for. If it hadn't been for the second chance that brother Galaxy fought for, I would have missed such a wonderful baby. Not bad, not bad. I was at the scene at the time, and I thought that senior brother Galaxy deliberately favored the Yang family. Now that I think about it, I am being narrow-minded. Senior brother Galaxy is such a character. He has always been impartial. How could he be partial? The disciples of Vast Heaven Sect all admire senior brother Galaxy for his keen eye and ability to recognize people. The news of the school entrance examination naturally spread from Vast Heaven Sect to the outside world. When they heard that the Wang and Lu families had lost to the Yang family, everyone's first reaction was, what the hell is this a joke? What's going on? Although the Wang and Lu families are inferior to the most apex-level spiritual weapon families, how can they lose to the Yang family? Is anyone in the Yang family still alive? Aren't their families all ready for dinner? In the first 2 years of famine, they sold all their tools, and I even bought one. Can the Yang family, which has no tools, defeat the Wang and Lu families? But soon the news about the Yang brothers and sisters' cloud-piercing hammer method and the Holy Heart spirit enchantment also spread. When the various sects heard the news, they were stunned. A small amount of cloud-piercing hammer method. Sacred heart possession. How is this possible? The Yang family has not produced such talents in 200 years. 2 of them are still 2 brothers and 2 sisters at once. The Yang family also joined other sects after its collapse. Why didn't anyone find out? Not everyone can understand the cloud-piercing hammer method. I heard that Ji Mingchao also discovered it after careful comparison. As for the Holy Heart enchantment, that girl has a success rate of 100%. It is really unlucky that she succeeded by chance. Got it. Yes, even if other large sects are powerful, it is difficult to give the Yang family so many opportunities to experiment. God's will. God's will. God helps Vast Heaven Sect. It's not God who helps Vast Heaven Sect, it's Chu Shing. I heard that the Yuang family exploded the first time, but Chu Shing insisted on giving the Yuang family a second chance, and it was this second chance that made him see the Sacred Heart possesses the spirit. In Martial Emperor City, Zheng Yu was stamping her feet and beating her chest when she heard the news from the people below. At this time, Zheng Yu was holding various news about the Yuang family. Half a month ago, Zheng Yu heard about the Yuang family and believed that it was impossible for the Yuang family, a 1,000-year-old family, to have no background at all. He was preparing to invite the Yuang family to come to Martial Emperor City. No matter what, he would keep the Yuang family first, and then take your time and see the situation. But just as Zheng Yu was preparing to take action, he received news that the Yuang family had gone to Vast Heaven Sect. At this time, coupled with this subsequent news, Zheng Yu felt really uncomfortable. Senior Brother Galaxy is really unfathomable. I thought I found an opportunity, but I didn't know that every move that Senior Brother Galaxy made was more than one step ahead of me. Fortunately, Senior Brother Galaxy and I are good friends. If I were an enemy of someone like Senior Brother Galaxy, hiss. The outside world was shocked by what happened to the Yuang brothers and sisters, and among the Vast Heaven Sect. Chu Shing was walking among the sect with the Yuang family members who had changed into Vast Heaven Sect costumes. From now on, we can no longer call you Brother Galaxy. We have to call you Senior Brother Galaxy. Yang Ming, who was wearing a core disciple uniform, felt that for the first time, he held his head high and held his chest high. Yang Ling on the side was also in the same core disciple uniform, and he also felt like he was raising his head. The other Yang family disciples all changed into ordinary Vast Heaven Sect disciple uniforms. From this moment on, they all joined the Vast Heaven Sect, but the sect leader ordered that the Yang family can still maintain the name of their family, and can still call themselves the Yang family to the outside world. The inheritance of a 1,000-year-old family is not easy. This order from the sect leader made the Yang family disciples burst into tears of gratitude. I have prepared some gifts for you today. Chu Shing waved his hand, and the Vast Heaven Sect disciple beside him brought several universe rings. The universe ring opens, and countless tools for creating possessed spirits all appear in front of the Yang family. When they saw the tool in front of them, everyone in the Yang family was stunned. Each tool is engraved with the Yang family's mark, which was the tool they sold to survive. But today, Brother Galaxy bought all these tools for them. There are still a few pieces that have fallen into the hands of large clans or large families, but don't worry, Vast Heaven Sect will complete negotiations with them soon, and all the tools will be back. Chu Shing is smiling. You really spent a lot of money buying these tools. The tools sold by the Yang family went to countless places, and in the end many of them even ended up in the hands of some big shots. But so what? Vast Heaven Sect highlights a man who is wealthy and can buy anything as long as the money is in place. Just buying this batch of tools cost Chu Shing an astronomical figure. But so what? We are not deliberately consuming the sect's financial resources, we are completely helping the sect win over the hearts and minds of the Yang family. You didn't see the sect master and the great elder nodding their heads when they heard this. Senior Brother Galaxy, I have nothing to repay. These are the past of my Yang family. If Senior Brother Galaxy can get them back for our Yang family, it really makes me. Senior Brother Galaxy accept my respect. Yang Ming was really moved at this moment. These tools may be just tools in the eyes of ordinary people. But for the Yang family, this is a treasure passed down from generation to generation, left by countless Yang family predecessors, and a testimony to the most glorious generation of the Yang family. If it wasn't for survival, Yang Ming would never have sold them. Yang Ming knew that when he sold it, it was said to be scrap metal, but to buy it back, the price would be almost terrifying. Yang Ling also had tears in his eyes. Thank you, Senior Brother Galaxy. Yang Ling has no way to repay but to sacrifice himself. Then Yang Ling's mouth was covered by his brother. You are so beautiful, I still want to pledge myself to you. Can you have some self-awareness? The people of the Yang family put away these tools that were extremely precious to them, while Chu Shing led everyone to move forward. The sect master and the great elder wanted you to build an artifact refining palace of your own in Ling Palace, but I discussed it with them and decided to open an artifact refining palace of your own for you. Chu Shing words were not shocking, but Yang Ming was dumbfounded as soon as he said these words. An artifact refining palace belonging to the Yuang family. Vast Heaven Sect 18th Palace. If there is an additional artifact refining palace now, doesn't it mean that I will have the opportunity to be on an equal footing with the other first elders of the 18th palace in the future? Although the Yuang family is in a very poor state now, even if the artifact refining palace is established, it is just a fantasy, but Brother Galaxy has given the Yuang family an unlimited future and promise. Any of the 18th palace of Vast Heaven Sect is the most apex level existence outside. Even the most glorious era of the Yuang family is completely different compared to the 18th palace of Vast Heaven Sect. And now, Yuang family has the opportunity to become the 19th house of Vast Heaven Sect in the future. The sect master and the great elder found Chu Shing before, and the idea was very simple, allowing the Yuang family to stay in Ling Palace. But when Chu Shing heard this, he was fine. How much money does it cost to go to Ling Palace? How can this consume the sect? So Chu Shing expressed dissatisfaction on the spot. After Chu Shing talked about it, the sect master and the great elder finally chose to give in and agreed to let the Yuang family choose a hilltop to build the artifact refining palace. However, if the Yuang family wants to become the 19th palace, it really has to rely on strength to speak for itself. When the news spread, it caused quite a stir in Vast Heaven Sect. The one who dares to go hard against the sect master and the great elder. I am afraid that the only one in the entire Vast Heaven Sect is Senior Brother Galaxy. But to be able to make the sect leader and the great elder give in, Senior Brother Galaxy is really amazing. The words of the sect master and the great elder are not consultations with other disciples, they are just doing whatever they order you to do. Yuang Ming is no longer satisfied or dissatisfied with the treatment of Yuang family. Senior Brother Galaxy is righteous. I, Yuang Ming. No, I, Yuang Pixiu, will definitely devote my whole life to the sect. From today on, I, Yuang Ming, am named Pixiu. Thank you, Senior Brother Galaxy, for the word. Chu Shing Yuang Ling also looked in disbelief and said from the side, Brother, how about you give me to Shing? Then she was covered by Yuang Ming. Regarding the Yuang family, the sect master and the great elder waved their hands. You are fully responsible for Galaxy. You decide how to build it and how to allocate resources. After Chu Shing accepted the order, he also chose their hilltop for the Yuang family. There is a small peak between Ling Palace and Vast Heaven Palace. It is much smaller than the other 18 palaces, but it has a good location and extremely rich spiritual energy. As for the construction of the artifact refining palace, Chu Shing really didn't know much about architecture, so he could only leave it to Yuang Ming for planning. However, Chu Shing gave his own requirements for planning. Never lower than the standards of Medicine King Palace. I, Vast Heaven Sect, want to save face. If this is too small, wouldn't the outside world be laughing at my Vast Heaven Sect artifact refining palace for being so petty? Of course, the most important thing is that the bigger you build it, the more it consumes. Of all the future artifact refining palaces prepared for the Yuang family, Chu Shing chose the most apex level. In a word, the apex level family has apex level objects, which makes sense. In the next few days, countless materials were transported to the artifact refining palace, and countless disciples of the Vast Heaven Sect who practiced earth-based techniques performed again. An extremely large artifact refining palace is also rising rapidly. Yuang Ming was frantically transporting all kinds of the most apex level materials into the artifact refining palace. Yuang Ming was dumbfounded when he looked at the apex level materials that he had only heard of but never seen before. Therefore, Yuang Ming set another record by cooking 16 bowls of cold noodles for lunch. In the canteen where the cold-faced killer came, the chef was trembling. It is no exaggeration to describe the construction of the artifact refining palace as money flowing like water. Chu Shing's requirements for construction are not the best but the most expensive. Wei Deqian, the president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, has been following Chu Shing like a grandson for the past 2 days. If Chu Shing hadn't agreed, he would have considered Chu Shing his grandfather. What does it mean to put money in a sack? Wei Deqian really put money in sacks every day, buying various materials and items, which are not astronomical figures. The people of the Yuang family were most concerned about the number of cooks in the artifact refining palace at first. But with the construction of the artifact refining palace, the Yuang family disciples were really stupid. The Yuang family is a millennium-old family. Although these family disciples were born in the family's decline, they grew up listening to their fathers talking about the family's glory. But in the most glorious era of the Yuang family, could they have 1/10 the luxury of the artifact refining palace? If nothing else, if the braised pork tube is enough, just ask who else. Chu Shing came to the artifact refining palace again today to supervise. As soon as he entered Yang Ming's room, he couldn't help but cover his nose. Yang Ming, did you steal swill again? No, brother Galaxy, you can't spit on others. Fart, I can smell it. Come here, find the swill and throw it out. Chu Shing gave the order, and immediately some disciples rushed into Yang Ming's room. Amid Yang Ming's hysterical roar, the disciples found the swill bucket that Yang Ming had hidden in the secret room, and then took it away and returned it to the stable of pigs. The Yang brothers and sisters are good at everything, but they have had too many hard times, and this behavior of stealing swill often happens. Make a secret room in someone else's room, not just to hide the beauty, but also to put some treasures or something. What does it mean that your Yang family's secret room is dedicated to hiding swill buckets? Since the arrival of the Yang family, the braised pork in the cafeteria is now obviously leaner. After asking, I found out that the pigs in the barn are so hungry every day that they can't sleep at night and have not gained weight at all. It's not that the vast heaven sect canteen is full of food, it's that people from the Yang family have this hobby. Who are you trying to explain to them? However, seeing that Compass of Misfortune continued to improve his cultivation level, Chu Shing decided to endure it. Ever since the Yang family stayed and the construction of the artifact refining palace began, Compass of Misfortune began to continuously provide himself with cultivation. Although the quantity is not large, it is better than being sustainable. The Yang family did not disappoint. From the time when the artifact refining palace was almost built and the sect's material spirit stones arrived, Yang Ming began to study his cloud-piercing hammer method. It's okay if you don't study it, but if you study the artifact refining palace, it's like New Year's Eve. Really, the sound of the furnace exploding bids farewell to the old year, and the death of spiritual stones welcomes bankruptcy. Let's put it this way. Based on Yang family's furnace explosion rate and the speed of consuming spiritual stones, Chu Shing understands why the previous sects divided their luggage. 1 million spiritual stones a year. The Yang family is not just talking about it, they are using practical actions to tell vast heaven sect that we are serious about harming the sect. Seeing the Yang family's behavior, Chu Shing was moved to tears. Have a look. What is the Fuxing family? The Yang family is my Chu Shing's biggest lucky star. With the Yang family, the sect continues to be consumed, and his path to becoming a martial emperor is stable. Future impact martial god, the Yang family deserves a lot of credit. I took Yang Ming around the artifact refining palace and met Yang Ling and junior sister Wang Lin, who were laughing and joking. Good guy, it's only been a few days. The airport at Yang Ling no longer looks so flat. Is it possible? Wang Lin is such a beast. But is junior sister Wang Lin's method so effective? Pooh, is this a question of effective tactics? Junior sister Wang Lin likes to help others. Seeing the serious look on senior brother Galaxy's face, Yang Ling thought that senior brother Galaxy was unhappy because of his playfulness with senior sister Wang Lin, so he quickly said, Senior brother Galaxy, don't worry, I have very little time to play with senior sister Wang Lin and there is no delay. Practice. What? Didn't you delay your cultivation? Ahem. Junior sister Yang is joking. Your senior sister Wang Lin has extraordinary cultivation. You should study more with senior sister Wang Lin and don't be in a hurry with your cultivation. I still want to practice. There is no door. Go ahead, follow your senior sister Wang Lin, and contribute to your senior sister Wang Lin's plan to help others in Vast Heaven Sect. Just when Chu Shing was about to continue to see if there was any other place in the artifact refining palace that could consume the sect, Shen Chun came running from a distance. Junior brother Galaxy, the Great Elder asked you to come over. Great Elder, okay. After telling Yang Ming to continue working hard to explode, after practicing, Chu Shing followed brother Shen Chun to the Medicine King Palace. The Great Elder is still staying next to the Vermilion Bird Stove, but today the Great Elder looks like he is not in a good mood. Disciple pays homage to the Great Elder. Galaxy is here, take a seat. Sitting across from the Great Elder, Chu Shing soon understood why the Great Elder was in a bad mood. Something happened to Jiao Zhedong, the old man of the Jiao family in Zhongbei. When they were young, Mr. Jiao Zhedong and the Great Elder were teammates who worked together to fight monsters. He often heard the Great Elder talk about Mr. Jiao. At that time, the Great Elder used medicine to enter the Dao, and when his fighting power was not very strong, Mr. Jiao always took the lead in killing people. In the words of the Great Elder, he is a figure who can cut from Penglai East Road to Nantianmen with a watermelon knife, which shows his toughness. The friendship between the two is also very deep. The elder will almost always go to the Jiao family to visit Mr. Jiao every time he goes out. But something went wrong when Mr. Jiao attacked the martial emperor a few years ago. Although the attack was successful, he almost went crazy and his body did not improve much after the breakthrough. I heard that the situation has been getting worse and worse in the past few years, and the Great Elder has often arranged for people to send various spirit medicine to Mr. Jiao. But yesterday, the spirit bird sent a letter. Mr. Jiao didn't know what went wrong. He was bleeding from 7 holes and fell into a coma on the spot. The Jiao family immediately called for experts from all sides, but no one had a countermeasure. The Jiao family was shocked and sent the news to Vast Heaven Sect, asking for help from the Great Elder. Galaxy, please come with me. I have seen Lao Jiao's situation a few years ago. The spiritual energy in his body is chaotic. Even I can only suppress it with elixirs and cannot release it. This time Lao Jiao is once he was unconscious, I was afraid that he would be in trouble this time. There is no need to be sad, Great Elder. Mr. Jiao has always been stubborn, how could he not be able to survive this test? Yes, old Jiao is a tough man. He will definitely be able to survive. You and I will go to Zhongbei this time. If there is anyone in this world who can save old Jiao, it should be you. Chu Shing. WTF. Great Elder, we don't need to be so commercially flattering, and I didn't say not to go. Galaxy, you don't need to be surprised. I saw Lao Jiao's situation many years ago and I knew that if there was anyone in the world who could save him, I am afraid that only the medicine saint would be reborn. You will inherit the medicine saint's inheritance. I thought that in a few years, you will be able to save him. You have thoroughly understood everything, and you must have a way to save old Jiao, but now, your inheritance has not been fully integrated, and it may be difficult to save old Jiao. The Great Elder's eyes dimmed a little more as he spoke. Don't worry, Great Elder, Galaxy will do its best. Galaxy, there are no outsiders here. I want to ask you one thing. If old Jiao is really incurable, can you help me send old Jiao to his last journey? He will never be willing to become a monster as long as he is stubborn. I can't do anything to my best friend, so I can only ask you to help me, so that he can leave in a dignified manner. The evil fire has grown in Mr. Jiao's body. Over the years, it has reached the point where it cannot be suppressed. This time he fell into a coma. Once the evil fire completely controls Mr. Jiao, the final result will be that Mr. Jiao loses his mind and turns into a monster. How can the Great Elder bear to let it go? My best friend turned into such a monster. Chu Shing looked excited. My parents are the ones who gave birth to me, and they are the Great Elders who help me. The status of this old man from the Jiao family in Zhongbei is extraordinary. The Jiao family is also a transcendent level family second only to the 3 major families. If you want to save people, I'm sorry that I just looked at the medicine saint's inheritance. Given my current situation, I'm really helpless. But if you want to say give Mr. Jiao a ride, don't worry, Great Elder, I promise to make arrangements for you. In vain. When Mr. Jiao dies, the only person who knows is the Great Elder, please ask him to let Mr. Jiao go away in a dignified manner. But what about what the outside world doesn't know? As the inheritor of the medicine saint, you are the one who defeated Mr. Jiao, a tough guy, in your first attack, so you ask the people in the world what they think of the medicine saint inheritance of Vast Heaven Sect. It would be a disgrace to the medicine saint inheritance if it didn't bring disrepute to the public and turn it into a laughing stock. Moreover, this old man is also a good friend of the Great Elder. Even if it was entrusted by the Great Elder himself, but he saw his good friend being clearly arranged by his direct disciple, it is not completely impossible for the Great Elder to punish himself if he cannot bear his anger, right? As long as Mr. Jiao is sent away, the reputation of the sect's medicine saint inheritance will be damaged. If he can't protect it, he will be punished a second time. Chu Shing burst into tears. The disciple thought hard for several days, but could only waste the sect in a small way in the artifact refining palace. There is no way to get punished. Great Elder, you really understand me. Great Elder, you understand me so well, how can I, Chu Shing, not do my best? Although the medicine saint inheritance is still unable to revive Mr. Jiao, there is no problem in sending Mr. Jiao away. The Great Elder was also moved when he saw Chu Shing, who looked high-spirited. Look, what a good child. He didn't flinch when he heard what he had asked him to do. He really didn't misjudge the person. Galaxy, you go back and tidy up. We will set off for Zhongbei early tomorrow morning. Yes, Chu Shing returned to the room without saying a word and almost couldn't help but sing, "Have a good day, all the way." Senior brother Galaxy is in such a good mood. Junior brother Galaxy, something wonderful has happened to him. On the way, several senior brothers saw Chu Shing's happy look and spoke one after another. Good guy. Chu Shing was so frightened that he quickly stopped smiling. I was so excited that I forgot that we were there to save people. They were in danger. The elder was so sad. How could he be so happy? Hurry up and put all the sadness on your face and cry for me. In the evening, senior brother Feng Fei came back and obviously knew about Mr. Jiao. Junior brother Galaxy, you must go all out with the elder to the Jiao family this time. The elder does not have many friends. Mr. Jiao is someone the elder cares about. If something happens to Mr. Jiao, the elder will be hurt, but Qian, you must not disappoint the great elder. Brother Feng's words were serious and thoughtful, and Chu Shing's face was full of sincerity. Don't worry, brother Feng, I, Chu Shing, swear to God that I will never let the great elder down this time. Mr. Jiao, right, don't worry, although the medicine saint inheritance can't save you, the great elder asked me to send you away if you can't do it, so the arrangements I have made for you are clear. The King of Hell wants you to die at the 5th update, Galaxy will advance to the 3rd update. If I, Chu Shing, take action, even the King of Hell will not be able to protect you. In the Moon Lake in the north of the Yangtze River, the Jiao family is located on the Moon Island in the center of the Moon Lake. Although the Jiao family is not one of the 3 great families in the world, its strength is extraordinary. Mr. Jiao Zhedong is one of the few peerless strong men in the world. Although Mr. Jiao has rarely appeared in front of the world due to health reasons in the past 2 years, Mr. Jiao's reputation has not diminished at all. This time Mr. Jiao suddenly collapsed, and the entire Jiao family was in chaos. The current head of the family, Jiao Yuanjun, is the eldest son of Mr. Jiao. Jiao Yuanjun immediately found the Heavenly Medicine Palace closest to the Jiao family. When Wu Qun heard that it was about Mr. Jiao, he rushed to Jiao's house without stopping. Although Mr. Jiao has had several bad situations over the years, Wu Qun's strength is there and he has resolved them several times. But this time Wu Qun shook his head after reading it. Palace Master Wu, please be sure to save the old man. Jiao Yuanjun's face turned pale in worry. The old man is the pillar of the entire Jiao family. If the old man really falls into a coma, the Jiao family is afraid that it will really turn upside down. Jiao Yuanjun simply can't imagine what the Jiao family will look like without the old man. Palace Master Wu, no matter what method you use, or what spirit pill you need, please tell me, and our Jiao family will find a way to find it. Master Jiao, the old man's evil fire broke out in his body several times before. I used the immortal yin pill to draw out part of the evil fire for him, and it was temporarily stabilized, but this time. Wu Qun sighed and continued, I am also helpless this time. After Jiao Yuanjun heard this, everyone was stunned. As the master of Heavenly Medicine Palace, Wu Qun uses medicine to enter Taoism. In this regard, he is definitely one of the most apex-level people in the world. Outsiders say that if Palace Master Wu says you are hopeless, then basically you have no choice but to go to a coffin shop to see in advance whether to choose a flip-top or a sliding-top coffin. Palace Master Wu, the old man is a martial emperor. How is it possible? Jiao Yuanjun couldn't accept this reality. Master Jiao, the evil fire in your father's body was generated when he advanced to martial emperor. Although he has been suppressing and releasing it for so many years, he still cannot fully control it. Now, Wu Qun stopped. You can't tell people that your father is really in trouble this time, and the next step is for the evil fire to counterattack and transform into a little monster, right? Zhao Yuanjun and countless people from the Jiao family who rushed over all looked desperate when they heard Wu Qun's words. Palace Master Wu, please think of another way, our Jiao family is willing to pay any price. Zhao Yuanjun's eyes were red. In order to keep the old man, the Jiao family would pay any price. Master Jiao, your old man and I are also old friends. If I could save him, why would I embarrass your Jiao family? I am really helpless now, but Wu Qun's words only made everyone in the Jiao family raise their heads again. But if there is anyone in this world who can save Mr. Jiao, then that person must be in the vast heaven sect. After Wu Qun finished speaking, the Jiao family was immediately overjoyed. Palace Master Wu is talking about the Great Elder, right? I will immediately send someone to send a message to vast heaven sect. The old man and the Great Elder are close friends in life and death, and the Great Elder will definitely come to the rescue. Zhao Yuanjun said that he was going to deliver the message, but was held back by Wu Qun. Master Jiao, I'm not talking about the Great Elder. The Great Elder's ability is indeed superior to mine, but the Great Elder has been here before. We have communicated privately, and the Great Elder can't do anything. Now that the old man is in this situation, the Great Elder should also respond. There is no way. No, not the Great Elder. Not only Zhao Yuanjun, but the entire Jiao family was confused at this time. When it comes to medicine, the Great Elder of Vast Heaven Sect is almost always ranked first. Although Wu Qun had fought with the Great Elder for many years, and the Great Elder was stronger than him, but when it came to saving Mr. Jiao, Wu Qun felt that the Great Elder did not have the ability. Zhao Yuanjun looked at Wu Qun with a question mark on his forehead. Vast Heaven Sect. Is there anyone stronger than the Great Elder? Master Jiao, if there is anyone in this world who can save your father, it can only be Chu Shing. Chu Shing. Upon hearing this name, the Jiao family was stunned for 5 seconds. It's impossible that you haven't heard of the name Chu Shing recently. After all, Chu Shing's deeds are really amazing. But how old is Chu Shing? Is his ability above that of the Great Elder? Are you kidding me? But Zhao Yuanjun soon thought of it. The inheritance of the medicine saint. What Palace Master Wu is talking about is the inheritance of the medicine saint. Zhao Yuanjun's words woke up everyone present. These days, everyone only remembers Chu Shing's commotion, and many people have even forgotten it. Chu Shing initially entered Taoism by refining medicine. He possesses the vermilion bird spirit fire, and has the inheritance of medicine saint Lu Changfeng. Although Chu Shing is not very old, the inheritance of medicine saint is truly terrifying. There was a saying in the world back then, the king of hell wants you to die at the 3rd watch, but the medicine sage can keep you alive until the 5th watch. The medicine saint is a legend of his generation, and his methods have reached the level of reversibly changing fate. There are only people in this world that the medicine saint is unwilling to save, and there are no people that the medicine saint cannot save. Vast Heaven Sect can be as glorious as it is today, and it can be said that medicine saint Lu Changfeng played an indispensable role back then. The power of one person dominates the world of medicine. Lu Changfeng was the only true god in the medicine world at that time. That was an era when no one even dared to surpass Lu Changfeng. Being able to follow in Lu Changfeng's footsteps was already the lifelong dream of countless apex-level grandmasters in the world. Some people say that after Lu Changfeng, the world of medicine declined for 400 years. Not long ago, when the news came out that Chu Shing had inherited the medicine sage, the world of medicine was shaken. At this time, Wu Qun mentioned it, and the Jiao family really realized that although the Great Elder was powerful, there was still a limit to what the Great Elder could do. But Chu Shing is different. The upper limit of Chu Shing is the inheritance of Lu Changfeng. Quick, prepare the spiritual bird immediately and send it to the Vast Heaven Sect, and ask the Great Elder and Chu Shing to come for treatment. Zhao Yuanjun couldn't care about anything else at this time. The old man's life was at stake. Now that Wu Qun said that Chu Shing was the only one who could possibly save the old man, how could he dare to stop at all? Wu Qun looked at the excited Zhao Yuanjun and hesitated to speak. Although the medicine saint inheritance was against the heavens, Wu Qun knew that Chu Shing had acquired the medicine saint inheritance for too short a time and must not have had time to fully comprehend it. Therefore, Chu Shing might not necessarily have any solution. Vast Heaven Sect, Chu Shing has prepared everything. When they arrived at the Medicine King Palace, the Great Elder had already packed up. At this time, the Great Elder personally prepared the teleportation array and took Chu Shing to the Jiao family. All the disciples of Ling Palace came to see him off, and the Great Elder didn't say much. He nodded and waved to activate the teleportation array. A burst of light flashed, and Chu Shing felt his eyes flash, and the surrounding dot had turned into a lake. Fortunately, he was wrapped in the Great Elder's spiritual energy and flew in the sky, otherwise he would definitely have fallen into the lake at this moment. The Great Elder may not have used the teleportation array for too long. It is reasonable for there to be some problems occasionally. The Elder slapped Chu Shing on the back of the head. Nonsense, how could I make such a mistake? This is the Moon Lake, and the Jiao family is on the Moon Island in the center of the lake. After the Great Elder said this, Chu Shing walked through the air wrapped in aura. Chu Shing was lucky enough to experience what it means to step into the shattering void. Good guy, with every step the Great Elder takes, the world in front of him seems to be shattered. This is not flying, this is simply transmigrating. In a few breaths, the broken world around him returned to its original state, and before his eyes, Chu Shing finally saw the Moon Island where the Jiao family was located. The disciples at the door of the Jiao family immediately reported the news when they saw the Great Elder coming from Shattered Void. After a while, all the direct personnel of the Jiao family poured out of the Jiao family's garden-like mansion. My nephew, Jiao Yuanjun, pays homage to the Great Elder. Jiao Yuanjun led the entire Jiao family to bow and salute. This is not just the ordinary junior ceremony, but actually the disciple ceremony. Seeing this, Chu Shing couldn't help but sigh. A good gay friend is indeed a good gay friend. This friendship requires wearing a pair of pants, otherwise the Jiao family disciples would never be able to use such etiquette. Bringing Chu Shing down from the sky, as soon as the Great Elder landed, Jiao Yuanjun pounced on him. Great Elder, save my father. Why are you crying? Lao Jiao is not dead yet, so frustrated. The eldest elder looked angry, and the Jiao family quickly stopped crying. Galaxy, come here to meet your senior brother Jiao. The Great Elder waved his hand. With his relationship with Jiao Zhedong, it was okay for his disciples to call each other senior brothers. Galaxy pays homage to senior brother Jiao. Oh, it's junior brother Galaxy, Yuan Zhen is so polite. Later, the Great Elder and Chu Shing entered the Jiao family under the leadership of Jiao Yuanjun. Great Elder, I miss you so much after seeing you for so long. Wu Qun was also at Jiao's house at this time. Palace Master Wu, you are fine. Luo Yinger has met senior brother Galaxy. A clear voice came from behind Wu Qun. I go, squirrel. Chu Shing became angry when he saw the little squirrel jumping out from behind Wu Qun. What bad luck. It's this little squirrel again. Last time he got himself into a bloody hole in the Vast Heaven Sect, that is, you run fast. I have to send you to Junior Sister Wan Lin's room and let Junior Sister Wan Lin teach you how to practice well. Why did this little squirrel appear here again today, and what do you mean when you look at me with bright eyes? Are you planning to trick me again? Ahem. A cough came from the little squirrel looking at Chu Shing with bright eyes. This is a young man who seems to have some talent, but doesn't show much. Chen Shuiwang has long heard that junior brother Galaxy is extraordinary, and seeing him today is indeed extraordinary. Chen Shuiwang walked up to Chu Shing and said with a smile on his face. But after he finished speaking, Chen Shuiwang said in a low voice that only Chu Shing could hear, "Stop trying to trick my junior sister, you are not worthy of her." Chu Shing, what is this Mao Shuiwang thing? Are you jealous? Are you still trying to take advantage of your junior sister? You are so blind, it's obviously your junior sister who wants to take advantage of me, okay. This little squirrel is very bad. There are no good people in this heavenly medicine palace. Senior brother Galaxy, I missed our last goodbye so much. I see you again today. Yinger still wants to ask for more advice from senior brother Galaxy. Don't. I feel unlucky when I see you. If you really want to ask for advice, just go find junior sister Wan Lin. I heard that junior sister Wan Lin has already reached the 5th layer level, and no stick is better than all sticks. Ahem. Hello, junior sister Luo Yinger, there is a chance, there is a chance. Chen Shuiwang was sour. Without too many pleasantries, everyone, led by Jiao Yuanjun, went all the way to the old man's room in the backyard of the Jiao family. The elder personally stepped forward to check on the old man Jiao's condition. But Chu Shing could be sure from the great elder's wrinkled chrysanthemum face that Jiao Zhedong was probably in serious trouble. Galaxy, come and take a look too. The great elder waved, and Chu Shing didn't say much. He stepped forward and took a look, and was shocked. Chu Shing took a few steps forward and came to Mr. Jiao. The evil fire in Mr. Jiao's body has become extremely powerful. It has reached a point where he himself cannot suppress it. Now under the evil fire counterattack, it seems that he may leave at any time. Chu Shing was shocked when he saw this. How can this be done? I haven't made a move yet. Mr. Jiao, you have to resist. The great elder has said that you are the toughest Jiao Zhedong. You have to resist. You can't turn into a monster so early, you can't give in. Galaxy, tell me. The great elder looked at Chu Shing's appearance and spoke calmly. Great elder, if I read correctly, the evil fire in Mr. Jiao's body should be where his symptoms are. Something must have gone wrong when Mr. Jiao broke through the martial emperor many years ago. The evil fire was growing in his body at that time, but the old man's cultivation it is very high and can temporarily suppress the evil fire, so he probably did not tell the outside world that he missed the best time to eliminate the evil fire at that time. After Chu Shing spoke, everyone nodded. The little squirrel looked at senior brother Galaxy with admiration. Senior brother Galaxy is so handsome. Chen Shuiwang also frowned slightly. How many brushes does this Chu Shing have? Wu Qun also nodded secretly and sighed inwardly. I brought my 2 best disciples here. I also asked Luo Yinger and Chen Shuiwang to see Mr. Jiao's condition before, but the 2 of them could at best judge that the evil fire in the old man's body was caused by it. As for why the evil fire became like this, the 2 people are hemming and hawing. Chu Shing's medicine sage's inheritance is indeed not a secret. Not only do we know its reasons, but we also know its origins. Mr. Jiao's biggest problem is that he is too stubborn. When the evil fire first appeared, it was not difficult to lead the evil fire out of the body and completely cut off the source, whether it was done by himself or the elder. But Mr. Jiao chose to suppress himself, so that he missed the best time for treatment. Continue. The great elder nodded with satisfaction. Then Galaxy has made a fool of himself. Mr. Jiao's evil fire was not strong at first, he was just difficult to deal with. But after missing the best treatment time, the evil fire began to grow. Now the evil fire has overtaken Mr. Jiao's own strength. Jiao the old man was unable to suppress it, which was the main reason for his coma. Then how to treat it? The great elder looked at Chu Shing with shining eyes. Under normal circumstances, it is best to draw out the evil fire. Use the immortal Yin Dan with the Wuji Dan. The Xian Yin Dan can draw the evil fire out of the body. The Wuji Dan can strengthen the righteousness, but this is also treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. When Chu Shing said these words, the great elder's face was filled with brilliance. Wu Qun sighed helplessly. It would be great if he could have such a good disciple from his own family. Look at Chu Shing, and then look at these 2 guys in your own house. One is being a nymphomaniac, one, forget it, the other one might as well be a nymphomaniac. Galaxy, what you said is exactly the method I used before, so how do you think we should treat it now? Wu Qun said. It's hard to say now. Chu Shing shook his head. What do you think about adding the higher grade Shanyuan pill to the Wuxin pill? The great elder looked at Chu Shing. When Wu Qun heard the great elder's words, he was also stunned, but then a wry smile appeared on his face. Why didn't I think of the Shanyuan pill plus the Wuxin pill? It seems that there is still some gap between myself and the great elder. According to the method mentioned by the great elder, it is indeed possible, but Wu Qun thought carefully that it was just treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Chu Shing was also shocked when he heard the elder's method. What the hell, is the great elder so fierce? With the medicine saint inheritance, I couldn't even think of a good way for a while. The great elder actually thought that using these 2 elixirs could indeed suppress it temporarily, but when it came to curing it, it was absolutely impossible, and it would only delay it for a few days at most. Maybe you can try this method. Wu Qun praised the great elder. But before the elder could enjoy it, Chu Shing said, "No, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The method mentioned by the great elder is still a way of attracting the evil fire, and then strengthening the foundation and cultivating the essence. However, the evil fire has now been almost integrated with Mr. Jiao's spiritual energy. The evil fire is also led to the spiritual energy. Mr. Jiao can no longer. If you lose part of the spiritual energy, you will definitely become weaker, and the evil fire will attack again next time, and it will be difficult for the gods to save you." When Chu Shing said these words, the expression of the whole audience changed. The great elder did not feel dissatisfied at all because of being rebutted by Chu Shing. On the contrary, he looked at Chu Shing with eyes full of approval. This kid galaxy is truly extraordinary. At this moment, everyone in the audience believed that temporarily saving Jiao Zhedong's life was the best option, but this kid galaxy was thinking about the long term. He not only considered the present, but also the future. If you really follow what you say, I'm afraid it will be like what the kid galaxy said. Wu Qun looked at Chu Shing and stamped his feet and beat his chest. Look, these are both disciples, how come the gap is so big? Not only did Chu Shing see through everything, he even thought of the follow-up. Look at your own disciple. Yinger, stop looking at him, you are not worthy of Chu Shing at all. And Chen Shuiwang, you have no future if you lick your junior sister like this, you know, haven't you heard that licking a dog will lead to a good death? Chu Shing waited for a long time, and the great elder finally said, "Then what do you think?" Chu Shing is overjoyed. Snort, it's finally time to show off. What do I think? I think the designation Mr. Jiao gave me is a dead end. I think, let's attack. Attack. Everyone in the audience was stunned when they heard Chu Shing's words, but after all, he was the successor of the medicine saint, so no one dared to say anything more at the moment. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. The root of Jiao Lao's evil fire is due to the lack of Haoran's righteousness. Replenish Haoran's righteousness and attack and cut off the root of the evil fire. The evil fire is cut off, Jiao Laosheng. Chu Shing would never stop dying if his words were not surprising. At this moment, the great elder and Wu Qun were both deep in thought. Although he didn't believe what Chu Shing said, fighting fire with fire is sometimes the most helpless and most effective way. But the key is how to fight fire with fire. Regarding this, Chu Shing said, "I want to know how to fight fire with fire. I am the one who does that. Tell me about it." The great elder stared at Chu Shing. Well, in the medicine saint inheritance, there is an unknown elixir that is not known to the world. If you attack it with this elixir, you have a chance to cut off the evil fire. Unnamed elixir. Everyone frowned when they heard the nameless elixir, but if the nameless elixir is preceded by the medicine saint's inheritance, it immediately becomes taller. Could it be that the medicine sage didn't have time to make the pill public? That's for sure. How sure are you? Wu Qun also asked. No. 0.50%. Chu Shing originally wanted to say that he was not sure, but after thinking about it, this was not an option. If you say you're not sure, how can I let you try? What's more, there is also Palace Master Wu Qun here. If he says that he is not sure, the great elder said in excitement that Palace Master Wu, please come and help me see my old friend off for the last time. After all, Galaxy is still young and he still needs to go. Face, you are not afraid of this when you are older. The great elder who is the mastermind behind the first vast heaven sect is absolutely capable of doing such a thing. But in this case, wouldn't he have no chance to take action? Therefore, it is 50% sure that half of it will succeed and half of it will fail. It sounds very reliable at first glance. As for this unknown elixir, Chu Shing has already figured out how to refine it. Given Mr. Jiao's current situation, there is no way to cure him in the medicine saint inheritance he has mastered. But if you want to help the great elder send Mr. Jiao away, there will be too many pills. Chu Shing searched through many elixirs and finally found the most suitable unknown elixir. It's not easy to find this stuff. Although many of the elixirs recorded in the medicine saint's inheritance are nameless elixirs, the great elder and palace master Wu Qun are not vegetarians. If I choose one at random, what if the two of them know about it? When the time comes, I'll look at it. Chu Shing, which elixir did you choose to cure evil fire? This is obviously for treating hemorrhoids. Shu Zi is looking for death. Chu Shing is not worried that he will be beaten to ashes by the Great Elder after being exposed, but there is only one chance. If he is exposed, he will no longer be able to send Mr. Jiao away with his own hands. What a pity. Therefore, among the many elixirs, Chu Shing found one that the Great Elder and Palace Master Wu Qun would never know. Chu Shing was stunned after reading this elixir. How should I put it? This thing is a tonic, and this tonic is a strong tonic. Everyone knows the tonic used by Yang Qing, the tyrant of brothels. There are different approaches but the same effect. But this medicine is much stronger than the one in Yang Qing's hand. Let's put it this way, even Yang Qing, the tyrant of brothels, a man who claims to be able to take a bottle of tonic at one time, will never be able to withstand this powerful medicine. Not to mention eating it, if he dared to lick it, it would kill him again. If you take this thing in your hand and smell it, your wife will be scared when you go home tonight. Why does such a powerful medicine appear in the medicine saint inheritance? Is this a serious inheritance? This medicine was given an amazing name by Chu Shing, Daojiadan. This medicine will explode after taking it. Isn't Mr. Jiao known as a tough man? Chu Shing thought about it. Isn't this medicine the most suitable for the old man? Let me ask an old man who has been tough all his life. When he left, he was a little tougher and asked what happened. Come on hard. A tough job. Go hard. This is a perfect life. Old man, if you know my Chu Shing's good intentions, you will have to thank my 8 generations of ancestors underground. So it's you. 50%. Zhao Yuanjun didn't know at all that Chu Shing had secretly arranged for the old man who had been stubborn all his life how to leave stubbornly, and now he looked eager. Yes, 50%. The old man is a martial emperor after all, so 50% should be a chance. Zhao Yuanjun was overjoyed after hearing this. 50% chance. With the old man's toughness, he will definitely be able to survive it. Galaxy, I dare to ask, can you tell me the elixir recipe here? Don't worry, I will only listen to this elixir recipe and will never spread it to others. Without your permission in my heavenly medicine palace, if anyone dares to refine it, I will kill it myself. Quote. Wu Qun looked serious. The Great Elder also nodded. Let's talk about it. Palace Master Wu is a medicine master, and he keeps his word. Yes, as the saying goes, a fierce fire must be attacked with strong medicine. The efficacy of this unknown elixir is better than the word fierce, and the prescription is also better than the word strange. The medicinal materials required are Lanqi, Yangwo, Yueyang grass, Tianjuzi, Luo Shengcao, Mie Yin stone. All medicinal materials must be supreme grade among supreme grade to be successful. After Chu Shing finished speaking, the scene became quiet. Among the people present, Wu Qun and the Great Elder, needless to say, they are the supreme level figures in the way of medicine. Little Squirrel and Chen Shuiwang are also outstanding figures. Because of Mr. Jiao's evil fire in the Jiao family, Zhao Yuanjun has been doing a lot of research on refining medicine in recent years. So everyone can understand every medicinal material. And listening to all the medicinal materials Chu Shing mentioned, everyone who knew medicine was stunned. Are these medicinal materials so powerful? There is no doubt that the medicinal materials Chu Shing mentioned all have one strong character. The cliff is the most powerful and the most young. You can take any of them without refining them and eat them directly. You have the final say in the brothel tonight. So many powerful medicines gathered together. I'm going to give it a good dose. Are you sure it won't explode? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.